Let's do this one more time during the regular season, Linnell. How about that?
How about it?
And then in either 6 days, 7 days, or 8 days, we'll do it all again.
Think they'll dare put us on Monday night?
I don't think they'll put us on Monday night, but I do think there's a potential they put us on Saturday night. We'll cross that bridge when we get there because we got a game today, an opportunity for Washington to win its 12th game of the season, an opportunity for Washington to clinch the 6th seed in the NFC, which would have them play either Tampa Bay or Los Angeles. We will find that out by the end of the day. Tampa Bay plays New Orleans today at 1. Los Angeles plays Seattle at 4:25. Also relevant in the event where Washington loses, if Green Bay loses to Chicago, they're playing at 1. Washington then clenches the 6th seed, but obviously, now the easiest avenue is to just win, to beat Dallas, to avenge one of the few losses that you have on the season, and to make sure you're not swept by these idiots.
It means a lot. I think they entered this week with the right mentality. It was that last Cowboys game, then, that you remember. Caused me to put a fork in this group because of how poor their performance was. They came out in a game that they needed to have a couple of weeks ago. It was their last loss. They got punched in the mouth by Cooper Rush, Rico Dowdle, and the Dallas Cowboys. It was sloppy execution from all three phases. This group has something to prove. It was the last time, ironically enough, that we saw Austin Eckler. He is back up and active for today.
Yes.
Stunned, to be honest with you.
I thought they were going to hold him.
We got to catch up. Myself and Grant got to catch up with him on last Monday.
Last Monday, yeah.
And it did not sound like a guy who was going to be done for the season. I'll say that. But it damn sure didn't sound like a guy who's going to be back this weekend. So, good surprise and good development for Washington. I think there's a couple of things. We'll run through it throughout the pregame here. There are a couple of things that they can prove here today that they got to get back on track to have me with supreme, unwavered confidence getting ready for the postseason. So,
Jaden, the last time we saw him play against Dallas, had a great fourth quarter. First 3 quarters weren't exactly spectacular, right? They were struggling. They were coming off of that mini bye against Philadelphia. And the thought was that they were going to come back and excel.
Yeah.
And they did none of that. So what are your expectations today, knowing that he's seen this team already, knowing that the entire team has seen this team already, and then on top of that, it's Trey Lance instead of Cooper Rush. That's official. You're getting Trey Lance today. Losing to Cooper Rush at the beginning of the season, middle point of the season, was bad enough. But you get Trey Lance, you get Jaden Daniels. Expectations for Jaden knowing that Austin Eckler will be back. I would say 10 to 20 snaps. We're going to have JP Finley on at 12:30, so he will kind of open our eyes as to if that is a fair assumption. Craig Hoffman at 12, Kevin Sheehan in 30 minutes at 11:30 on 106.7 The Fan of the Team 980. But what are your expectations for the offense, knowing that you get at least one very valuable weapon back?
It's huge. You asked about Jaden Daniels in particular. That last Cowboys meeting is when we started to see him, look fresh and spry again. He had a couple of chunk runs in that when he was the leading rusher in that game for Washington, if I'm not mistaken. But when I look at what I'm looking for from the offense today, it, quite frankly, has nothing to do with Jaden Daniels. They've got to get this traditional running game back on track. I think it's going to be a huge weapon for them in the postseason, and I'd love to see the drop-back passing game function with some more consistency in terms of not relying on Jaden Daniels to take off and scramble the way that they did in the second half, really the end of that third quarter and fourth quarter in that Atlanta game. I think for this offense to click on all cylinders and be at its absolute best, his running is got to be featured or a part of it, but I don't think it necessarily should be the main catalyst for how they move the football. And I think today is an opportunity for you to kind of, grease the skids, so to speak, as you get geared up for the postseason and, get yourself warmed up.
Do you think that's why they bring Austin Eckler back today?
I think
because when Austin Eckler has been playing alongside Brian Robinson has more success. And then you topple that, or on top of that, rather, you have Jaden Daniels, who has really come into his own as a runner over the past couple of games. He's always been a great one, but you're seeing his vision significantly better over the last 2 weeks. You're seeing the decision-making when it comes to tucking it and running it be significantly better over the last couple of weeks. Do you think adding Austin Eckler to that and bringing him back this week rather than waiting until the postseason was to really benefit the traditional run game and allow Brian Robinson maybe to play a little more freely and loosely, knowing that he has not just a guy that you can trust, because I don't want to say you can't trust McNichols or Chris Rodriguez, but it's obviously different when that guy in the backfield with you is Austin Eckler.
Like, to your point, they've had a ton of success with both of them in the backfield, especially when they're messing with the eyes of the linebackers and the defensive linemen by motioning guys. It is a huge benefit to Washington when Austin Eckler's back there. I think everybody benefits from it. I'll be honest, though, and this is just something that's been a development for me over the past couple of days. I really am, to use the word disappointed here for a team that's about to win 12 games and make their trip to the postseason.
That's aggressive.
It's going to get met with some pushback, but you got to hear what I'm saying here. I expect more out of Washington's running backs when you think about the added benefit and advantage that they have with Jayden Daniels. Look at Saquon Barkley in Philadelphia. He is having a career year on the ground, Denton. Why? Because when your quarterback is a part of the run game, your running backs should have more success. This group hasn't, and they're a group that hasn't particularly played great. Really going back to Tennessee, they had the game against Tennessee where they looked good as a unit. They had that second game against the Giants where they looked good as a unit. The running backs got to step up and be more impactful in the running game. I think last week we started to see it get going a little bit.
It is worth pointing out, if I can cut you off real quickly, Brian Robinson did not play in that second game against the Giants.
So there's that. And it was the Austin Eckler.
That was Chris Rodriguez going for 50 yards, which was a career high at the time for him.
So kind of backing the point. You get where I'm going with that? I think now that I've had more discourse and discussion about Saquon not playing this weekend and not trying to break the record, I think about how much he's benefited from Jalen Hurts as a runner. We're supposed to get that same benefit with our backs, and I don't think it's necessarily happening on a consistent enough basis. I think all four of the backs that we've seen this year have good talent, good traits. I still think we're waiting. We've seen Brian Robinson have a breakout game. I still think we're waiting to see it happen on a more consistent basis. And I think when you add the context of playing with a running quarterback, should be a little bit more successful than they've been.
No, I think it's fair to think that Brian Robinson should be having a statistically more impressive season than he is. He's not going to go for 1,000 yards unless he goes out of his mind today. He has 789 yards and 8 touchdowns. Now, he hasn't played in every single game, so that is a factor into this. But I was expecting the same way you were, that with Brian Robinson playing alongside Jayden Daniels and then with Austin Eckler, that you would see, ideally, more chunk plays. And you really haven't seen that. It doesn't even have to be home runs necessarily. But I have his game log up now here, Linnell. Brian Robinson had a 49-yarder. He had a 32-yarder against Tampa, or a 40-yarder. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. He had a 40-yarder twice against Tennessee and Tampa. Mm-hmm. And then outside of that, his longest yard is 20 yards against New Orleans, which is really more of a pass than it was a run. Yeah. And then there's a bunch of games. His longest against Atlanta was 12. His longest against Philadelphia, the first time was 18. The second time it was 6. Chicago was 19. Carolina was 11. Cleveland was 10. Arizona was 18. There's a lot of games where his longest yardage carry hasn't been over 10 yards. Cincinnati, Tampa Bay the first time, Dallas, Philadelphia the second time. You're not getting the chunk plays that I thought we were going to get when you play him alongside Jayden Daniels and alongside Austin Eckler.
Yeah, and it's not to try to be a Debbie Downer or poo-poo on what B-Rob has done this year. I think he's been effective at points in time in the season. I just continue to believe when you add the context of playing with a running quarterback, look at Alfred Morris and the success he was able to have with Robert Griffin III. Not because Alfred is some tremendous running back. Now, he fit that scheme like a glove, but he also, was the beneficiary of playing with Robert, and things are easier for you, as a running back. I go to Washington in the way that they've run it this year. They're a top 5 rushing offense in the NFL, so I give them that, right? Down in, down out, they are consistent, right? They're 3rd in the National Football League in terms of rushing yards per game. I think it's an area, where they've just got to be more consistent down in, down out. I think last week against Atlanta, you kind of saw them take a step in the right direction, but
Do you
I'm
think that gets
curious.
better today against Dallas? This is the second time they've seen them. Brian Robinson himself only had 5 carries for 13 yards. He got injured in that matchup against Dallas. Are you
First time.
expecting something to be better, or are you hoping something to be
I'm
better?
hoping something is better, if I'm being honest, because in reality, like Dallas is the type of team Washington struggles to run against. Mozzie Smith, Oseo Odighizuwa, two penetrating defensive tackles that get upfield and kind of cause havoc. The other thing that Dallas did in that first matchup that really muddied things up for Washington as well in the run game and up front is moving Micah Parsons around the line of scrimmage. We saw him have a ton of success rushing from the interior in that first matchup. How they handle him is going to be huge today, but to keep it on the run game, look, this matchup scares me because you've played each other already and they've shown that they can stop you. I just would love to see the improvements that Washington's made since then because I think we both can agree they're a totally different football team. They're playing with a lot more confidence, more swagger. They're executing at a higher level right now. Let's see if they can finish off the regular season strong. But in terms of expectations for the run game, I don't know if I necessarily have any. Kind of just is what it is. I want them to get it back on track because I know they need it for the postseason.
They definitely need it for the postseason. I'm just going to pull up a line on Vegas, and you tell me if you like this line or not. Right now, Washington, by the way, is a 6.5-point favorite. The first time these two teams played, they were about a 9-10, depending on what book that you looked at. That did not go well. Brian Robinson right now, rushing total is set at 50.5. Do you think he surpasses that? 50.5. Jaden, by the way, is 49.5. They do not have one for Eckler. They do not have one, at least on FanDuel right now where I'm looking. They do not have one for Chris Rodriguez or Jeremy McNichols, which has kind of been par for the course.
He better get over 50 yards. I mean, what scenario would he not get over 50? That would mean they're really getting stuffed up front. I do think, like, that's got to be a point of emphasis for them is to get him going. I think for B-Rob, like,
honestly, I think the only way that he doesn't get over 50 yards would be if something is going really well and he doesn't play a lot in the second half. If you get to yourself in a position where it's a big-time lopsided first half to the point where you're taking your foot off the gas and you're saying, maybe not foot off the gas necessarily, but you're giving guys other reps, McNichols, Chris Rodriguez, whoever it is.
yeah, down in, down out, like, Dallas as a rush defense is, had some inconsistencies throughout the year. We saw them give up big totals on the ground before. They're not a run defense that you should be overlooking. I don't know if he gets to 50 yards, man, because I'm starting to feel it. And we saw it at the end of the football game on Sunday night. Like, I don't want to say B-Rob's falling out of favor. I just would say the other guys in that room are earning more opportunities. I expect that to continue.
Yeah,
I mean,
I do as well. But I am expecting him to have. I'm a better fire off on that 50.5. I got to be honest. If you're going to be Brian Robinson 50.5, I'm going to fire off on that 50.5. If you're looking at it, because you know what else I have not done yet today, Linnell, that you would be very proud of me, but also you're like, why haven't you done this yet?
well, I already know.
My Lou McCaffrey anytime touchdown is 11-1. I've been betting this since September. If you have listened to the show, and in week 17, it's bound, or week 18, it's bound to happen. If not, I'm going to throw a lot on the postseason because it's bound to happen. He's going to score a touchdown at least at one point. So I'm going to fire off this Brian Robinson at 50.5, so everyone can ride that with me. I'm also going to fire off my Luke McCaffrey anytime touchdown. But when we get back, Linnell, we're going to have Kevin Sheehan with us at 11:30. But there's a lot of players on this team that could make a lot of money based on their performance today. It's incentive watch. Who can make the most amount of money by certain things being achieved today, including one that isn't financially motivated, but one that we still should be keeping our eye on. We'll list you out the incentives that Commanders players could get the benefit of with today's matchup against Dallas when we get back. Kevin Sheehan at 11:30. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to the Burgundy Gold pregame show with Denton Day and Leonard Willingham on 106.7 The Fan of the Team 980. It is Burgundy and Gold pregame. Kevin Sheehan is going to be with us in 12 minutes. We'll also get into some incentives. But before we get there, I do want to wish a happy birthday to our guy, Pete Medhurst. As many of you know, Pete Medhurst is in rehab recovering from brain cancer. He's doing well. He's in good spirits. So we wanted to extend a birthday wish to him. If you're looking to help him out and you can donate, you can do that. It's on our Twitter page at 1067 The Fan. You can help Pete out in this process. Anything that you can give would be incredibly helpful to get him back on the right track. And, of course, we are wishing him well and praying for him as his recovery continues. All right, Linnell, today's a big day. I like how Week 18 has kind of been known as incentive week across the NFL because guys have stipulations in their contracts, and certain plays could result in them getting a lot of money. We saw last week with Zach Ertz. He made about $750,000 by catching touchdown passes, achieving a certain amount of receptions, and achieving a certain amount of yards. He can do that again this week, but it's more than just him. So here are the incentives for Commanders players and the dollar amount associated with these Commanders players. We'll start on defense. Dorrance Armstrong could make $250,000 with a sack today. That would be sack number 6 for him on the season. I have to admit, I kind of hoped that number would have been hit for him a long time ago, seeing as he was one of the few guys that they gave a multi-year contract to this offseason. But nonetheless, if Dorrance Armstrong comes away with 1 sack, he's going to get $250,000. His former Cowboy counterpart, Dante Fowler, is in the same boat, only he needs a half a sack. If he gets a half a sack, that would be 11 for him, and he would make $375,000. He's had a really good season. He's been the best pass rusher for Washington this year. Then we go to the offense with Zach Ertz. Zach Ertz makes $250,000 if he achieves 9 or more receptions. He needs to get over the 70 mark for the season. Right now, he's sitting at 61. I will say 9 receptions for Zach Ertz does seem very, very high, like astoundingly high. But you never know. He also gets another $250,000 if he has 90 or more receiving yards, which would get him over 700 receiving yards. So there's a stipulation in his contract. He gets 700 receiving yards, he gets $250,000. Again, if Zach Ertz has 90-plus receiving yards today, Dallas's safeties are going to get chewed out on the sideline regularly. And then finally, again for Zach Ertz, if he catches 2 or more touchdown passes, he gets another $250,000. That would give him 8 touchdowns for the season. That, for him, feels like the most realistic of the bunch. Those are the financially driven incentives. I have 2 more non-financially driven, but your thoughts on the financially driven incentives and the possibility of some guys making themselves some extra dollars?
Good for them. Hopefully they earn it, because that would mean they're producing. I think it's for Ertz, it's impressive to me. I had no expectations for Zach Ertz this year. I didn't know what to expect. I wasn't sure until training camp that he was even going to make the roster. I just didn't.
I'm glad he did.
Yeah, I'm glad he did too. I just didn't understand. I didn't know how much gas he had left in the tank. He had a really strong camp. It was very evident, like from the day one, that him and Jaden had a really good rapport and connection. So happy to see him all that stuff come to fruition for him. It feels like the last month though, he's really been a big impact in the red zone, doing veteran savvy things. Still not very fast. Doesn't create a lot of separation, but just enough to be able to box out and use his strong hands that he has to make some big-time catches. I think he's going to be really, really important to this team down the stretch. He is right now. They're like red zone guy.
He is, especially the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
I mean, the way that Jaden is looking for him in the red zone, it's him, and at least as of last week, it's OZ. Yeah. OZ's getting himself open in the end zone. He had 2 against Philadelphia, 1 last week, so he's getting himself open into the end zone. And speaking of into the end zone, these are 2 non-financially motivated incentives, but they are, I would say, pretty monumental nonetheless. With another touchdown reception today, Terry McLaurin becomes the franchise's all-time single-season leader in receiving touchdowns. He's currently in a 4-way tie with 12. If he gets another one, that would give him 13. And if I pull up the NFL stats right now, Linnell, obviously Jamar Chase has been the best statistical wide receiver in the NFL this year, but Terry at 13 would be at the very least tied for second. He might hold second alone. If we look at it just right now, He has 12. Amon-Ra St. Brown has 12. So Amon-Ra might catch another touchdown tonight because this dude gets all the targets.
Yeah.
Amon-Ra St. Brown's been targeted 29 more times than Terry McLaurin has this year. But if Terry catches one more touchdown, that would give him 13 for the season. Just for context, he entered this year, I think, with about 25. So you want to talk about really going hard this year for 25 for a career. Yeah, I mean, really going hard this year. That would be that. On top of that, now this one is a little bit more of a stretch, but if he has 160 receiving yards, he did have 100 the last time the Commanders played the Dallas Cowboys, thanks largely to that 86-yarder at the tail end, which if you missed that reaction, it's on YouTube somewhere. It's me and Linnell losing our minds because we thought it was the second Hail Mary. But if Terry goes over $160, he sets a new career high in receiving yards. His previous career high, his current career high, is 1,191 that he set in 2022.
Yeah, he's in need of a big game today based on how last week went, but I think big picture, really strong season for him. We were talking about it during the week. Like, he's established himself as a legit top 10 guy in the league. I still think his numbers are even more impressive than some of the other top guys because of the lack of targets. And I don't know if you heard Cliff Kingsbury's press conference on Thursday. Like, pretty awkward about how he doesn't get Terry the ball and how he's not targeted. It was a. I would love to. We can work on that during the break, maybe. I would love to hear your reaction to that. I'm not sure if others caught it. Pretty much said like we don't target Terry enough. He's not like the focal point of our offense, which is alarming.
It is alarming, but they've been consistent with that all year, which maybe that is also alarming.
Either way.
Did he say my favorite bit of the defense dictates the targets?
No, he just said we've got to do a better job getting him the football. He's not really a focal point. So for him to put up those numbers with the lack of targets, like, is impressive. He was basically speaking what we say a lot. I just think, for Terry, happy for him. I think he deserves what he's getting. He gets billed as this guy, and he is this guy. I'm not saying that like they're lying about him. He is billed as a guy who is not selfish, not a diva by any stretch of the imagination. Watching Jayden Daniels mic'd up this past week.
I was going to ask if you saw that. It was
the amount of times he had to keep, telling Terry, like, stay with it. Like, is impressive leadership by Jayden. And also kind of speaks to Terry being a human. You damn right you're frustrated. A.J. Terrell's got you in a damn seatbelt, and they're not really doing much to move you around and get open. Like, yeah. I think he's in need of a big game based off of how the last Dallas matchup went. And just because of last week, he just wasn't really impactful.
He's still in search of the elite game. He's never had an elite performance. I'm talking like $153 touchdowns. If he has something like that today, that would cement his all-pro status. Because 2 weeks ago, I thought he was a guaranteed all-pro. But then because of that matchup against Atlanta, where he has one reception for 5 yards, everybody else has caught up to him in a lot of different statistical categories. I mean, he's 17th right now in terms of receiving yards. Now, you mentioned it, and Cliff Kingsbury apparently mentioned this as well. They don't target him, like, at all. It's kind of embarrassing, the lack of targets that Terry gets. Like, just for comparison, he has 12 touchdowns. The leading touchdown receiver right now is Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase also has 700 more yards than Terry does, but he's also been thrown to 70 more times. I mean, like, legit, the amount of targets that Jamar Chase has had. Now, he did play his 17th game yesterday compared to Terry's 16.
Yeah.
But regardless, Jamar Chase has gotten 175 targets compared to Terry's 105.
That's unbelievable. Honestly, the numbers don't even sound real.
And he has 50 more receptions than Terry does, 127 to 74.
I mean, it makes sense when you consider the targets share. That's the one thing I don't get. Like, why can't Terry be the guy in the slot? Like, they don't move him around enough, and it's still a major gripe of mine. I don't know why they don't move him around. The other thing is, and maybe I need to slow down on Cliff. In order to move Terry around, guys have to learn the other positions too. And I think it's something that we maybe take for granted. There are a lot of plays in the NFL playbook, and sometimes when you switch things up or you substitute, guys don't know what they're doing. Case in example, Chris Rodriguez on Sunday night. If you watch Jayden Daniels mic'd up, Jayden Daniels literally told him before the play, you're the lead blocker on this play. He had no clue what he was doing. Like, that's just – we don't know all the ins and outs and how well-versed these guys are in the playbook. And I think that does dictate decision-making in terms of, like, where guys line up and things of that nature. But bigger picture point, They got to get Terry the damn ball.
They got to get Terry the damn ball. Let us know what you think Terry's going to do today. That's what I want to hear from the listeners. If you're watching on YouTube, you can comment. We're on both 1067 and the Team 980. You can also tweet us as well. If you're watching, you see the Twitter handles. If you're not, at the Denton Day, at NELL_BTP. Are you expecting a big game from Terry McLaurin today? If you're not, then who are you expecting a big game for as Washington looks to clinch their 12th win and clinch the 6th seed in the NFC? We'll get Kevin Sheehan's thoughts on who he's expecting to go for a big performance today. Kevin Sheehan of the Kevin Sheehan Show is going to join us when we get back. Don't go anywhere. It's Burning Gold pregame live with Denton Day and Linnell Willingham. Who do you think has the best game today for the Commanders? You can tweet us at the Denton Day at NELL_BTP. It is the Burgundy and Gold pregame show, the final one of the regular season, but we get to do this again next week. It's just a question of 6 days from now, 7 days from now, maybe 8 days from now if they place the Commanders on Monday Night Football. The official list of inactives just released by the team. No KJ Osborne. I swear, if Luke McCaffrey does not get that damn touchdown today, I'm going to be furious. No KJ Osborne. No Jeff Driscoll. He's going to be the emergency third quarterback. Quan Martin is out with an illness. No Marshawn Lattimore. That was expected. We knew that was going to be the case earlier this week. No Jordan McGee. No Tyler Biotish. And no Corn Lucas. So more changes on the offensive line. It'll be Dieter at center. And it'll more like, Wiley's back. So he'll be playing his usual tackle spot. Let's head out to the phone lines now. Our guy Kevin Sheehan is good enough to join us. He's the host of the Kevin Sheehan Show every Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. To 1 p.m. Eastern time. Kevin, we appreciate you making some time for us and taking a break from looking at all the weather models for the snow we're going to get over the next couple of days. What are your expectations today? We've seen this Dallas team once already. It did not go well. Do you think the team bounces back from that previous effort?
By the way, how would you feel if you got your anytime touchdown on McCaffrey on a kickoff return?
Hey, it's as long as it cashes, I am all for it.
So.
Yeah. I want them to win today. I don't want to go to Philly. I'd be fine if they went to Philly. It's not, it's not for us to fear or not fear it. The players won't fear going to Philly, but I'd love to see a game in LA. I don't think we'll get that one. We'll probably be at Tampa, next Saturday night or Sunday at some point, I'm guessing. But I want to see him play well today, and I want to see him win the game and lock down that 6 seed. And I think they can. For me, I'd really like to see an improvement in stopping the run. Rico Dowdle's got 4 100-yard-plus games in his last 5. Who is Dallas going to start a quarterback today? Do we know that?
I think it's Trey Lance. I think it's going to be Lance.
So he'll be involved in the run game as well. And last week was a total S show in the first half. If Atlanta had had the ball any longer, they would have rushed for 200 yards and a half. And it was ugly, and that's their biggest, flaw heading into the postseason. And the Bucs can run it with Bucky Irving. The Rams can run it with Kyron Williams. Obviously, Philadelphia can run it. They've got to figure out how to be more consistent in stopping the run without putting 9 and 10 in the box. So Dallas will try to run the football today, so it'll be a good test defensively against a team. You never know how these games get played by an opponent that's got nothing to play for, but I'd like to see improvement there.
Yeah, for sure. I think, we've been talking about it for a while now, the concerns we have with the run defense. On the flip side, positive note, Washington gets Eckler back this week. What are you expecting from him, and how big and significant is his addition and return to the lineup for the postseason?
I think it's huge, Linnell. I think we've talked about this a couple of times in the last month. I think they've missed him a lot. And I'm not saying that all of the lack of running back yards rushing is because he's not there, but I think the dynamic playmaking ability he's had as a runner, as a pass catcher, by the way, as a kickoff returner, has been missed by this team, and it's going to be great to have him back. I can't imagine he's going to be out there a lot today, probably just enough for him to get back into some rhythm and then get him ready for next week. But I'm excited about him being back. I think of the players that have missed, offensively, Noah Brown, Eckler, Diami, with the game. I think he's been the most missed. Look, there was a time in October, mid-October, where I think all of us would have agreed he was the second best player on the team behind Jaden Daniels with the way he was playing at that time. I hope he's healthy. If he is, that's a really big add heading into the postseason.
Are you surprised that he's coming back today and not holding him until the wild card round?
A little bit, yeah. They must want to see something. He must feel like he wants to get out there and get comfortable, but I can't imagine he's going to be out there a lot. But, yeah, I was a little bit surprised that it was this week rather than waiting for next week.
No Marshawn Lattimore once again this week. Dan Quinn talked about it, saying he's liking what the speed looks like, and seems like he's got a real shot for the wild card round. When he was asked this week, or Joe Witt rather, when he was asked this week how they would handle that cornerback spot opposite Mikey Sainristil, still talked about a rotation of guys. I know Bobby Price was called up to the active roster last week. Mike Davis was clearly exposed once again for why he should not be. In my opinion, maybe on the NFL roster. I just don't think he's a good player at this point in his career. But the bigger picture to me is the fact that Benjamin St. Juste has still not been able to get out of the doghouse. Do you look at him today as a guy that maybe can build some confidence in himself and hopefully have the team have some confidence in him if he's needed to be inserted into the lineup in a pinch?
Well, I think first and foremost, you just hope Lattimore's back next week and healthy because they'll need him. I don't really need to see 24 out there anymore, Mike Davis. So give me Benjamin St. Juste today, and let's get him some confidence. No CD Lamb, so you don't have that to deal with. You've got a quarterback that's going to be probably more of a threat as a runner if it's Trey Lance. But you're going to need St. Juste to play today and to get some confidence heading into the postseason if Lattimore's compromised, because I do think that's the way they should go if Lattimore's not 100% for the playoff game. Like you, I think I've seen enough of 24 Michael Davis at this point, and I've never been the Benjamin St. Juste, take him for what he is. He's probably a third corner in the NFL. Yeah. He's a number 2 corner on not a good team, defensively that lacks corners. But he is there more often even when he doesn't make the play. There's something about him that I cheer for because I've seen, enough over the last few years to think that he can do it. But I think it could be as much a confidence issue as anything else right now.
Kevin Sheehan of the Kevin Sheehan Show is with us here on the Burgundy and Gold pregame show with Denton Day and Linnell Willingham. Kevin, one of the conversations we had in the beginning portion of the show was surrounding Terry McLaurin. He didn't play well against Atlanta, only 1 reception, 5 yards. Most of us, I don't know if you've watched this, but most of us watched the Jaden Daniels mic'd up thing where Jaden was constantly encouraging him. I mean, Jaden's a leader. What are your expectations for Terry today? He played well against Dallas last time, but a lot of the yards, he did surpass 100, came off of that 86-yard bomb that we thought was going to be a potential game-tying touchdown.
I don't know what to make of last week, and I watched the mic'd up stuff too, and I was surprised that Jaden felt Terry needed that much sort of massaging because he wasn't getting the ball. They targeted him 7 times, and they were just a little bit off. A couple of those were catchable, a couple of those weren't well thrown. They're going to need him. I mean, I think we all know that, and they're going to need him to have a 7 to 10 target game next week, and him to have 6+ catches in the game and be an impact. Now we say that, and it's like they can turn the ball over 5 times against Philadelphia. They can have 13 penalties in a game against Atlanta with Terry catching 1 ball for 5 yards, and they won both of those games because they've got Superman at quarterback. So they can overcome almost anything. But, man, it would be easier if, the connection is back next week against either Tampa, L.A., or God forbid, Philadelphia. Not God forbid, but that would mean they lose today. So I'd like to see it because he's, a big-time weapon. As we've been watching a lot of football here over the last couple of weeks, man, it would be nice to see number 5 from Cincinnati, T. Higgins. He wouldn't be number 5 here. Yeah. But, man, can you imagine T. Higgins with Terry? Because Higgins is a true number 1 as well, with maybe the best hands in football. So, Terry doesn't benefit right now on this team because there isn't a true number 2. Be nice to get him one next year.
Yes, it would be. Kind of seems like it's a luxury as you think about what
Sure.
Jaden's been able to do with the other guys. We'll have the offseason conversation when the offseason gets here. This pass rush last week, I thought Kevin was impactful at times. Joe Witt Jr. blitzed 34% of the time, right around their season average, a little bit higher. When you look at this pass rush and how they're getting geared up for the postseason, John Allen's return last week led to a Dorrance Armstrong strip sack. Your confidence level in this pass rush and what you think about that group as a unit heading into the postseason?
Yeah, it was a little bit higher, I think, than the average of 32% this year, which is like top 10 in the league. Man, you just reminded me of something. God, I would love to see the two veterans defensively. And I'm not talking about the, veteran additions in the offseason, Bobby Wagner, et cetera. I'd love to see John Allen and Daron Payne become a force over the next couple of weeks, assuming they've got more than just 2 weeks left, which would be nice because they can have an impact both against the run and as interior pass rush guys. I mean, think about, a Baker Mayfield or a Matt Stafford. If you can get some interior pass rush, it's time for those two guys to step up. John, I thought, played pretty well last week. Yeah. Duran's really been up and down this year. And they're going to need both of them. And they're going to need Fowler Jr., and they're going to need Luvu, and they're going to need Dorrance Armstrong and Cleveland Farrell healthy, too, with some of the pass rush ability that they have. But, two veterans, they've actually played in a playoff game. It was a COVID game against Tampa, but it would be nice. And, by the way, they got shredded, if you recall, by Tampa in every way, shape, and form in that game. But be nice to see them really step up and be a factor next week.
All right, Kevin, who wins? Does Washington get their 12th win of the season?
Yeah, I think they do. But if they can't stop the run and Dallas plays the way they've played the last month and a half, starting with the Washington game here, they've been very competitive. Even the game last week, guys, I went back and watched the condensed version. It was 41-7, but Dallas moved the ball against Philadelphia. They just turned it over 4 times. Yeah. And Dowdle had 100-plus yards again. I wouldn't be surprised if this is a 24-17, 24-19 kind of a game. But I'll pick Washington to win it to get to 12-5.
Doesn't even sound real, Kevin. Holy
I know.
Holy cow.
That's why I said it slowly.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that I was saying it correctly. But yes, if they win today, it's 12 wins for our Washington football team.
Kevin, appreciate it as always.
Thanks,
Let's hope that is the case, and we are celebrating on a very snowy Monday morning tomorrow.
All right, I'll talk to you in the morning, then.
All right, that is Kevin Sheehan. You can hear him on the Kevin Sheehan Show breaking this one down 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern Time every Monday through Friday. He will have his game take following this one tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's going to be that and snow. A lot of snow.
You crashing here tonight?
No, not a chance. Not a chance.
Maybe just the Kevin Sheehan Show.
They got Metro, and I can drive at least somewhat decently in the snow. If D.C. doesn't pave the roads knowing that this is coming, we got to have a different conversation.
You know that D.C.'s worried about the stadium. Bro.
We got to have a different conversation. Yeah, pay the roads, and someone else will pay for the stadium. All right, when we get back, we'll give you our Baldino's Lock and Key player to lock in on. Craig Hoffman's going to join us at the top of the hour to preview this matchup with Dallas as Washington looks for their 12th win of the season and potentially clinching the 6th seed in the NFC. Don't go anywhere. It's Burning Gold pregame with Denton and Linnell Willingham. we knew this was going to be the case, but it is official. Craig Hoffman with us in 8 minutes. That we also knew was going to be the case. But Trey Lance is going to start for Dallas today. Jane Slater reporting that. This is going to be Trey Lance's first regular season start since week 2 of 2022 when he was injured with the 49ers. The tweet from Jane Slater says, "Raw is a word used a lot around here, but I'm told they love his athleticism. Footwork and offense and trying to get him meaningful reps have been the biggest challenges here." There's some other stuff there,
They should
but
be in. Look,
he's still raw.
I mean, dude. So
He's like a 5-year NFL vet at this point.
yes, but you got to think about his collegiate story. He didn't play a lot of games in college.
I know. That's
he
why
played
I
more
was
games
stunned.
in high school than he did in college.
That's why I was stunned that Kyle Shanahan wanted to get him, and I was stunned that Dallas went for him.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, the rumor out there in San Francisco is that, you know, we don't know who wanted Trey Lance for real. But I think
It feels like a cop out.
yeah, I know. No one wants to be responsible for that mess. But I think for him today, I worry about it. Adds another layer to Washington's defensive game plan because you got to stop a running quarterback. Like, you have to account for him. I think it makes life easier for Dowdle. But from Dallas's perspective here, real quick, they would love if he can somehow prove himself to be a good quarterback, because you can't tell me that they're okay with the money they handed out to old Dakota Rain Prescott and the lack of games that he's available for and the inability to elevate his teammates. They are one of those teams that I think may be in the business of doing the old Bo Nix, Michael Penix bit, where it comes to getting a guy in there on a cheap contract to unseat the current overinflated starter. I don't know. But
Well, I hope they're not going to try that with Trey Lance.
he's got traits.
I mean, he has
traits.
career 819 passing yards on 61 completions with 5 touchdowns and 4 picks.
Dude, in that preseason game, I think it was Danny Moore. Whoever he threw the touchdown to, the kid from the SMU guy. I think it was Fed Families that preseason. Trey Area. I know you remember that call.
I mean, if you're going
Trey
back to the
Area
preseason is the why. I mean,
Danny Gray, I think, is who it was.
This dude's been in the league for 40 years.
Yeah.
I know that first-round picks have redemption windows. My fear is that Washington reopens his because no one else outside of Dallas is going to take him, at least on a contract.
He'll be in the league for a while. There are guys that buy the traits. I think he can whip it. He's got an arm. He's just raw, like they say, and it's hard to get unraw when you don't play a lot.
It's hard to get cooked, I guess.
Yeah, it's hard to get cooked when you don't play a lot. So I get it. I still continue to believe, man, that he's got tools. I actually looked at him starting today as like worst case scenario for Washington, because you have to when you think about Washington's issues stopping the run, they only get compounded when you.
I would sell out to stop the run. If Trey Lance is going to beat you with his arm, let him beat you with his arm.
Can you imagine Brandon Cooks taking the top off?
I mean, if that happens, though, there's a lot of other issues that you're going to have as you look at the postseason, no matter who you foul. Like, I don't care who you face. If Trey Lance is going to slice and dice you in the back end, that's a problem. I'd stick 8 guys in the box and say, you're not going to RPO us or scramble us to death here. And speaking of that, cooked, raw, scrambling, locking in. Our Baldino's Lock and Key Player 2 Lock In On is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. It's your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Visit baldinos.com. For you, Linnell, who is your player 2 Lock In On?
I had thought about this for a while, and I was having a hard time settling on one guy, per usual. But I'm going to say my guy to lock in on, it's going to be Mikey Samers still. I think last week the secondary kind of got beat up a little bit in some key spots. They were inconsistent just as the pass rush was. I look for him today to, in a big spot, get some confidence going for the postseason, because he got turned inside out a couple of times by Drake London. And I think he's the guy that when he's flowing well and playing well and talking and confident, I think the defense plays better. I'm also curious to see, how many different ways they use him once Marshawn Lattimore is able to return to the lineup, because I refuse to believe that, like, when I thought of Mikey Samers, he could blitz. There's so many other things that they can do with him.
He's fast. He's
you
super
know.
fast. So you can
So
use him a lot of different ways. I do like that one. Mine is a guy that we've talked about a bunch today. It's going to be Terry. I think Terry has a big game today. I think he's been known as a Dallas Cowboy killer for a lot of years here. Really a Trayvon Diggs killer. He's not going to see Trayvon Diggs.
yeah.
Trayvon Diggs is thanking God for that. But I'm expecting a big performance from Terry. There's no way he's having back-to-back poor performances. And last week stunk. That was a bad performance from him. But the way that Jaden was hyping him up, the way that the team has been hyping him up, I think Terry bounces back today. I think we have a strong performance. Dare I say, multi-touchdowns from Terry to extend to break the record for single-season touchdown receptions in Washington history and then extend that record as well. We'll get Craig Hoffman's take on this game when we get back. And if you're watching us on the YouTube, you'll get to see Craig Hoffman. He's going to join us on the other side. Don't go anywhere. It's Burgundy Gold Game Day Live with Dent Dale and Willingham.
just down here, down in my smoothie, and next thing I know, I'm on the screen.
It's Burning Gold pregame with Denton Day and Linnell Willingham. The Commanders have an opportunity for 12 wins. They have an opportunity to clinch the 6th seed and potentially, well, not potentially, but to avoid Philadelphia if they do so. If you are a gambler, I do just want to point out, at least on FanDuel, that line has moved a little bit. It was 6.5. It is now 7. Small movement, but movement nonetheless. Let's welcome in our guy, Craig Hoffman of the Hoffman Show. You can hear it 4 to 7 every Monday through Friday on the Team 980. He joins us now to give us his take on this matchup with the Commanders and the Dallas Cowboys. And if you are watching us on the YouTube, you get to see his beautiful face with a nice hat on in his at-home studio. Craig, how are we feeling today? What has the lead-up been like for you in terms of storylines ahead of this matchup?
Feeling better because the hat's on, because my hair's a nightmare. And that's, just sometimes how it be. But I would say overall this week, feeling pretty good. It's a weird week, obviously, around the NFL. There's both so much at stake and so tremendously little at stake in some of these games. And then on the Washington side of it, we're obviously looking at that, that seeding being everything. And I think for the question for me is how quickly can you get up on the Cowboys, which they tried to do last time, right? They were trying to be incredibly they were trying to be incredibly aggressive, took a bunch of shots, and it kind of backfired. And if you can get up early today, well, their Cowboys probably go, hey, 1, 2, 3 Cancun, and they kind of punt on the game like they did last week. So my hope is that they are more methodical with their drives today. They get Jaden in a rhythm, they get the run game going, no penalties, just play clean, get up early, and then even if it's less explosive, you still get that score lopsided early, turn Cooper Rush or Trey Lance into a passer, and then hope the Cowboys kind of say, hey, we're just trying not to get hurt and get on vacation safely.
You mentioned Trey Lance. I think that was a pretty big development to me that he was announced as a starter today. It makes things a little bit more difficult and complicated for Washington on the run defense side of things. One adjustment they made last week in that second half, going 5 down defensive linemen. How do you think that helped Washington, and do you think it's something that we'll see maybe not early today, but maybe in the postseason?
I think you definitely could. I mean, I think that's something that's been in the plans all year, and we know that there were some packages where they wanted to get all 3 of those guys out there together, get Newton, get Payne, get Allen. I do think that with Lance out there, if you're talking about the quarterback run game, I don't know that Duran on the edge is the guy that you necessarily want being like the overhang read player. He's not. He lacks the mobility. Like he's quick for a defensive tackle, obviously, but you don't want him chasing Trey Lance out on the edge. But you can also use that package in like a 3-4 in an odd front, so like a traditional 3-4 kind of front, and they do play that sometimes, right? Where Frankie Louvu is on the edge, or Dante Fowler's on the edge standing up, and the other one's on the other edge standing up. So they do have some options here to throw at Lance that are kind of in their wheelhouse. I mean, obviously the first time around, Rico Dowdle had a pretty good day straight up in the running back design run game, which is something that's to that point had been a bit of a struggle for Dallas, but actually has been, I think, better than people realize for them. Dowdle's had a pretty good season, so I definitely think it's an option. And what I'll say, Linnell, is like no matter what their options are, they always will try every club they have in the bag. Both sides of the ball. Cliff will not just sit there and be like, we can't move the ball today. Let's just keep trying. Like, no, he'll throw out a trick play. They'll try out different personnel groupings. Like, they're going to try stuff. And I think that's the same thing that's true on the other end of it for Joe, is he's not going to just settle into like, I guess we're going to suck today. Like, no, they make an adjustment, and that's one of the adjustments that they have to make.
What do you expect in the back end of the defense to look like? We know Lattimore's not going to be there. Most of us have been very upset with seeing Michael Davis. I mean, we thought we didn't like Benjamin St-Juste, and Michael Davis got on the field.
I tried to warn you.
It was worse. So what do you expect today?
I tried to warn you. Nobody listened to me, Denton. Nobody listened to me. I would expect, well, I do think we probably see actually potentially more of Michael Davis with Trey Lance out there, because as much as we want to say Michael Davis isn't good at anything, that's actually not true. Michael Davis is a physical tackler. He can play up near the line of scrimmage. There's some plays in the second half last week where he's still out there where like he blows up Drake London, who's one of the best blocking receivers in the league, and shuts down some of the perimeter runs. So it's more than just like the Daron Payne on the edge thing. So if Trey Lance is out there and they're going to try to run the football, then I actually like Michael Davis as the starting corner opposite of Mike Sanders still. Now, I'm also being extraordinarily limited in my coverages. I'm trying to play a bunch of cover two. I'm not letting him be deep. I'm not letting him be isolated one-on-one against guys. Like I'm putting him in a very small box, but part of that box is his ability as a run defender. I think the other interesting thing is, like, I'm not misreading this, right? Quan Martin is inactive today?
Yes, he is with an illness. Yeah.
Okay, so what happens at safety? Is it Defoe and Chin? Tyler Owens is obviously out. That would have been a cool opportunity for him. Dominique Hampton has been fully converted to linebacker, so even though he's active, like it's not going to be him back there. Like
he's active today? Holy cow! First time all year.
Yeah, he is. Is it Revo back there? So like they've got to make some coverage decisions based off of multiple factors because they're missing their number one like middle of the field free safety, not to mention their best cover corner. And the guy who might be playing instead of that other cover corner isn't very good at covering. So yeah, a lot of cover two, man. And I would invite them to run the football and then hope that you play it well.
Your expectations for usage, I guess, here with Austin Eckler in his first game back?
I would imagine he gets a couple of series, nothing crazy. I probably wouldn't put him back on kickoff. Like Luke has done a good job, and I think he's more valuable on the offense than he is as a returner in terms of the gap to the replacement, right? The gap from Eckler to Luke is not huge as a kick returner with the job that McCaffrey has done. The drop off from Eckler to anyone else trying to do the Austin Eckler stuff is like OZ's done a nice job on some of that, some of the like the orbit screens and things like that, where he goes in motion kind of behind the quarterback and, catches a swing pass and gets upfield. Like he's done an all right job, but like nobody does it like Eckler, and you get treated differently by the defense as a wide receiver versus a running back. So I think making sure you limit his touches, not just enough to knock the rust off, and then let's fully deploy Austin Eckler next week.
Craig Hoffman with us here on the Burgundy and Gold pregame show on the Team 980 1067 The Fan. He is the host of the Hoffman Show. You can hear it on the Team 980 4 to 7 every Monday through Friday. Craig, it's no secret that Terry did not play great against Atlanta. 1 catch for 5 yards is not good enough. What are your expectations for him in kind of a bounce-back type of spot?
There's no way in hell he has 1 catch. That much I know. They're going to get him like 2 screens. Like they will get a jet pass. Like Cliff, every once in a while this happens, and it happens to a lot of other receivers, basically ones that are not Jamar Chase and CeeDee Lamb, who, CeeDee when he went out had 150 targets this year. Jamar Chase has something like up near 200. Like it is, I don't remember what he finished with after. Yeah, like it's crazy how much those guys are true centerpieces of the offense. But Terry is as close as this team gets, and Cliff had a great answer earlier in the week where he was basically like, we probably should treat him more like that. And I was like, I've only been waiting for 6 years. Not that I think he's actually Jamar Chase or CeeDee Lamb or the Justin Jefferson, who I think are in a class, A.J. Brown, let's say those 4 or maybe in a class by themselves. But he's in the next class. And so, like, every once in a while, you should get him a game like that. And I don't know that this is going to be the one. I don't know that you want to put that much wear and tear. 15 catches and 10 target or 15 targets, 10 catches, let's say, means he's probably taken at least 8 hits. So I don't know that I want to put that on his body, especially when his ankle's a little banged up going into the playoffs. But I do think, like, they will make a concerted effort in certain looks to get him guaranteed touches. And then can they move him around the offense in a way that also gets him advantageous matchups? Because that Dallas was the breaking point last time. Everyone talks about the Eagles game and what a good job Kenyon Mitchell did and how they rolled coverage that way, and it was just too easy for the Eagles. And that was true. But it was the Cowboys game that broke the camel's back. Like, that was the one where they're like, this is ridiculous. And Terry, I remember talking to Terry about it after the game, and he was straight up like, yeah, I'm like, not in a diva-ish way, in a very Terry way. It was like, yeah, I'll probably say something. Like, I think it's time. And sure enough, he started moving around. I don't think Cliff needed to be told that, but they were certainly all on the same page. And so I think that when you consider the week he had last week, ankle probably feeling a little bit better this week. Deron Bland, while good, is not as good as A.J. Terrell. and the safeties clearly are not as good as what they have in Atlanta, I'd expect a pretty solid day from Terry, although not a force feed.
When you consider, and this is kind of like a bigger picture question as I make observations around the league and notice how running quarterbacks impact the running back position. Have you seen Washington's running backs benefit or capitalize rather on the numbers game advantage that they have with Jaden Daniels this year, and how good of a job do you think they've done with that?
I think they've done a pretty solid job. I'll ask you guys, did you see Fortier's deep dive on Instagram or TikTok of the trick play stuff that he did?
Yeah.
I have not, no.
Okay, so for Denton and everybody out there listening
big TikTok
or watching.
guy Sammy Fortier, big TikTok.
Yeah, old Sammy TikTok. Basically, Sam went back, and Sam, of course, the Commanders beat reporter for the Washington Post, went back and looked at all the trick plays this year that Washington has run where Jaden is lined up as a wide receiver. And this is a good illustration to answer your question. I promise I'm not just going off on my own tangent here, Leno. Although, who could stop me? So Sam, says, all right, how's all the time that Jaden's lined up at wide receiver? Okay, let's watch how the defense reacts. And Sam's like, I think they might be setting up a trick play. I don't even know if they are. What they're doing is creating the numbers advantage, because you watch how defenders react to Jaden when he's running as a receiver back to a reverse, or you watch him on the backside of a zone read, which is a much bigger part of their offense, obviously. Or there's been a couple times this year where they've gone halfback. They actually did this last week or 2 weeks ago. There's a halfback direct snap where they then have B-Rob basically run the read option, and he fakes a handoff to Jaden, and you watch 3 defenders go to Jaden. They're terrified of the guy. And so those are really good illustrative examples of just how much defenses respect Jaden as a runner. But I do think in the general, just zone read, or even we don't know that it's not zone read, but Jaden carries out the fake, which is his job. You see defenders on the backside just kind of freeze for a second. And that can be enough to get through a hole on the front side versus getting tripped up, by the ankles as you fall through the hole. And so there definitely have been plenty of situations this year where that has been leveraged very well. I will say, I think running back has become a position that I look at this offseason, maybe a little more intensely. One, B-Rob's getting closer to being paid, and paying running backs is kind of, all due respect to the running backs, kind of a fool's errand, unless it's Saquon or Derrick Henry or truly one of the elites. And so knowing that's on the future or coming in the near future, I do think finding a more explosive, consistent, big play threat is probably a good idea, whether it's in free agency or in the draft, where you can get forget Ashton Genty in the first round. Sure, if you want to, if you think he's that special, but more so one of these third-round guys that turns out to be a 1,200-yard rusher as a rookie. It happens literally every single year.
I mean, there's going to be a lot of them too. Some of those guys at Penn State could be someone they could look into. We're talking with Craig Hoffman. Just a few more for you here, Craig. I want to give you a hypothetical before we get you out of here and your official predictions.
Love a hypothetical.
So I'm going to paint this picture for you. It's 28-6. Dallas punts the football away to end the third quarter. As we start the fourth quarter, who comes in at quarterback?
Oh, Marcus. No doubt about it. I think if they can even get to halftime up at 28-6, I would, and Trey Lance looks lost, I would heavily consider doing that. And there's precedent here. Dan has been able to pull Jaden into fourth quarters at times this year. And here, way back machine, everybody. 2015, last week of the season, Kirk had a couple of records to set against Dallas. Got him in the first half. Colt played the second half. So there's Cowboys-Commanders precedent history here, too. The rare good precedent history of the last 2 decades of Washington football. That would be nice.
All right, my pal. I feel like I know who you're going to pick, so I guess I'm not even going to ask you the traditional who you got question. Who do you think for Washington is the leading sack getter today? Random for you. Who do you think dominates up front?
Oh man. Didn't they put the C on Armstrong's chest today, didn't they? Let's go with the Dorrance Armstrong.
He has an incentive. If he gets a sack, he gets 250 large ones.
Wouldn't you get a sack if you had that on the line? Dorrance Armstrong, everybody.
Yeah, I'm furious. I can't bet Dorrance Armstrong to get a sack.
The props are weird, right? If you go on FanDuel right now, Craig, there's only Washington props. It's very strange.
Interesting.
It's very, very, very annoying. Craig, we appreciate the time as always. Looking forward to your breakdown of this one on Monday and your immediate podcast with the Take Command podcast after that. And hopefully we're celebrating a win. Hopefully we're celebrating the 12th win of the season for Washington.
Indeed, and I will tell everybody, we're playing Swap Your Paulsons today with Logan with the team down in Dallas. Grant's going to join me on the Take Command Instant Reaction Show. So that is live on YouTube at the Team 980 at 1067 The Fan and on my page at Craig Hoffman. We're going to go around 7:30, 8 o'clock whenever the 4 o'clock games end. So not only will we have reaction to the game, that'll be your first look with me and Grant at the playoff opponent because we'll know by then. And of course, if you're not going to be able to join us live on YouTube, it'll go into the Take Command podcast feed right after. So appreciate you guys having me. See everybody after the games for Swap a Paulson, and y'all enjoy the rest of the show.
All right, appreciate it, Craig.
Thanks,
Thank
Craig.
you. As always, that is Craig Hoffman. Again, listen to the Take Command. Swapping the Paulson sounds kind of freaky. But
well, I was going to say, I actually need to make an appointment with that guy, Craig Hoffman.
an appointment. What is he, a doctor?
He is a licensed football he's a licensed football therapist. There we
Okay,
go.
there you go.
Licensed football therapist. Hoffman's therapy couch. Hoffman's football therapy couch. Copay doesn't exist.
Thank God.
You get to talk to Anthony in the lobby. It's amazing.
Oh, perfect. All right, so Linnell's going to make an appointment with Craig during the break, and when we get back, we will give you the scenarios and games to watch and root for as it pertains to Washington. Plus, our window of opportunity, our keys to the game for Washington to come away with a win over Dallas. JP Finley joins us at 12:30. Don't go anywhere. It's the Burgundy Gold pregame show with Denton A. Linnell Willingham. It's a Burgundy Gold pregame show. Denton Day and Linnell Willingham with you on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. JP Finley is going to join us live from Dallas in about 10 minutes here on the show. Before we get to our windows of opportunity, Linnell, our keys to the game, just some scenarios and some games to pay attention to if you are a Commander fan. So the easiest scenario, if they win, they are the 6th seed. You don't have to worry about anything else. And you avoid Philadelphia, who you've already seen twice, and for my money is the most talented top-to-bottom roster that is healthy right now. So you want to avoid them if possible. I know there's a segment of the fan base that says, we should play them again. Shut up. Don't do that.
Yeah.
If you can avoid playing a good team or a great team, avoid playing the good or great team. Very simple. What happens if they lose is then you rely on Green Bay. Green Bay is playing Chicago. That game is also at 1. A lot of these games are in that same window with the exception of the NFC West showdown because they're on the West Coast. But Green Bay is playing Chicago at 1. If Washington loses to Dallas and then Green Bay wins, Green Bay is the 6th seed. They'll have 12 wins compared to Washington's 11, and then Washington plays Philadelphia. If Green Bay loses and Washington loses, Washington is the 6th seed.
Okay.
So there's that. Then it becomes a question. Hypothetically, if Washington beats Dallas and they are the 6th seed, who do they play? If Tampa Bay loses to New Orleans 5-11, Tampa Bay 9-7, they would play Los Angeles. If Tampa Bay wins and Los Angeles loses, it is Tampa. If Los Angeles wins, they play Seattle at 4:25. If they win, they play Washington they play the Rams. Is that easy to follow along with?
No. But
no.
I'm smart, and so are our listeners. We have this conversation during the week. I look at both matchups as challenging. Not impossible, but challenging. I think the deeper we've gotten into this year and the last 2 weeks and the way that boy under center has acted, talking about Jaden Daniels, and then watching the mic'd up, I just can't get enough of the kid. He's my favorite human being walking the earth right now.
He's up there. Yeah, he's definitely on the Mount Rushmore.
Pretty high up.
Yeah.
Or your Mount Rushmore of favorite people right now. Yeah, for sure. Like, I think with him, like we continue to say, you got a chance against anybody. But I think it comes down to this. I'd rather see Tampa for this reason. You're gonna struggle and have to commit extra resources to stop both of those teams' rushing attacks. Talking about LA and Tampa. And it's gonna compromise your corners. When you compromise your corners against the Rams, you're dealing with Puka, you're dealing with Kupp, you're dealing with Higbee. When you compromise your corners against Tampa, it's Mike Evans. It's the Mike Evans show in Tampa Bay.
Yes.
I think it's much.
And Mike Evans has been sensational this year.
Yes.
You also really want Lattimore for that one for things
I actually hope.
Extracurricular.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't get messy. I hope
those dudes hate each other if you are not aware.
Yes, and that montage keeps
like
circulating.
Full compilations of these two guys fighting
yes.
each other.
It's
over
the new Cortland Finnegan.
The course of seasons.
Yes, it's the new Cortland Finnegan versus Andre Johnson. They get busy. But yeah, I just think, and it's no shade to Jalen McMillan or Trey Palmer or Rakim
McMillan
Jarrett.
has actually been really good.
He's got a touchdown like his last 3 games.
Yeah,
so
he's like 5 in his last 6.
I loved him at UW. Like he was dog. I just feel like Tampa's the more favorable matchup. But even with that, when I look at Tampa, right, Big Vita Vea, boy, if you're badass and Cosme and Allegretti, Kalijah Cansey and Vita Vea and the boys they got up front is like their defense scares me more than the Rams does.
Yes, I would agree.
Because I think the Rams are the Jared Verse show. Like
so we'll have these conversations maybe after the show, or certainly this week when we find out the matchup. But what about today? How about our windows of opportunity, our keys to the game? They are presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free, no-pressure in-home estimate or at thewindowman.com's Fairfax showroom. What are your keys to the game today, Linnell, for Washington to get their 12th win of the season?
Very simple. Obviously not being facetious. One key for me today is going to be something that has ailed this group the past couple of weeks. Penalties. Play clean football. Don't screw yourself. It's happened. You go back to, I think, the Saints game. Really 3 straight games where you've had darn near 100 yards in penalties. So I think if you're Washington like that, that's something you got to clean up today. I'm sure Dan Quinn is, been very purposeful when discussing that. Against New Orleans, it was 9 penalties for 84 yards. Against Philadelphia, you had 90-something yards of penalties. Last week, it got better, but it's still severely
It was
affected.
not great.
So I think that's my first key is just not beating yourself. Last week, 13 penalties for 108 yards last week.
Including one that took a touchdown that would have not sealed it necessarily, but it would have made life really difficult for Atlanta if, as you called it, the snatch technique that Sam Cosmi was utilizing was not called. It was called twice, but it took an OZ touchdown off of the board. You and I are in the same boat because my first key was penalties. Okay. You can't keep getting penalized the way that you have. And because now this comparison is relevant, you look like a Mike McCarthy team.
Yeah.
If you watch the Dallas Cowboys or the Green Bay Packers in the history of Mike McCarthy's coaching tenure, they're incredibly undisciplined. It's kind of where they thrive. You can't be that as a team. And that's kind of what Washington had been turning into over the last couple of weeks. You got to do everything you can to avoid sustaining drives for Dallas or ruining your drives, because they did that a lot last week against Atlanta, Philadelphia before that, New Orleans before that, when New Orleans nearly came back and won at the buzzer. You got to stop with the penalties. It's just the silly mistakes. Those are avoidable, and you got to avoid them today against Dallas and then hopefully moving forward as well.
And when you have those type of penalties, man, it doesn't matter who your opponent is. It
like
really,
when you play in the Freedom High School JV team, and you're going to allow them to move the football a little bit.
Exactly. Like, it really compromises, your ability to get off the field on third down. It compromises your ability to stay on schedule. And I think that's the big thing, right, as we know for Washington, to stand on schedule offensively. The penalties really, really muddy that up. I think when you really go back and diagnose them, maybe this is something that I'll take the time to do during my little mini vacation that I have this week. Going back and adding up the penalty yards, man. I'm not adding them up. Looking at where these penalties are being called, because some of them have been hogwash, but some of them are like, dude, you can't keep doing the same thing over and over and thinking you're not going to get flagged. So I just think they got to be sharper, better with their technique. I think they will be, man. I think they're going to come out with a purpose today, because remember how chippy that last Dallas game was, Denton?
It was.
Yeah. It was feisty early. Now, Biotish was in a lot of that. Dorrance was in a lot of that.
Dorrance was in a lot of that.
Yeah, but I think there's, because of the familiarity, there's a little bit of a rivalry starting to brew. Again.
Yes.
It's crazy that I'm talking about Cowboys.
Yeah, again. But it's been a dormant rivalry for a long time. There's been apathy. All right, key number 2.
Key number 2 for me, man, health. Come out of this thing healthy, man. Like, I think that's the most important thing to me. Even if they lose, if you come out healthy, I'm okay. Because next week is 0-0. Everything is for the taking, so to speak. That's my second key, is health, especially after last week, man. I was talking to my uncle, and he jumped off of the couch last week he's a Cowboy fan. He said, "Damn, I can't have nothing nice." So I'm just, health is the big thing for me with this group. Can they stay healthy?
Key number 2 for me: no meet and greets. No meet and greets. Michael Parsons, big fan of Jaden Daniels. I prefer him to not meet him today.
I like the way you put that.
No, big fan of Jaden Daniels. He talks about him every single podcast episode. He has his jersey hanging up in the back. I can't blame him. Jaden Daniels is pretty good. I prefer his biggest fan, though, to not get to meet him today.
Yes.
I don't want to see that one bit. If they want to meet in the offseason when Michael Parsons has a new team, because he's more likely than not staying in Dallas for the long term based on the money that he is going to command, that would be perfectly okay. But as far as today goes, I don't want to see Michael Parsons see Jaden Daniels at all. So block him. He's going to get moved in a bunch of different spots. I'm sure they're going to line him up over Dieter at least once or twice, just to kind of mess with the mental, mess with the mindset there. But I do not want to see Michael Parsons in the backfield hanging out with his favorite quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, don't you think he wishes? Never mind. I agree. We were talking about it before we started, man. Like, Micah really impacted that game. And that was his first game back, wasn't it? He really impacted that game last week, so I think that's huge. My third and final key for me is get the running game. Running game on both sides of the football. Stop it, and then get your traditional run game back going. I think it's huge, especially as you get geared up for the playoffs.
Yeah, especially for Washington's offense. I kind of am down on the defense. I don't think they're going to be able to stop the run at all the rest of the way here. But final for me, blitz Trey Lance's tail off. Yeah. This dude he is a raw quarterback. He's 4 years into the league, and he's still being described as raw. Blitz him. Blitz him until he beats you, and he's not going to beat you. So blitz him until they put Cooper Rush back into the football game. Whatever they got to do, just blitz Trey Lance's ass off while you have the opportunity to do so. Those are our keys to the game. You can send us yours on Twitter at TheDentonDay, at NELL_BTP. JP Finley going to join us on the other side live from Dallas. Don't go anywhere. It's a Burning Gold pregame show with Denton Dale and Willingham. Little over 20 minutes from kickoff in Jerry World. The Commanders with an opportunity to get win number 12 on the year, to redeem a loss, a bad one, against Dallas earlier this year, and to secure their number 6 seed in the NFC postseason. Joining us now live from Jerry World is our guy JP Finley. You can hear him with Brian Mitchell, co-host of B. Mitch and Finley, every Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern on 106.7 The Fan. JP, we appreciate you jumping on as always, my friend. How's the environment out there in Dallas? What's it like down there?
Hey, fellas, I'm on an elevator, so hopefully you can hear me. The environment here is thank y'all. Take care. You guys got me, right?
Yeah,
we got you. I mean, this is
all right. This is also your guys' fault because you were late calling this. Just so we're clear.
That is
vintage
my fault.
JP Finley.
That is my fault.
We appreciate you, buddy.
I was down on the field for this hit, and then I had to come up because you may not know this, fellas. Jerry World is an absolutely fantastic stadium. They changed the whole league by building this place, but they have the absolute worst elevator situation in the NFL. It used to be New Orleans, and now it's this place because New Orleans did a good reno and added more elevators. Anyway, the vibe here is interesting. Usually it's packed. It's kind of empty, but there's a lot of burgundy and gold, man. There's a lot of fans here. I think Trey Lance starting. Ideally Washington gets out to an early lead here, and this thing's just kind of a snoozer. I think that's the plan.
That's the plan. How well do you execute it is going to be key, JP. We went over keys to victory for this game for Washington. One thing that stuck out like a sore thumb for me with this team over the past month really is the penalty situation. 385 penalty yards over the past 3 games. It's got to be cleaned up. Dan Quinn was pretty, poignant when talking about it this week, like we got to get this corrected. When you go back and look at some of these penalties, do you think it's a fluker or do they just got to be sharper?
Probably both, right? I think it's not any one thing. I think you can go through and watch the tape, and some of those holds offensively are pretty questionable. I think defensively you've got players that use their hands too much and grab too much, and I don't think it's a surprise at this point. It's Week 18. We've been watching this, and when you've got they've also got hit with consecutive pretty bad crews, I would say. And I think one nice thing to look forward to in the wild card round is that the referee crews, it's instead of needing 16 crews, you only need 6 or however the math shakes out. And so you get rid of some of these really flag happy, like the crew against the Falcons throws the most holding calls in the NFL. I don't think it was a surprise then that you saw so many holdings. But that said, dude, the procedural stuff, they had 2 offsides in critical moments in that game, Samerstill and Deron Payne. That cannot be tolerated. That's not how you win in January, and they're aware of that.
JP, I was a little surprised that Austin Eckler was going to be good to go today and playing. I kind of thought they would hold him to the wild card round. Have you heard a number in terms of a sweet spot of snaps that we could expect to see him today?
Have not, and frankly, I kind of thought the same. I guess you want to get him some work, get some game speed up, kind of let him see the speed again before the wild card round. I'm fascinated on a lot of levels how they handle snap counts today. Eckler certainly because he's dealing with the injury, but even Jaden, should this thing get to be a 2-score game in the second half, and I was in charge, I'd be pulling everybody. I am not in charge. DQ's been very clear that they're playing to win and how intense everything is. But, I think if a result becomes fairly obvious, everybody should go to the bench.
Yeah, I agree. Don't want to see any fluky injuries before the wild card round of the playoffs. Jumping ahead to that real quick here, JP. It most likely looking like if Washington handles their business, it's Tampa or the LA Rams. When you consider the fact that Washington's going to probably have to commit extra resources to stopping both of those 2 rushing attacks, which offense would you rather play? I continue to say Tampa because it feels like it's the Mike Evans show out in L.A. You're going to have Kupp and Puka in man-to-man coverage situations with your corners. Which matchup do you think is, more preferable for Washington?
Well, Big Nell, you and I are on the same page, buddy. Yeah. I look at this. There's 3 possible outcomes, right? The Eagles have maybe the best roster in the NFL, 1-53, but certainly the best roster of the teams they could face. You'd like to avoid Philly if at all possible. I think the Rams have the best coach in Sean, and I think Washington has made good adjustments, but also just faced dumb coordinators that got away from the run in the second half. Each of the last two games against Atlanta and Saquon. Like, I mean, Saquon went for a $105 in the first half, and Bijan had 85 in the first half, and they just got away from them. I don't think McVay will get away from them at all. I think Kyron Williams would have a monster day, and I think with Tampa, Mayfield's been great, but he can be a little erratic. I think for Washington to get another crack at the Buccaneers, where this team, what they are now in the wild card rounds compared to what they were in week one is so dramatically different that I just don't see a way Jaden goes down there and loses again. And that's not really a quantifiable thing, but that's just
He's him,
my
though.
mindset on it. Yeah, it's just who he is.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Playing McVay makes me nervous.
Yeah, I hear that.
JP Finley with us for just a few more here. JP, we talked earlier in the show about Terry and his performance against Atlanta. Are you expecting a bounce back? Let's just say more than one catch for 5 yards.
Yeah, I think they'd love to get him this touchdown record if that's possible. I don't know though. Like it's a bounce back for him. The Falcons did everything they could to take him out of the game. I mean, they were shading the safety to him almost every snap. And yeah, I mean, would I expect that from Terry? Certainly. He's a great player, and I think Cliff will actively try to get him the ball. I'm really curious. I don't know if you guys saw any of the incentive stuff with Ertz.
Yeah.
I think it's all a little too far out for him to get whatever it is, 9 for 90 and 2 touchdowns or whatever. But he did just have 7 for 70 and 2 touchdowns. So who knows?
I actually wanted to ask you about Ertz, JP, because I was, loud and wrong this summer about potential impact of him on this offense. And really in camp, you started to see that, okay, he will be a focal point of this thing. I wasn't a huge fan of the signing when they made the deal in free agency. I didn't think he had this much left in the tank. When you look at how he's performed here over the last 5-6 weeks, specifically in the red zone with the nuanced stuff, using the body to shield off defenders and get open, how impressed have you been with him, and how big is he to this postseason run Washington's about to go on? Because I feel like his workload's only going to get ratcheted up here.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. His route running and his understanding of like angles with his body and the way he takes care of his body and prepares during the week. I mean, one, you couldn't ask for a better leader in the tight end room than Ertz with young guys in there, right? With Yankoff and Sennett and even John Bates. But certainly, dude, especially like they had lost so much. Getting Eckler back is a real boost for them. But not having Noah Brown, I mean, you didn't have Diami 2 weeks ago. He's good to go today. But, like, they don't have – I liked the Ertz signing, and I recognize a lot of people were like, he might be too old.
Yeah.
He proved he wasn't. They don't have a lot of high-end skill position guys. They just don't. Like, they don't have a lot of blue-chip skill position guys. The only guy that probably qualifies would be Terry. And then – whether Ertz is still there, he at least once was there and has been able to really turn it on. And, dude, in locker rooms, like when they see Ertz in that New Orleans game, do you remember that collision? He was really, really bleeped up. Like he was hurt and concussed. And for him to gut it out and play against Philly, that stuff matters this time of year. Like guys see that, and it's a willingness to push through no matter what because the other guy's doing the same thing. And, dude, let's be real. Every playoff team's going to have that, right? Like, it's not like Washington's the only team doing that and performing like that. But it still matters. It resonates.
Real quickly, the last time I should say, Zach Ertz had 9 catches for 90 yards. It was the same game where he accomplished both of them. It was against the Giants on December 9th of 2019. So those seem like a bit out of reach today. All right, JP, who wins this one?
It should be the Skins, and it should be a walkout. I think Trey Lance is bad. I think they should win by 2 scores.
You'd be proud of us. Neither of us have said the team's going to win by 50.
We haven't even talked about the
around.
score.
So we've at least accomplished that.
Did I tell Big Nell what Rosenberg texted me that time?
Yes. All
I'm
right, JP.
proud of you. Big Nell's admitting he's wrong. Nobody's predicting 50-point winners.
Well,
Big day, guys.
It's growth on the
we
previous.
still got 13 minutes.
New year, new you.
I was going to change in some capacity. JP,
Thanks,
we
JP.
appreciate it, man. Enjoy whatever spread they're going to have for you at halftime. Hopefully it's good.
Yeah. Nah, it's out right now, dude. I'm going to go get some roast beef.
I want some roast beef. That is JP Finley. He was good enough to jump on with us here on the Burgundy Gold pregame show with Denton Day and Lynette Willingham. You can hear him with Brian Mitchell as part of B. Mitch and Finley every Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Eastern Time. When we get back, we will give you our official predictions. Maybe we do predict a 50-point winner. Probably not, but you never know. And then we're kicking this bad boy off, and Washington's trying to get to 12 wins. Don't go anywhere. It's Burgundy Gold Game Day Live. It's Burgundy Gold pregame with Denton Day and Linnell Willingham on 106.7 The Fan and the team at 980. We do not have Fox's pregame show up here, Linnell, but Jay Glazer reported on Fox there is no pitch count for Austin Eckler today.
Wow.
I was under the assumption that there would be something, 10, 15, 20, 25 plays, something
Just to
along
keep it,
those
just
lines.
to keep it safe.
Just to kind of ease him in, but according to Glazer, there is no such pitch count. So we could see Austin Eckler a lot more than I thought. I would say if we see him a lot, things are probably not going well because you need him a lot. I think if this game becomes really one-sided, really lopsided, you take him out of the game. He's one of the first. It's him and Jaden would be the two guys that you take out of the game first.
Yeah, I don't know if I would have played him today, bro. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, if he's cleared to go, that means he's passed the concussion protocol. They're not going to throw you out there if your head's wrong.
No, especially not that particular injury.
Especially with your second major one of the year, right? Because think about the Cincinnati one, I think it was, right? Like, that was a real big thing for him as well. I'm nervous about it, though, man. I think you mentioned it. I think Craig also mentioned it. Get him off kickoff return. That's my number one thing.
Hey, more opportunities for Luke McCaffrey to touch the ball. I will take it.
I know.
Just get him that touchdown.
That would be my main thing, right? Is get him off kickoff so he doesn't take that crazy collision. But, yeah, bro, like, it's up, man. Him coming back is huge. And I feel like there's so many storylines we got to talk about because we're getting ready for the playoffs and all that. But, like, why do I feel like we just keep getting more and more evidence as to why a run is possible? Is how I'm feeling about it, bro.
Well, I would hope you would believe that regardless. But the past 2 weeks have been a very great sign that even if your defense is not up to snuff, which they are very much not, if you got a quarterback, you can do anything.
Yeah, up to snuff in this defense, don't vibe.
Those are very far on the graphic. If this is a Venn diagram, up to snuff in the Washington defense, not a lot of overlap in that one, but you got number 5.
Yes,
and it's very clear that 5 makes things very, very easy.
Which is why I think, like, if they could just come out and bludgeon Dallas in the running game today and not have to do much with Jaden Daniels and get him out of there, I'd be so okay with that. Because I'm telling you, last week when he got bent back, it's like my life flashed before my eyes. I guess the best way that I can. Oh my God, I'm frozen on the stream in this, like, it was a crazy position I was stuck in. That was wild.
So if you're not watching the stream, jump on the stream with us. 106.7 and Team 990's YouTube page.
That was wild. We're having a little bit of like a funky internet connection here. We're lagging a little bit in studio, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, like his health is huge. Last week was probably the scariest moment of the season. Like, that was terrifying, bro.
Yeah.
Like, so
that was up there.
His health to me is huge. I hope you can get him out of here. But to your point, and I guess the team's point, momentum is real. And I think going into the postseason feeling good about yourselves after mollywhopping Dallas, like that's the vibe I'm going for today.
Yeah,
that should be the goal.
That should be the goal. And speaking of goals, obviously we talked about this at the top. I just reset this a little bit ago. I'll give it to you one final time before we get kickoff. If Washington wins, they're the 6th seed. Doesn't matter what happens elsewhere. If Washington loses and Green Bay wins, Green Bay is the 6th seed. If both Washington and Green Bay lose, Green Bay plays Chicago the same time the Commanders play the Cowboys. The NFL does their best to put those games on the same time slot, so you're potentially heavily adjusting what your game plan is if one plays at 1, the other at 4:25, unless it's a time zone thing, which is something we'll get to in a second. If both teams lose, then it's Washington who is the 6th seed. Then the conversation comes, who do they play? If Tampa Bay wins and Los Angeles loses, Los Angeles is playing Seattle at 4:25, Tampa, New Orleans at 1. If Tampa wins and L.A. loses, Washington gets a rematch of Week 1 against Tampa. If the Rams win, it doesn't matter what happens to Tampa, Washington goes to Los Angeles to play the Rams. They're traveling either way, so it's either at Los Angeles, at Tampa Bay, if they are the 6th seed. But Matt Stafford is not going for Los Angeles today against the Seattle Seahawks, and Seattle has a lot of incentives with Geno Smith where he could potentially make something like $3 million today if he plays well.
Speaking of incentives, this is from our guy, Warren Sharp. If this is real, Jerry is the worst person on earth.
Oh, the Cooper Rushing is 100% real. 100%.
He's playing Trey so he doesn't have to pay out $500K?
Yeah. Yeah, duh.
That's so wild.
You think billionaires get rich by paying money out? No.
What a terrible
You make $1
jerk
billion
decision.
by not paying $500,000 out to a quarterback.
But brother, man, what a mean thing to do, bro.
Wait, were you really under the assumption they were playing Trey Lance because they wanted to
I
see
look
him?
at him.
No.
I mean, damn.
They paid Dak $60 million per year. They don't care about Trey Lance.
I hear that, but I'm like, I thought you at least wanted to. Okay. You know what? Okay.
No,
Okay.
not everybody is doing the bit where
Calling me an idiot. Jerry Jones, you suck. I mean, that's awful. Maybe he needs the extra money. He's got some lawsuits and some NDAs to pay off. I love making jokes about these owners that do terrible things. It's my favorite bit.
I mean, Josh, not everybody is Josh Harris where they want to see their guys hit milestones.
Josh loves it.
As of right now, Josh Harris wants to see his guys
he has no
hit
problem paying
milestones.
out those incentives.
Zach Ertz could get another $750,000. Dorrance Armstrong gets $250 with a sack. Dante Fowler gets $375,000 with half a sack. I have read some people online saying that Dante Fowler gets $1.5 million. No, his contract becomes worth $1.5 million. He has a 1.2 base plus an additional $375,000. Quick math, that's about $1.5, $1.6 million. So that's how that Dante Fowler incentive works. All right, Linnell, we're about a couple minutes away from kickoff here. It's time for our predictions. They are presented by Miss Utility. Remember to contact Miss Utility before you dig every dig. It's the law. Visit missutility.net or call 811.
Predictions?
Predictions. 50-0. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm going to be real with how I think this thing's going to go.
Thank you.
Washington probably wins 27-17. Rico Dowdle scores, goes over 100, but they turn it over in the red zone. Washington plays all starters the entire game because it's close until they have a drive in the fourth quarter that milks clock and gives them a 2-possession lead. Very specific with the script, huh?
Very specific with the script. I do not think that we're going to see all of the starters in the fourth quarter. So I think Washington wins this game by a margin that is comfortable enough to not play Jaden Daniels, Austin Eckler, and maybe Terry McLaurin in that fourth quarter. I'm going to go 28-12. I think Dallas's only points are field goals. I think Washington runs up 4 touchdowns, and I do think that Terry McLaurin catches one and then breaks the single-season receiving touchdown record that he is currently in like a 4-way tie with at 12. I think he gets his 13th touchdown. I think he has a bounce-back game, and I think he solidifies himself as an all-pro wide receiver this year. It's going to be second-team all-pro, not first-team, but I think Terry McLaurin makes second-team all-pro. I think he has a touchdown today to prove it. And I think Lil McCaffrey scores.
That'd be a big day. Hopefully, they're going to get Terry the touchdown.
They're going to get Terry the touchdown. They're going to do their best to get Dorrance and Dante Fowler sacks as well, just to pay that money out.
I don't know what they can do. They better go get the quarterback.
I don't think Zach Ertz is getting his incentives today. I have to admit that.
He may go crazy.
If Zach Ertz goes for 9 catches, 90-plus yards, and 2 tutties, honestly, double his incentives. Yeah. Double it. Because if he does that in a game that clinches you the 6th seed in your 12th win, double those incentives. When we get back, this thing will have kicked off. Washington on the road against Dallas. We're here every step of the way. Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live begins on the other side with Denton Dale and Willingham. It's Burgundy Gold, Game Day Live, Denton Day and Linnell Willingham with you on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. I don't want to pat myself on the back with negative things, Linnell, but I'm going to do it anyway because one of my keys to the game was to not let Micah Parsons get into the backfield.
Yeah.
Washington started with the football. Dallas won the toss, and they elected to defer, which is someone's finally catching on to the Dan Quinn bit. Jaden Daniels sacked twice by Micah Parsons on the first drive. It's a 3-and-out, and they punted away. That second sack was a loss of 9 yards in which Parsons was lined up right over Mr. Dieter, who's in for Biotish, and it went poorly.
Yeah, it went really bad. Concerned because concerned is a strong word.
No, it's not.
Makes me scratch my head because, like, remember what the conversation was all this week? If you listen to guys, they feel they got punked in that first meeting by Dallas. And for them, this offensive line to come out and give up 2 sacks and go 3-and-out on this opening drive, not favorable for Washington. Obviously, defensively now they're backed up because of the illegal blocks in the back. But, like, it was not a good start for the offense. We're getting some questions answered, too. No Quan Martin in this game. Is Derek Forrest as your starting safety as Percy Butler's also plays? Maybe they were going 3 safeties here. I haven't seen. Is Jeremy Chin in there?
They're showing the official lineups.
Jeremy
now.
Chin's not playing, so Jeremy Chin did not start this game.
No, he did. It's Percy Butler.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
So they're playing with 3 safeties then. Is that?
I guess they must be. That was the second down that you watched, so they must have been playing with safeties. Okay. They're running the football. Dallas is on their first two plays, 2 yards for Dowdle, then 7 yards. But on the 3rd and 1 where he picks up. Actually, they don't run the play. It's a false start. That makes it 3rd and 6, which is a much more passing, you would think a bigger passing down for the Dallas Cowboy offense. But you don't like seeing Dowdle already have 9 yards on 2 carries.
I'll be honest, it wouldn't stun me if they ran it on 3rd and 6. But, yeah, like, I think the Dowdle thing was real. We talked about the success he's had over the past couple of weeks. Like, oh, my Lord.
Oh, Lord have mercy. I mean, Trey Lance just finds a wide open Tolbert.
Jalen Tolbert, man.
I mean, Noah I is like 5 yards behind him.
Yeah.
If you're going to give, I mean, Trey Lance, I don't think is particularly great, Linnell, but if you're going to give him wide open throws, he's going to hit wide open throws.
Yeah, not a lot of pressure. They boot him out.
There's no pressure.
Good job by, I think it was Schoonmaker. Like, you can't let.
Is Armstrong losing to a tight end?
That's what I was about to say. You can't get blocked by a tight end, Dorrance. But
does he know he has $250,000 on the line in this one?
I was about to say, yeah, all you got to do is get sacked, buddy, and you're getting paid. I'm curious to see how this goes, man. Dallas has come out here and been lights out to start, man. They've marched the football down the field. This drive started inside of their own 10.
I mean, Trey Lance is having the best game of his life. He's 2 of 2 for like 60 yards already.
Am I gonna have to send out a tweet?
You might have to send out a tweet early. This is not the way.
Man to man. And he just got beat, bro. That's tough. Not a good start here if you're Washington, man. This is, especially when you consider what's on the line, bro. Like,
I mean, surely they didn't make the mistake again of, we're just going to walk the dog with the Dallas Cowboys.
You better not be walking your damn dog in Week 18. That's not what you do. Good teams don't move that way. Oh, my God. There's no illegal man downfield. He took a long time.
Yeah, it took a long time on an RPO there.
Yeah. I don't even know who we just threw the ball to. Brooks?
Yeah,
like, come on, Zach Brook? That's a deep cut.
That is a deep cut. That is a deep cut. I think we are going to get the illegal man down.
Yeah, it has to.
I mean, Trey Lance took about 4 seconds on an RPO, but Trey Lance is also playing like an MVP right now. What the hell is going on?
He's getting outside the pocket. He looks confident. He looks sharp. He looks like a guy that Jerry's going to want to keep around here, bro. I'm telling you. So they did call it. They had to call it.
They had to call it. You can't roll out on an RPO.
But dude, like, what's up, bro? I'm not feeling too hot about this right now. Like, this is not. It's not how you get ready for the postseason, man. I hate when they do this to me. I'm taking it personally. Like, I don't know. It's like there's more to Ron Payne at defensive end, by the way, too. That is a thing.
That is a thing, and he nearly wins a matchup on that defensive end. I mean, you got to do something to get creative.
Yeah.
To get guys to get pressure on Trey Lance. I mean, he has not been touched, it feels like, at all. I think Dorrance Armstrong is getting stonewalled by a tight end.
Yeah, he is not.
That cannot happen.
But, yeah, I don't even have the drive chart pulled up because I didn't think it was gonna be that type of day. so I would love to know or exactly where the drive started from.
They started from the 8. They've gone 5 plays, 70 yards, and they're knocking on the door of the red zone. They're now in the red zone because Rico Dowdle could not get tackled in the backfield.
I don't know what's going on here. I'm disappointed in the defense.
I do not love the bit that Washington does defensively where they decide to suck for the first half.
Yeah.
And then kick it into high gear in the second half.
It's not.
That is not enjoyable at all.
It's not a good bit.
There was a bit of a holding on Johnny Newton. Generally speaking, when I can see the inside of your shoulder pads, probably not a legal maneuver there by an offensive line, but who am I? You know,
I'm just stunned that. I guess it doesn't matter, right? Because it's only the first drive, and there's obviously changes that will be made. They just sent a corner blitz that no one got home.
Louvu almost just had a pick. Man,
have that, Louvu.
Louvu almost just picked that off.
You got to make that play.
You got to make that one. I don't know. He wouldn't have gone to the house necessarily, but Louvu, oh my goodness, man.
I couldn't believe it. So they sent the corner blitz with no Igbenogany and like just zero effort by him on the blitz, it looked like. But, dude.
Was this off of, that was a deflection from Duran.
Yeah. So Duran should have caught it too.
Man, Duran should have caught that, don't you? That's going to lead to a 34-yard field goal attempt.
So a nothing burger.
I mean, a bend, don't break kind of defense. If you remember that first matchup, this dude missed like crazy. He did not miss this one.
Yeah. So
that's 3-0 Dallas. But this is not an ideal way to start. You look at the drive chart. Washington's first drive, 3 plays, -2 yards, and a punt. Dallas, 8 plays, 76 yards, and a field goal, including 2 throws from Trey Lance, one for 31 yards to Tolbert, the other one 33 yards to Turpin. That is not the way that you want to start this. He has a 6-yarder as well. I mean, Trey Lance is looking like the best version of it. He's 3 of 4 for 70 yards on the first drive.
I'm stunned, honestly, at how well the opening drive went. But hey, it's what it is at this point. It's who you are. I don't know, just a little confusing. Just a little confusing. But hey, the one thing I would say, my bigger concern, right? The defense did what they do. We know what that is. 2 sacks on the opening drive, went 3 and out offensively. That's probably where more of my concern lies right now, Denton. But either way, doesn't it feel good that we're like chilling and know that even if we lose, we make the playoffs? I'm trying to temper my expectations because I know how these people are angry and just, they get on me all the time. I would be insufferable if they lost. But I would also understand the context of, I mean, you're still in the playoffs.
You're still in the playoffs.
Damn.
We get to do this song and dance again next week.
That means that's a playoff bonus for your boys.
That is a playoff bonus. However,
which means we're truly rooting for the team.
Yeah, we are truly rooting for the team. Well, first of all, the idea that we don't root for the team is asinine. This job is so much more fun when the team is good.
Exactly.
Like, so much more fun. But this is not a good sign when the defense starts like this against this offense with third-stringer Trey Lance, who is 40 years into the NFL and still being described as raw, with no CeeDee Lamb. Like, how that happened. Like, I know you don't have Marshawn Lattimore. I don't know if that really matters on that drive. Yeah. I know you don't have Quan Martin. That one might actually matter. We'd have to go back and look at some of those plays, responsibilities and such.
Yeah.
But you still aren't great stopping the run, and you give up some big plays. I mean, Dowdle is 3 carries, 15 yards. It's 5 yards per carry.
It's not very good.
That is not good at all. And then offensively, your quarterback got sacked a lot. Now they're going to start. This second drive, and please, for the love of God, just be better than the first drive. As long as they don't go 3 and out with -2 yards, I would suppose that is better. They're celebrating Michael Parsons because he has 10 sacks this year. He's the first 10 sacks in his first 4 seasons. He joins Derek Thomas, Dwight Freeney, and Reggie White. That's a pretty good graphic to be a part of.
Some damn good company to keep. I don't know. I'm learning as a fan, man. As we get older and our voices mean a little bit more. I'm trying not to overreact, but like, what the hell was the start to this game? What a terrible start to this football.
Not good. But when we break
that's all
and go away, hopefully it gets better. So we're going to swerve and bend this curve, and we're going to get out of here. Hopefully this Washington offense looks better when we get back. It's Burgundy Gold Game Day Live with Denton and Linnell Willingham. We are presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. It's Bernie Gold Game Day live with Denton Day and Linnell Willingham. The second drive has been better for Washington. Still not sensational. Terry McLaurin, at the very least, has a catch. He just missed another one, which would have been a huge gain.
That's a drop.
That's
a drop.
That's a little out in front of him. He got fingertips on it while diving. Yeah. But that brings up a 3rd and 15 for Washington at their own 41-yard line. They had been playing well, and then a holding penalty really deterred the drive that they had, and Jaden steps out of bounds for a loss of about 6 on a 3rd and 15. The offense really has not a lot going for them.
Completely discombobulated right now.
I mean, they had a screenplay to De'Ami Brown that went for 7 yards, or 6 yards rather, and then Jaden had a run of 7 yards. But outside of that, those are the 2 longest plays offensively. Terry has a catch for 5 yards. This has been pretty brutal offensively. Yeah. And I know they're going to turn it on at some point, but Jaden's looking at De'Ami saying, you got to go deep a little bit there, bro, so I can hit you over the top. They're punting again.
I mean, this is rough, bro. I mean, it wasn't going to be easy. I figured that much. But I don't know. Look, the bigger issue to me is, like, they look completely – I'm not happy with the defense bending, so to speak. But the bigger concern, as I said after Aubrey kicked that field goal, is this offense looks completely discombobulated. I mean, out of whack. And I don't even understand why it'd be so hard for them to move the ball sometimes. They can just go call quick game and move it methodically. But I think they're trying to work some concepts here. Like, they're treating today like it's a warm-up for the playoffs, and they should be. Just go win the game. That's where I'm at with it, bro.
That step out by Jaden is technically credited as a sack.
I hope.
He's been sacked 3 times in 2 drives. Thanks to that. Now, he wasn't actually tackled on that one on the second drive, but he stepped out behind the backfield or behind the line of scrimmage, so that technically counts as a sack. He's been sacked 3 times. 2 of them look like they were on Dieter. The other one, I don't know if that was a bad play call or what, but there is no life to the offense right now.
Lifeless.
There's no life to the offense.
AKA lifeless. But, at least we won 11 games. At least we're in the playoffs. You hear the sarcasm in my voice?
Well, like, there is one I forget who said it this week, but they've been throwing, like, unscouted looks at Jaden. So early he's trying to figure it out and kind of get into it. So hopefully that's kind of what's happening. But it remains to be seen.
I mean, that's a good excuse, good reasoning. But still. And by the way, Bears just had a 94-yard punt return on the Packers. They're up 7-0.
So that is something to keep an eye on. They're up 7-0. Right now, Tampa and New Orleans are tied 3-3. It is as simple as that. And, like, to be fair, I don't really expect him to be able to hang with Micah Parsons, but he can't. Washington back on defense. A false start's going to force Dallas to a 1st and 15 from what looks like their 5-yard line. They have to force turnovers. They had an opportunity.
They dropped a pick.
Then they dropped a pick with Luvu that led to 3 points. But as we have seen in other games this year, an early turnover builds momentum for your offense.
Yeah,
because it gives a short field to Jaden Daniel. By the way, Dallas already has 4 penalties for 24 yards. This is what I meant when I said Washington has looked like a Mike McCarthy team over the past couple of weeks, because this is a Mike McCarthy team. 4 penalties for 24 yards in 10 minutes is atrocious.
Yeah, well, Mike McCarthy teams also can punch Washington in the mouth and run the football and get 4 yards before contact. I'm so irritated at our run defense because it's all year long, bro. And I keep saying it every time I bring it up, I get told I'm overreacting. And
I don't know why
too
you
much.
expect it to change. I've come to grips with it. They're not going to be able to stop the run.
I don't know.
Because at this point, unless somebody has been hiding, if they've been loan sharking us, just kind of waiting in the wings, this team cannot stop the run. They just can't.
It's weird to watch, if I'm being honest, but you got to get it cleaned up before the postseason, though. Like, that's my thing, which is why, to me, playing your starters today mattered and was a big thing, because you need to build positive momentum. Like, that's your biggest problem. We all know it. Even if you can't stop the run, if you stop it in week 18, you give yourself more of more confidence that you'll be able to stop it in the postseason.
Well, that was an easy punt return for the Bears. My man is jogging half of that.
I hope. Yeah.
Dallas has a 3rd and 10 after a 2nd and 10 incompletion where it looked like Trey Lance's arm got hit. Hopefully Trey Lance's arm got hit. If not, that pass sucked. You got to get off the field here. And then you're at least winning the field position game. Dallas is at the 10-yard line for this 3rd and 10. You got to get off the field. They barely get off the field. That was like a delayed screen.
Yeah.
But that also became really close to getting an illegal man downfield with the way that screen was set up. But they get off. So they get 7 yards. They're going to punt this ball away. That's at the very least positive. You don't allow multiple 30-yard passes from Trey Lance to whoever on this Dallas team. So that's something. But now it's back in the hands of the offense. And the offense has been a tough watch so far. Again, only like 4 plays have been positive. The rest have been incompletions or sacks.
They hadn't been good. The lack of rushing attempts, I guess, is the one thing. I thought they would really come out and try to punch Dallas in the face and say, "Hey, we can run it. We're tougher than you."
They have one. They have one designed rush attempt. That's a Brian Robinson 1 yard or 3 yard carry. Jaden has 7, but I guess that was an RPO technically where he got the 7 yards. But that's really it. I thought they would have a nice field position situation. That is not the case because their punter boomed a 55-yarder. So Washington's going to start at their 28 as Crowder returns it for no gain. Got to see this offense, man.
They got to get something going on that side of the football. It's the slow start thing though has been interesting. I don't read too much into it because I think no matter what Cliff said, and he said this during the presser this past week, that no, it's not. We're not holding anything back for the playoffs. We're gonna just go balls to the wall. Coach speak. If you don't think Cliff is like hanging on to things for the postseason, if he's not hanging on to things for the postseason, then like it's not a good coordinator. Like that's not what a good coordinator would do. Not gonna lie.
I'm not gonna get off the Cliff train.
It's not that I'm gonna get off the Cliff train. I just think he's lying. It's more so what I'm hitting at, which is fine because all coaches lie.
Terry McLaurin making a little bit of history. He's one of only 4 wide receivers to record at least 75 receptions and 1,000+ yards receiving in 5 of his first 6 seasons. His first reception today for 5 yards was his 75th. He joins, you ready for this list? Brandon Marshall, pretty okay. Torrey Holt, Randy Moss.
Damn, good company.
That's a nice graphic to be a part of when that graphic eventually gets put up.
Good company to keep, and that's good. Terry, in the year that he's had, we've talked about it, especially when you consider the way he was disrespected this summer during list season. Like I'm geeked up that he's playing well. He's got to get out of like the Deron Bland blender though, because Bland kind of strapped him up last matchup. So did Terrell last week. So he was your guy to lock in on.
He was my guy to lock in on. Jaden just narrowly missed him across the field. That would have been a huge play on that second drive. So we'll see what they can end up doing. Obviously, we want to see them score. That would be very, very nice to put points up in football. Yeah. Helpful. Zach Ertz has an 11-yard reception. That's the team's longest play so far. That was on that drive where Jaden got sacked twice. So we got a lot of the sack yardage back, and then they got sacked again for a loss of 9 yards. As I had mentioned, Jaden's already been sacked 3 times. One of them was just him stepping out of bounds behind the line of scrimmage, which gets credited as a sack, but the other 2 were at the hands of Micah Parsons, who was lined up all over the place. They're really moving him around, which is frightening because Washington is with their backup center, who is not loved being matched up with Micah Parsons. Offense back on the field, 3-0 the score. We'll see if they can score some points, maybe take the lead. Don't go anywhere. It's Burning Gold Game Day Live. It has not been a good start for Jaden and Terry. They are very clearly off. On the third drive, Jaden tries for Terry on first down. He drops it. That's just a drop, Linnell. That would have been about 15 yards.
Yeah.
He tries for him again on third down after a miscommunication on second down with Austin Eckler, which leads to Jaden picking up 5 with his legs. He tries for him on third down on a slant, and he just puts it out a little too far in front of him. They're trying to get Terry the ball, but they are not succeeding in getting Terry the ball.
Yeah.
And they punt, by the way. Tressway has 3 punts in the quarter.
I mean, this isn't even fun. Like, it's everything. I'm on edge. It's making me think, like, are they not ready for playoffs? I think they are. But, damn. The offense is, like, the bigger thing to me. I could care less about what happens to this defense. I know they stink, no matter who the opponent is. That's just clear. But offensively, like, that is the reason everyone thinks a run is possible. The offense is the reason everyone looks at this thing as glass half full, not glass half empty. So for them to put up a stinker, not good. Not very good.
There were all those graphics after that Philadelphia game about Jaden and Terry together, how Jaden had a 140 passer rating when thrown to Terry McLaurin.
Oh, my God.
They just have a fullback. Someone just got trucked.
Damn, he just got ran over.
Yeah. But they had all these graphics up about how they were so good together. In their last 11 targets, 2 catches, 10 yards.
That's tough. Benjamin St. Juice just got bulldozed.
To be fair, I don't expect Benjamin St. Juice to be tackling a fullback.
That was nasty work. But yeah, like
that gets Dow's a first down too.
I'm not gonna lie. After watching the mic'd up, bro, I'm watching Terry's body language after all of these things, and like he's frustrated, but I don't know why. Like
someone almost got a sack on.
I mean, I get. Oh, hey, Dorrance. That was such a stupid, cute play call. Come on, Mike McCarthy.
He can keep that up.
And not that I'm rooting for it, but like
it's a little bit of an end around. It's like a fake handoff end around to Brandon Cooks that almost gets Dante Fowler $375,000 because he almost sacks Trey Lance, and then instead Dorrance Armstrong stops Brandon Cooks for about a loss of 3 on the play to make it, or 5 rather. That's the second and 15.
I'm low key a big Dorrance Armstrong fan. I'm like a little annoyed at his lack of production, but I think he's like got that. He's not sweet for it. It's the best way that I can put it. If anybody understands me, what I'm saying, he's not no punk. Not gonna go punk. Oh my god, that was scary. I thought he was about to hit a crease.
I thought Turpin. I mean, once Turpin gets a little bit of a space, you're in a lot of trouble. On the final play of the first quarter, they give it to Turpin, and he gets about 6 yards there. So that was a lot of the final play of the first quarter. It's 3-0 after quarter number 1. Washington has 3 drives. 1 first down, 20 total net yards.
Am I tripping that this quarter went by fast as hell?
No, you're not. There's just no scores. Well, there's no scores. There's no commercial break.
Okay.
Yeah.
And why is my computer doing this? I'm frozen again in a compromising position.
Because you get that's literally only your computer.
Okay, it's the bad one.
Yeah.
AKA the JP computer.
Not a good first quarter for Washington.
Hashtag bad JP.
First quarter by the numbers, Jaden is 3 of 6 for 22 yards. He has 3 sacks for 17 yards. That's not good.
No, it's not.
Jaden has 2 carries for 12 yards. Brian Robinson has 1 carry for 3 yards. That's 3 for 15 as a team. I mean, that's better, but still not very good. Zach Ertz has 1 target for 11 yards. That's the team's best play. Diami has 1 catch for 6 yards. Terry has 1 catch for 5. Terry's been targeted 4 times. On the flip side, Trey Lance has 84 yards on 5 of 7 passing. He had like 50 yards on the season entering today. Dowdle has 4 carries for 20 yards. As a team, Dallas is 8 for 32. They're averaging 4 a pop. And that's with a 5-yard loss from Brandon Cooks. So you take that 5-yard loss away, they were a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, like I continue to say, I expected that from the defense. I have no confidence in that group. They're mid. Offensively, though, I'm worried.
I am too. This offense looks completely bored.
And let's just be real. They didn't look too great last week against Atlanta at times in the first half.
No, they didn't look too great against Atlanta until Jaden started going crazy.
Oh, God.
Scores from around the league. Chicago up 7-3 over Green Bay. This is the first time since like week 12 that Chicago's had a lead, period.
I was about to say.
In a football game.
Things have not gone well for.
Caleb Williams is 2 of 2 for -2 yards.
What?
They have 1 carry for -4 yards, and then we 7-0 or 7-3. Special teams is crazy, boys and girls. I say that to say I would not expect that one to hold, just because they can't do anything offensively. New Orleans is up 6-3 over Tampa. Those are the 2 games that Washington is the most intrigued with. Another game is the Los Angeles Rams and Seattle Seahawks. That's a 4:25 start, though, so that'll be a little bit before we get anything there.
All right, Trey Arias back on the field. The second quarter starting randomly. But big third down.
This is a 3rd and 10 to start the second quarter. Washington has to get off the field.
They do. We're playing our guys, too, man. This is an interesting alignment. Dorrance Armstrong is lined up as an interior rusher. They run a game on one side, and that's a airmailed it. Holy cow, that was a high ball.
Yeah, he was way out of bounds. Thank God.
He was wide open.
He was wide open. So Washington's defense does the job just like we all thought they would.
Yeah.
That's going to be a punt. Brandon Cooks is like 5'10", and he had to climb the ladder for that one. But you are correct. He was silly wide open.
Bro, the last 2 weeks you've played Mike Penix and Kenny Pickett, and they've both stunk. And they haven't been able to make you pay. Trey Lance is not going to make you pay either. You know who will? Matthew Stafford, Baker Mayfield, or Jalen Hurts. Well, maybe not Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, Jalen Hurts. But the other 2 will definitely. Saquon is the one you're worried about with that other guy.
Yeah.
But Jalen Hurts maybe with his legs. So they're going to punt this thing away, and hopefully.
Oh my God! Oh, he hit him.
Jamison Crowder got interfered with.
That's what?
They call that a muff. Hold on a second. We're going to need to replay that one. That sure looked like Jamison Crowder was interfered with.
You're lying.
As of right now, they're calling that a muff on Jamison Crowder.
I got to watch these idiots celebrate like they did.
And Dallas is going to, if that stands, Dallas is getting the ball at like the 20-yard line.
How is he not interfered with? It was his own man? Luke!
It was his own man.
What the hell are you doing, McCaffrey? And Mike Davis always just around bad things.
I don't know. What is Jamison Crowder doing?
Just a traditionally bad football player.
That is.
I mean, he's always around bad things.
Your hate for Michael Davis.
What is happening right now? I'm about to start losing my mind, bro. We got the ball first, so the double up thing, get it out your mind. It needs to happen now. Whatever needs to happen right now. We're losing. They're about to score again.
They got the ball at the Washington 22. So what happened was Luke McCaffrey gets blocked into Jamison Crowder, who probably should not have been trying to return the punt.
He should have just let it bounce.
He should have let that bounce.
You know what? I don't even care.
And then Michael Davis weirdly tripped him. I don't even know how. And the ball hits Jamison Crowder's shoulder pads. Dallas recovers, and it's 1st and 10 at the 22-yard line.
It's that nonchalant young football team joint with me, bro. Like, what are we doing? It's just this looks like a group that's got their head in the clouds.
This looks like a group that's on some 1, 2, 3 Cancun kind of stuff. Not the group that's trying to lock the 6th seed up.
They don't want the 6th seed. That's what they said. The 6th seed.
The 6th seed. We'd rather go play Philadelphia.
They're like play in the cold.
They're like those nutso fans that comment on every stream. Well, you got to beat the best, so let's go to Philadelphia. Yeah. Hey, buddy, championship still counts even if you don't play Philadelphia. Exactly. Like I'm not rooting to go through Philadelphia if I do not have to go through Philadelphia.
Exactly. I will say seeing that defense for the 3rd time does encourage me. But I mean, our offensive line can't block anybody.
Oh, Trey Lance just got smacked. Did Dante Fowler get in there? No, he did not. Jeremy Chin gets credited probably for that sack. Dorrance Armstrong might get half. Dorrance needs 1 full sack for 250 large. He also got stonewalled by a tight end in the 1st quarter. Yeah, I'm going to keep bringing that one up. That bothered me immensely.
It should have. I was on either that Schoonmaker or Ferguson. You got to chip better than that on Chin. He was supposed to chip and release, and the chip was BS.
That sack is huge, though, so they at least puts them at a 3rd and long, 3rd and 15. Rather than they were 2nd and like 7.
Jeremy Chin's may finish with 100 tackles this year. That's all right. I love me some Jeremy Chin. That's one of my guys.
Can I get a turnover here? I mean, if they're going to get turnovers, they're just running the football. They're scared.
I mean, they're about to go up 6-0.
They don't trust.
Our offense looks like Maryland School of the Deaf right now.
Yeah, they look inept.
Bad.
Yes, they look completely inept. Although, in fairness, this wasn't on them. This was on punt returning and special teams. Special teams against Dallas always seem to suck. That is not a trend that I enjoy.
And it's not like there's some like really successful special teams unit that like shuts people down or whatnot, or makes people make mistakes. They're just, I don't know. This is annoying. You know who else this annoys me for? Cowboy fans. I feel for you because
I don't. Screw you.
Yeah, I mean Mike McCarthy's coming back. Look at how hard they play for this guy. Seriously, you think I'm joking?
He is coming back. Flags are flying. I don't know what just happened.
I mean, they just look.
Wait, there's no way.
If they hit I swear,
there is no way that Washington just gave them another shot at this. The kick was up and good, but
they're
flags
showing
are
Deron
flying.
Payne.
Oh, my Lord in heaven. It's on Deron Payne. We're awaiting the call. They're taking forever. But it sure looks like Dallas might get another shot at this.
I'm about to get irritated.
I'm already irritated.
What's happening? Why are we playing so sloppy? I don't get it. Like, this is the last 3 weeks we started off slow.
So here's the can this guy make the call? This ref is taking his...
Yeah.
Is he getting paid by the minute for this call? Lord, have mercy. Nobody has any idea of what is happening. I thought we had a good officiating
Oh, there was a
crew
fight?
today. There's a fight.
They're fighting? Fight the offense.
All right, we're showing a replay here.
Deron Payne. Look at Deron. Hey, what are you doing?
What is he doing?
You dumbass.
What is he doing?
Deron, hey, bro.
How can he be that silly?
You are, you childish behavior.
Like unless he was like touching you in a place where you shouldn't be touched, there's no reason to turn around.
He was finishing the block, like.
So an offensive lineman had the basically prom hold of Deron Payne, who then turns around and slaps him. Is he going to get ejected for that? No, he's not.
If Dan Quinn got any stones, he'd sit him down for a series. So that's 2 weeks in a row he'd have done some stupid stuff.
The field goal counts. Thankfully, this was after the play, technically. The NFL gets weird about that, but it's after the play, so they don't get another shot at it. But that's horrible. You want to talk about undisciplined. How do you do that?
I don't know, bro.
Like, this is a guy that's supposed to be the leader of the team.
That's embarrassing. If you want, what is up with him getting violent in Jerry's world?
Is that where they fought? I thought that was Philadelphia.
The scene of the fight.
He thought that guard was John Allen.
You know it wasn't John Allen.
He getting PTSD.
John Allen would have knocked his ass out if he would have hit John Allen like that.
Yeah, we've seen that.
Yeah, we've literally
we've seen that.
Bro. But am I wrong? This
being
is
upset
the worst start, and then they're doing. It's like it's a lack of focus to me. It's that penalty like kind of highlights it,
and it's everywhere.
It's
everywhere. It's
everywhere.
Coaching staff, it's offense, it's defense, it's special teams. There is not one guy that has played a great game today for Washington. There's not one guy Zach Ertz has made one good play. That's about it. Jaden has made a couple of good plays, but he's missed some throws.
What an unacceptable start! Like it just screams, "I'm not a focused football team." And then he's like pleading with, like, there's a conversation between him and Dan Quinn coming back. And DQ, I just don't look at him as much of a disciplinarian. Like, because I feel like he's like the cool dad that everyone just
He definitely hit him with a "what the F are you doing?"
He did? Okay.
Oh, yeah. He definitely hit him with a "what the F are you doing?"
Because I'm like, he deserves that. And that's fine that he hit him with that, because what the F was he doing?
Because what the F was he doing? You can't turn around and smack guys.
I mean,
and like he's like right in front of the official, too. I'm like, the guy is literally within arm's reach of you. If that guy ducks, you might hit the official. Like, maybe don't throw hands there.
It's quite literally not allowed to happen.
No, it is very much frowned upon in the NFL. Very much so. Yeah. Great news, though. The Bears are now up 13-3.
What's happening?
DeAndre Swift just had a touchdown. So they're up 14-3, or pending the extra point. Going to potentially be up 14-3. So something to keep an eye on. However, I would very much prefer to not rely on the 6th seed thanks to Green Bay losing to Chicago, and rather just go and play good football and keep momentum rolling against the Dallas Cowboys. The Commanders' offense is hopefully going to be on the field when we return. I say hopefully because they already have one special teams turnover. I'd really prefer them to not make it two. But the offense is in desperate need of something positive. It's 6-0 Dallas leads with 12:41 to go. The offense on the field when we get back. It is Burgundy Gold Game Day Live presented by Root on 106.7 The Fan of the Team 980. It's Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live with Denton Day and Linnell Willingham. Maybe you are like me. Maybe you thought first possession for the offense, second quarter, it's going to be different. New quarter, new me. You would be wrong. not much different. Washington started with the ball at what, like the 25 because they kicked it out of bounds?
I'm insufferable right now.
They had an 11-yard gain to De'Ami Brown, which was nice, and then
He had a great stiff arm.
A whole lot after that, Linnell. And Jaden's been sacked 4 times already by a defense that gave up 41 to Kenny Pickett and Tanner McKee. Who is Tanner McKee? That was last week, too. Something about Dan Quinn going up against the Dallas Cowboys does not go well for the Commanders.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with this, bro. Like, I don't got no explanation for it. I'm trying to, give them the benefit of the doubt. I mean, they're just flat. That's the best way I could put it. It's just a flat group. They're not protecting the quarterback. He needs to start throwing the ball away, too. That's another thing. Like, Jaden's got to get rid of the ball. He's taking some sacks that are, stupid. Get rid of it. Point blank. Now, I understand with him and the way that they're rushing, they're not allowing him to escape the pocket, so you can't throw it away from inside the pocket.
Right.
I mean, you can.
You can, but it's tough.
It's hard, yeah.
It's tough because then you get a legal grounding and all that sort of stuff. Intentional.
Yeah, this has just been, I can't believe it, man. This is.
This is like the worst version of the team that we've seen.
Offensively, this feels like week 1 against Tampa.
It feels like week 11 against Philly.
Yeah,
they just could not do anything. It also feels like the first half against Dallas the first time when the team literally could not do anything offensively.
They just showed Trey Lance's parents, and they look excited to be there.
Defensively, they can't play any sort of real coverage, Linnell, because they're so bare bones on the back end.
Oh, my God. Christian Watson in that Packers game just went down bad on a non-contact.
That's not good.
But I'm like, wow. It's pitiful, bro. I'm, stunned at what's happening. And it's not great analysis, but, the beautiful thing about this show is you're getting our reaction in real time. I love this group like my life depends on it. And in some ways it does. We're getting an extra check next week because of them going to the playoffs. I can't make excuses for this. I can't. You throw the division game stuff out the window. You're fighting for the 6th seed in the postseason. You're fighting for the right to host a playoff game if things break your way.
Potentially. There's a lot would have to break your way.
Yes,
but yes.
But it ain't completely out the realm of possibility. I'm just disappointed that there's just been stupid mistakes. They look flat. I don't. It's not good, man. And Dallas is screwing themselves.
Yeah, you want to talk about a team that looks flat. I mean, that is screwing themselves, not looking flat, because Dallas does not. But they just have their 5th or 6th penalty.
That's probably, yeah. And they're all up front on their offense. It's what's crazy. But they got a young group that 5 for 28. Man. That's terrible.
That's terrible. But watch us 2 for 25 because Deron Payne smacked a dude.
And that's not in a good way, people.
No,
he did not lay someone out.
No, he literally smacked a dude.
He quite literally open palmed a man.
Because he thought the man was trying to touch his junk.
And that's Deron, he ain't intentionally trying to grab your junk, man.
Real quick, back to Green Bay.
Yeah.
Jordan Love appeared to injure his throwing hand. Malik Willis is now in. Now back to our game. The Dallas Cowboys just false started again.
Dallas sucks. If we lose to this group.
I said on, I guess it was Thursday with you. Maybe it was Friday with Sheehan. I'd do Snow Angel shirtless if they lose to Trey Lance. I'd really prefer to not do Snow Angel shirtless in front of our building on Monday.
Oh, yeah, you did tweet that.
I did. I tweeted and I said it on air like an idiot. So I'd really like it if Terry McLaurin started catching some passes.
Yeah, you can't. You don't want to be
I know my Caucasian frame makes me look like that I do well in the snow, but I do not.
I don't know, then. I'm trying not to overreact because I'm learning in real time. It's 2025, so I'm trying to act different.
They called a timeout to avoid delay a game.
Good job, Dallas. This is embarrassing, though. I don't want to say it's embarrassing. It's only 6-0. I just am disappointed more so than anything that they came out this flat.
But it is an embarrassing 6-0 because you had an opportunity for a pick that you dropped. They shouldn't have had that second field goal, but
Your
it was
defense,
a turnover.
Your defense stood up.
I mean, the turnover right now margin is 2-0. Well, they're not calling that Jamison Crowder muff a turnover, I suppose. Yeah. Or no, sorry. They are calling it. We just didn't get a turnover with Frankie Louisville. I got my own head.
I can tell. You're watching this product. I can see why you're discombobulated.
Yeah, this feels like an acid trip.
I mean, seriously, though, this is ridiculous.
Hey, if that dude Diplo can do LSD on CNN, we can be experiencing an acid trip watching this football team on YouTube.
This is insanity, man.
This is a big-time second
Trey
and 18.
Lance stinks. People
Trey
are
Lance
open.
Is not good.
That's more of my, concern. It's like the last 2 weeks, Mike Penix, for whatever reason, not for whatever reason, pressure was on Penix, and he was, a little nervous because it's, playoff game damn near. Dudes are just
God.
Kenny Pickett was so bad in that Eagles game. Penix stunk last week, and now Trey Lance is missing wide open receivers. What the hell's up with the pass defense?
Well, they also stink.
The pass defense is top 10.
Yeah, but we know that top 10 is not a real top 10.
I mean, yes, it's not.
It's not a real top 10.
I'll tell that to Joe Witt. He loves bringing that up.
It bothers me maybe a little bit.
Oh, my
the coach
God.
cares that much about that. Oh, my Lord. Boy, Trey Lance is
just
not
gunning.
good.
He's just gunning it out there.
I mean, is that Turpin? Turpin is wide open down the sideline.
Set your feet and make that throw, kid.
Oh, my God.
And he's trying to dap people up. He looks so confused, bro. Trey Lance is like cosplaying an NFL quarterback, I'm convinced.
I mean, he is so wide open.
There are two guys that are behind our
and he launches that one out of bounds. He nearly decks a cheerleader like the kicker did.
Yeah. I mean,
oh, my Lord.
This dude's bad. That's what I'm saying. This ain't even no good warm-up for the playoffs. I know
Dallas should be up at least 20-0. At the very least. Jamison Crowder gets a big punt.
And why does all of the tackles seem like they're just so close to being illegal?
Yeah, how is that not an illegal tackle there?
Because we're not soft.
So Washington's going to get there. I think that's going to be their best starting.
Is Marcus coming
position.
in? Put him in. I'm joking.
No.
That was no shade at Jaden.
Do not put Mark.
That was not Jaden shade. It was a joke about how bad the offense
is. The offensive line sucking.
I get how that could be misconstrued. I'm going to relax. But what do you expect me to say?
We just need to do some yoga breathing. All right, when we get back, the offense is going to be back on the field.
We could kill the clock.
It's 6-0. Let's see if they can get back at it. Don't go anywhere. It's Burgundy Gold Game Day Live, presented by Rude. we were listening to the broadcast during our break. They mentioned that Jaden Daniels had gone to the medical tent. De'Ami Brown just threw a touchdown to OZ. He just dropped that. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. He was so wide open.
That was a hell of a play design, too,
Oh,
bro.
my God.
Why we so sloppy today, bro?
How did he drop that? Let me see. Like, was that a wobbly pass?
He dimed it, bro. He dimed
De'Ami
him.
Brown just put a...
He may have lost it in the sun.
They play in a dome.
No, they be leaving the... They leave... I hear you. You're right. I'm just going to shut up.
I mean, how did he drop that?
This is one of them jumps where you're just so open. I get it, I guess. But damn.
I mean...
Yeah, get De'Ami the ball. He done stiff-arm somebody through a touchdown.
No,
De'Ami's hooping right now. Like
he's back to Oz. he's back to Oz.
That's crazy. Now I see why Cliff was calling him Oz. Should be the tweet from you.
I'm firing that up right now.
Like, that's insane. Damn. Why would Cliff pull that out right here? What did Craig Hoffman say, though? He's not just a guy that's going to let the offense stay in a rut. He'll call a trick play to try to spark him some life. That would have took the lead, bro. In a game where it feels like you got no business having
Jaden had a nice run.
Everything's going to De'Ami.
Everything's going to De'Ami.
Oh, my God. Hey! Blow the whistle!
You got to go for that on that fourth down, I think.
Blow the whistle.
What I was going to say before Oz dropped the touchdown is that they had mentioned Jaden went to the blue tent.
Yes. Before Oz.
And that he did have a nice run of about 16 yards.
Yo, that's dangerous with how they're playing.
Yeah, I don't know why the refs didn't blow that down. That's a 4th and 3. I guess they're going to kick the field goal. Yeah, they're setting out Zane Gonzalez.
They better not. He better not.
It's 6-0 with 5 minutes and counting. This is a 47-yard attempt. But they had mentioned that Jaden had gone into the medical tent.
Yeah.
Now, he did have a 16-yard run after that. But you had mentioned it did look like he was slower, maybe, than normal. Zane Gonzalez drilled it. So that's going to make it 6-3. They're on the board. I guess that's something. I think that was the score. Wasn't that the score the first time these two teams matched up at halftime, or was it 3-0? That first half sucked the first time these two teams played. Yeah. It was 3-3 the first time these two teams played at the half. I just can't believe they left that touchdown on the board.
Talk now. It shows like they're just sloppy. But I saw a dumb tweet that really just made me not be able to talk. So it's not that I'm illiterate. Someone tweeted, "This slow start is a poor reflection of the coaching staff and have some damn self-responsibility and accountability as players. The coaches shouldn't have to motivate you to play hard. You're in the National Bleeping Football League, and you're going against your division rival that, can I say it again, whipped your ass a couple of weeks ago, punched you in the mouth. And this is how you respond? I'm totally disappointed in the response, especially when I heard all week long, yeah, man, we're going for it. Yeah, man, we're going for it. Let's get it rocking and rolling. We're going to go out and we're going to let it all hang out. The hell you are.
Have the Commanders executed on any of those crazy trick plays this year? I don't think that they have. They've tried
that one should have been the one they executed on.
That one should have been. They tried the Luke thing
throw.
early where Luke, the former quarterback, was going to throw back to Jaden, who had nothing but blockers. They tried it with De'Ami, and neither time did any guy throw it back to Jaden. And now you have De'Ami deliver a dime certainly as far as wide receivers go. He did kind of do the jump bit because he's not a quarterback, so he doesn't have the arm. So he did like the little jump.
Yeah, he's left-handed. I noticed too.
Yeah, I didn't realize De'Ami Brown was left-handed. Yeah. But that's brutal, man.
A play design from Clifford. Call him
Clifford. I hate that he is designing these wonderful plays and they're not executing on them.
Well,
because that was there.
Yeah. I think when teams prepare, they're like, somebody makes a trick play reel and you like study all the like wacky stuff that they've done all year long. That one I would keep in the chamber. And they're showing this damn kickoff return, bro.
I don't need to relive that one. I'm good. Thank you.
Was that the last time we were in studio?
I think we were in studio for the Tennessee game.
There we were.
We were. This one was just not good. I don't like that one.
And this idiot scored.
Yeah, he should have just went down.
He should have just went down.
They're showing OZ. Not thrilled. He had 2 back-to-back great games, revenge games. Now he plays against a team that didn't pay him before.
Well, that's the thing. He's not going up against one of his former teams, so
So
the effort's just not there.
He drops open touchdowns.
I don't know, man. I'm happy Zane made the field goal. That was the one thing that I was worried about, like our kicker situation.
It would not
pretty
have
confident.
been good in the studio if Zane missed it.
If Zane would have missed that, I mean, it just would have been insult to injury.
I mean, our guy A-Mac would have been laying on the dump button.
You know what?
When should I do a rally cap?
I don't know.
Do you believe, are you superstitious? So Jaden is rocking the hair long today instead of the braids.
I was going to say it.
Do you think that they should go give him braids at the locker room?
Somebody twist that boy hair up in the locker room.
Just to kind of bring it back?
I know Miss Jackson up in the stands. She was rallying last night, man. There's a lot of Commander fans out there. There's
a lot.
She spoke at a rally. I love the way we're traveling, bro.
It's very impressive.
I love that his mom is like ingratiated with the fans too. Like that's hard.
In a fun way.
Like she's not. Yeah, she don't meddle. All she does is like cheer.
Yeah, literally the I guess the quote unquote worst thing she's done is sassily tell him to get off his phone when the camera and Monumental lingered on him for 25 seconds.
Can I tell you how much I loved that?
I did love that. I didn't love the 25 seconds. That's just an awkward amount of time to have a camera in your face. But I did like that his mom was like, get off the phone.
Yeah. Cuz he should have been on. I wonder what he was listening to. Probably like a
voice memo.
A voice memo, yeah. Probably a voice memo from Bobby Wagner telling him that he sucks at basketball and he shouldn't be at a basketball game. Knowing their relationship, but
all right, so it's 2nd and 7 for Dallas.
You see the cutback?
I did see the cutback.
Put his foot in that ground and got north and south out.
And that gets Dallas a first down. The score is 6-3. Dallas started this thing at the 30-yard line. They find Brendan Cooks for 3 yards, and now Dowdle picks up about 7. He has 9 rushes for 33 yards. I guess that's better than like the 105 that he had against Washington. Did he have 100 in the first game? No, that was not him. That was
Rico Dowdle?
Yeah.
They had 86.
He had 86.
But I think, like,
there's that Giants back that had,
can I
like,
be real?
115.
I keep saying it. The defense of what's happening with them in this game, they've actually played really well when you consider, like, they got put in bad set of circumstances. But Trey Lance just stinks and missing wide open guys.
Terrible. Anything that's 5 yards down the field and open, he is missing. Oh. And then on cue, he makes one good throw to
Brooks. Oh, is that Markevius Mingo? Jonathan Mingo. Jeez. Jonathan Mingo.
Oh, that's the guy that Jerry traded. Is that his first catch?
One of them.
I hope not.
One of his first catches.
Yeah, Jerry Jones traded like a second-round pick for that.
You gassed it, but no, they did give up crazy.
They gave a crazy draft pick considering that like, DeAndre Hopkins got traded a week after for like a 6th.
Yeah. Poor CD.
I think it was a 4th rounder that he gave up, or 3rd.
It was something.
It was something incredibly high.
It was a higher pick that they shouldn't have got off of. Remember I was asking you, should I bet Trey Lance 150 yards passing? Boy, do I feel like an idiot right
I told you the answer to that question was yes.
Yeah, I just thought Washington was going to clamp. Maybe that play by St. Juice lights a spark. He kind of like aggressively tossed them down.
I'm going to come back in the second half with a rally cap. That's what I'm thinking. I think I'm going to start easy with just a backwards cap.
Okay.
And then maybe I'll have to twist it. Maybe I'll flip it inside out in the 4th quarter if things don't get better.
Well, Toby Altizer said this because I'm not wearing my Jaden jersey, but I'm like, I've gone.
I mean, where has Toby been? We're streamed every single week. You haven't had the Jaden jersey on for weeks.
I think did I wear it last week?
You wore it last week,
but that was the first time in a while.
In a while, yeah. We stopped the backwards bit in like October.
That was the thing. I actually don't have any Commander gear on today, so maybe that has something to do with it. I
don't have a lot of Commander's gear, but Josh Harris knows how to get in touch with me.
Well, clearly, fan of the Sheehan Show.
I mean, if you wanna get us in gear, y'all see the prices of this gear?
Well, the gear is pretty taxed.
Yeah, it's pretty up there. All right, it's a 2-minute warning. I want to remind everybody we're going to be commercial free for the entirety of the half. You can jump on the phone lines with us. We're not on location, which means we will take your calls at 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. This first half has been not a disaster for Washington, but it certainly hasn't been good. So we'll take your phone calls at the half. It's 6-3, but Dallas is in position to add to their lead at the other side of the 2-minute warning. Don't go anywhere. It's a Burgundy Gold game day presented by Rude on 106.7 The Fan, the Team 980.
What's happening? My mouth's getting drier as the game's going by. This is not enjoyable at all. This is boring.
6-3 is the score. Dallas is going for it on a 4th and 1. They give it to the big fullback, and Washington's defense stands no
completely
chance.
blown off the damn football.
No chance against a fullback.
I mean, hey, Mac, you know what that looked like. Look at it. Look.
Why is he?
This is the perfect. I mean, Duran, damn, that's bad.
Yeah, that fullback got like 6 yards.
This year, he has 11 carries for 38 yards. He's got like 15 in this game.
Unfortunately.
No pressure on Trey Lance, by the way. Frankie Louvu just not even running to the play.
He actually does have 15 yards.
Really?
On 2 carries.
I mean, my math is mathing. Dog, you realize about a score, go up 13-3, and then get the ball coming out the locker room?
I cope with humor. I'm very much aware. This defense is atrocious.
Like, what's going on, bro?
I don't know what needs to. Good Lord, that fullback is blocking.
Dude, he's nasty.
No, I wanted none of him.
Not going to lie, that's tough.
That dude is corn-fed.
I was about to say, well read, well bred, and well fed, for sure.
They're just setting up screens. Washington's defense can do next to nothing.
Thank you, Tribal Chief. Where the hell you been at, dog?
I
feel like guys are hurt or something. I don't know.
They're hurting me. Does that count? They're hurting.
You know what I never got? I played, high school.
Frankie Louva a Nipsey Hussle tattoo? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I think he probably does. He's at it, bro.
Yeah.
That little clear mouthpiece, for like fashion reasons, I see why the guys wear it. But what does it protect? It's like you're wearing Invisalign.
Oh, you're talking like the old school ones that we used to have.
No. The one that Frankie Louvu, the Invisalign, like the Steph Curry mouth.
Yeah. Not like the ones that are like bulky. As you got older, you got the bulkier ones to actually like protect your teeth.
I still don't understand like how. Well, I do because I've been through like concussion protocol, I guess. But like, somebody just got DQ a drink.
I need a drink. Dallas Cowboys they're up 6-3 with Trey Lance at quarterback.
I was gonna say I don't get how mouthpieces work, but I do. But it was dumb comment. I'm trying to distract from the fact that we're about to be down 13-3, and if we, oh my god, Trey Lance.
Somebody hit Trey Lance, please.
And for FanDuel not to make his props available till like 90 seconds before kickoff, like screw FanDuel. I would have hammered it.
I told you, hammer is
the passing. He's got it in the first half, didn't he?
I know. What was the number? 150?
120. He's at 125 in the first half.
Yeah, 120 in the first half. That's terrible.
Holy cow.
And
how many?
Jaden Daniels is 38 on 6 of 12. Trey Lance is 11 of 17 for $125. And Trey Lance has been sacked once. Jaden's been sacked 4 times.
Bro, the streets are saying they want me to send out a negative tweet.
It's only crazy if it doesn't work, and it's worked the past couple weeks.
I'm about to tweet it out. Street saying y'all want a negative tweet
to shift momentum. I am the martyr.
Yeah, man. To shift. I mean, this is.
I am the knight in shining burgundy and gold.
Yeah.
The more and more I watch this game and every game, I'm stunned that New Orleans didn't run it on that 2-point conversion. I mean, how much different would this season have been if they did
we would have lost to New Orleans.
They decided to speed run it with a speed boot.
Washington's going to try to score before the half. They're calling timeouts.
They are calling timeouts. Which I guess. I don't know. My thing is they're going to do this, and then they're going to get the ball back with 30 seconds and take a knee. Yeah. And it's like, guys, can we?
Oh, my God. Zach Ertz is shaking the hell out of his head. That looks like every effing time is what he just said. Oh, my God. He's talking about the run on defense. Even Zach Ertz knows we can't stop the run. I'm stunned by it, brother, man. I don't know what to think. Trey Lance looks like he can go start for somebody. He is so bad, dog. He sucks.
He is not good.
He has no touch.
He just completely overthrew Brandon Cooks again.
It's his mechanics, bro. He lifts his elbow high, and then something's making the ball sail mechanically with him. That was his thing. Like, he missed high his rookie year, too. Like, that was, wow. He's got cool tattoos. I'll say that. He's yadded.
He's yadded. Those North Dakota tattoo artists.
Yeah, fire.
Yeah, they did their job. Carson Wentz never went there.
And he's in this ugly 19, and he's actually, them Dallas uniforms are sweet. I don't know.
Anthony Armstrong tweeted that
Dog!
Miles Austin was the quarterback.
They're about to go up. Bobby's doing a bit where he's not trying to let him get up. But dog, it freezes Cleveland Farrell. That's why the read option joint is correct. Like Farrell normally crashes on that, and that doesn't happen. But he's got to stay honest because of Trey Lance. Oh my God, good job, Mikey.
All right, I mean Trey Lance is not. There has not been any.
Why didn't they run it? I'm going for it if I'm
the
Dallas.
most accurate quarterback today has been De'Ami Brown.
Yeah,
and the pass was dropped. Jaden is missing throws, although he did have a dime to. That actually was a good throw. That was a better defense by Mikey. But Trey Lance has overthrown every single receiver. Oh, man, I don't like that, Mikey. I don't like the seatbelt thing. I know they're going for it.
Yeah, I told you they would.
They're running the football here. Surely they're not going to be dumb enough to let him throw. They are dumb enough to let him throw.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, he is awful.
He's so bad.
So Trey Lance has a wide open guy, and he short hops it to Rico Dowdle. That should have been an easy touchdown.
He may be one of the worst quarterback busts ever.
Oh my God.
Imagine if this is terrible. Good job breaking Defoe's sack. Like, that was a good play. But then, dude, just flip it. He's wide open, brother. Damn. I think that's probably going to end up being the difference in this game.
He is
seriously
very bad. When they said raw, I thought they were doing a bit. I like how he's smiling. When they said raw, when Jane Slater tweeted that, I thought she was doing a bit to where they were going to, like, sneak up on us. Like, yeah, he's actually really raw, but in reality, he's not that raw. He is raw. He's, like, really raw. He stinks.
Uncooked, one might say.
Dallas should be up at the very least 20-3. And even that feels like generous to Washington. They have been awful on defense, and Trey Lance is missing everybody.
Not a loss of words, bro.
So we're officially at halftime. The score is 6-3. You want to jump on the phone lines? You can. At 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Jaden mouthing something to DQ, but very smartly, he knows where the cameras are. He blocked his mouth with his helmet. Boy, I'd love to be a fly on that helmet.
I hope he's okay. I want to know if that knee is the same knee that got hurt last week when he got bent back. Because I demanded he get an MRI, and clearly they didn't listen to me. And he's had a heat pack on it. I hope that's not the same thigh knee area.
I'm looking at that play now. That was his right knee.
Okay.
So the sideline reporter, Christina Pink, said that he had went to the medical tent and was getting a heat pack on his left thigh. So different legs.
Okay.
So that's positive. It's not like it's that knee with lingering issues. I would like to know what the situation is with his thigh, because there is not a reported injury, and that is important to keep in mind. There's not a reported injury, but you don't go to the blue medical tent to kick it, right? It's not like your favorite math teacher that you go hang out with at lunch in middle school. No. You don't go in there if you don't want to go in there.
I'm doing it.
You already put the tweet out?
I'm firing it.
All right, should I start the rally cap?
Max
got the rally cap on.
Insane. I'm actually going to flip the camera so they can see you.
Just tell him to come in here. Wait, just tell him to come in.
Just come in here, actually. Yeah, that was a better idea. I'm an idiot.
It's a much better idea.
Really, I can't think. Wow, someone's calling.
There you go. There's Matt. Man, you were eating that right now.
Those are Megan knees. Max, holy hell. Those are
so great.
Yeah, you're white. So.
Well, I'm talking about the light behind me, but yeah, sure.
Oh, well, you're in my laggy camera. You see how they do me? Is that LeVar Arrington from DC? Hey, Mac.
I would be stunned.
No, you have no clue if LeVar's calling in. I don't even know what to say. Normally, I'd be going crazy. I haven't put out the negative tweet, but I did let the people know that the streets are saying that that's what we need.
The streets are correct. They need something. I mean, they need to. I don't know if it's Mike's secret stuff, if it's Adam's secret stuff in this instance. They need something in the second half. This is atrocious.
Oh wow.
You know, we get made fun of a lot because old people like to tell us that we're young, and we get a little too over the top at times. If you watch in this game thinking, "Oh, well, there's two halves of football," good for you, but you're also lying. Yeah. You can know there's two halves of football, but also realize that first half sucked.
That was awful. Worst half of the year.
That was the worst half of the season. I mean, by the numbers, the team has 64 yards of offense. Jaden Daniels is 6 of 12 for 38 yards, but has been sacked 4 times for a loss of 18. He's the team's leading rusher at 4 carries for 27 yards. As a team, they only have 44 yards. Terry has 1 catch for 5 yards. They stopped throwing to him. OZ, or Oz, as we call him now, dropped a wide-open touchdown pass from a like Diami threw a bomb on target, and it was dropped.
CK just put out the tweet of the year, by the way.
What did he
said Diami Brown's a better quarterback than Trey Lance.
He is. He is. Diami's been the best quarterback in terms of consistency all day.
Yeah. I don't even know. I feel like I'm doing such a terrible job today in terms of, like, speaking on air and, like, doing my radio
I had a
thing.
lot of different ways on how this game was going to go. I thought to ourselves, surely it'll be better than the first time.
I'm going on Insta. Yeah.
The first time was poor. We spent all pregame saying how we thought Washington was going to blitz or just completely shellac Dallas in that first game. Radio icons texted other people here about us.
You know
how
what I'm
we were
saying?
dumb.
Like,
I was like,
don't know.
surely we're not going to do that again. We're going to be better. We're going to be behaved. But I still thought this would be a comfortable win. I thought there would be a sort of reverse period, if you will,
Yeah.
and Washington was going to come and just absolutely pounce on Dallas.
Yeah.
It has been the complete opposite, and we are back to where we were the first time these two idiots played.
I didn't realize the numbers were as bad as they were in terms of, like, the offense.
64 yards of total offense compared to Dallas's 190.
So
with Trey Lance missing wide open dudes.
And that's more of my thing here. So I'm going back and forth in terms of, like, where my concern really should lie. So as I continue to say, the offense was more concerning to me because they look completely uninspired. There's gaps. Austin Eckler went the wrong damn way on a play.
Yeah.
The OZ drop. They're just sloppy in all phases right now.
Eckler's been a non-factor. He had 1 rush for 5 yards, and he went the wrong way on a fake.
Yeah, so they've just been uninspiring on that side. But I continue to go back to, like, last week with what I was saying. Kenny Pickett stinks at quarterback, right? Michael Penix was a rookie playing his first primetime game. Trey Lance stinks.
Trey Lance, I can't believe
What's
is
up
an
with the
NFL
pass
quarterback.
defense, bro? Our pass defense is putrid. Dudes are running wide open, and Trey Lance just sucks. Michael Penix last week sucked.
They can't play man.
That's literally what they want to do.
I know.
So they got to figure something.
They got to figure something out. They legitimately cannot play man because St. Juice can't cover nobody. Noah I's okay. He's not great. Mikey's the best guy who's playing right now. It's surely not your boy Michael Davis.
Who?
Exactly.
Yeah,
because he's not all that good.
I'm, like, stunned here though, bro. Like, you couldn't have told me that this was a possibility, and I would have believed you. I wouldn't have believed you.
I would not have. I cannot believe it.
To the point where I almost don't even know what to say. I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt.
I am confident that there's something that's going to happen in the second half that will raise morale in our studio, but we got 4 guys here. All of us are not thrilled. One of us is a Giants fan.
Well, one of us is a Giants fan. He probably just doesn't care.
All of us are not thrilled. But all of us are in awe about how bad Trey Lance is.
Nah, Trey Lance is terrible. But the whole thing for me is, like, this is a recurring pattern for the defensive backs over the last 3 weeks. Kenny Pickett sucked. And if he would have been accurate, we would have lost to Philly. Mike Penix sucked last week. And if he would have been more accurate, we'd probably lose to Atlanta. Trey Lance is not even a professional quarterback to me. Jake Haener was better than him. Let me chill. Because Jake Haener was buns.
Jake Haener was the worst, but Trey Lance is close.
Nah, because Trey's got the athletic ability. That was disrespectful to Trey. My bad, Trey.
He hasn't given you a lot of reasons to be respectful, though.
I don't know, bro. And I feel like the big thing that, like, isn't being maybe, spoken about enough is, like, they're trying. I know that, like, kind of goes without saying, but they're trying. They're playing their starters. The messaging all
that's
week
the point
was
that
this
hurts.
game matters.
Like, if they were benching everybody and they were acting like this was a preseason game, it'd be kind of whatever. Literally all the ones except for Marshawn Lattimore. I mean, Quan Martin's not playing, but I don't know that Quan's making a massive, massive difference here.
There's no way he's making a massive difference, man. You're not going to sit there and say that to me. That's not.
That's not what it is at all. Unless this dude went like Sean Taylor against Green Bay in 2007, where he's just running the sidelines, picking balls off because Trey Lance is throwing punts, like Brett Favre did that day.
I don't know.
But the fact that you're playing your ones and can't score, and can't stop them from marching down the field with a guy that's missing is not great.
We're commercial free, taking your calls, 1-800-636-1067. We got LeVar in D.C. You want to pot him up, Mac?
LeVar, what's up?
LeVar, make peace out of this.
How you guys doing?
I've been
terrible,
better.
LeVar.
Well, first and foremost, Dallas is our enemy. I don't care what they say about the rivalry being rekindled. This is our enemy, point blank, period. We got to win this game, but I'm not really I'm optimistic because we make good second half adjustments. That's one thing we do, and I'm pretty sure they'll look at this tape. Now, Mike Dieter, we know he's a liability. We saw against the Saints, he was getting run all over, and he was posting Jaden Daniels. Luckily, we got a good mobile quarterback, but I think second half we'll run the ball. Terry's not going to drop too many more passes. I mean, we'll be all right. We're going to win this game. It'll be probably close, but fourth quarter, we're one of the best teams in the league, so I'm not worried about that. We got this game.
Now you, I
appreciate
LeVar, you better than me, man.
Thanks for calling in there. They better the running backs have 3 carries in the first half. Like, is this an Eric Bieniemy led offense? What is happening?
Well, that's the other thing too that I kind of slept on here, and you just brought it up. Where is the run? Where's the run game? And I thought it was important that they get the run game going today because you're going to need it in the postseason. Like, I don't know. That's the best analysis I got for you. I don't know, because I genuinely don't understand what I'm watching. It's hard for me to comprehend what I'm seeing. This is why I called them average. Like, this is some average stuff they're doing, especially when the messaging all week long. This is where I keep getting mad. The messaging all week long was how much this game mattered and how much they were, quote unquote, going for it. What are they going for? What, are they trying to piss me off? If your goal is to tick me off, you won. If your goal was to see Denton Day on his backside doing snow angels tomorrow morning, because you bet your ass you're being held to it.
Oh, I'm definitely being held to it. I don't know why I added shirtless in there.
You're thinking about it.
Yeah. I was like, why did I say that?
Because you didn't think this team had a chance to lose. That's why you added shirtless, double D. And the irony in that statement. So, I don't know. That's where I'm at right now. Somebody type Oz in the chat.
Yeah, Oz, not OZ. He is Oz after that drop touchdown.
Todd J72. I don't know why this tweet just popped me. He said, we're playing like we don't practice. I don't know why that was so funny to me.
It's true, though.
I know.
I mean, Terry's dropping passes. Oz is dropping passes, both dimes and not dimes.
Terry's looked pissed for the better part of the last 15 days. If I'm being real.
Like, I'm starting the rally.
Okay.
We're just going to start nice and easy. Like, Mad Max got the full-blown inside-out thing.
Maybe
we're going to start nice and easy here, though.
I have a change of outfit because I'm going to the Wizards game after this. But do I need to change, too?
Why are you going to the Wizards game?
Oh, this one. I mean,
watch a bad football team and go watch a bad football team.
I know. I want to see Big Eiffel. But
yes, somebody I put in the chat earlier in the day asking us if the Wizards were going to cover. I was like, guy,
that's my guy. He loves the Wizards like I do.
Real quick, around the league scores, there's 2 games going on right now that the Commanders are paying attention to and their fan base should be paying attention to. Chicago up 14-13 over the Packers at halftime. Yeah. Jordan Love exited that game with a hand injury. Malik Willis is quarterbacking for the Packers. And then New Orleans is up 16-6 over Tampa. If Tampa loses, if Tampa loses, the Rams are the 6th seed no matter what. Baker is playing in that one. Mike Evans is playing in that one. And Tampa Bay is just getting, they're getting rattled.
So we're going, so you think the Tampa's losing on purpose because they want us to go to Philly?
No, they would want us to go to Los Angeles.
You're right. That was a dumb.
Yeah, they don't. They would then play.
I'm all over the place.
The loser of tonight's Detroit or Minnesota.
Yeah, all right.
Which maybe people are hunting the Lions because they're beat up on defense, but that offense is still pretty crazy.
Why do we look like this right now, Dan? That's all I have for you. I'm confused. I feel like
I've been bamboozled. Duped. Where's the Ja Rule tweet?
I mean, and all I keep doing is this bit, and I have nothing to say. And it's surprising to a lot of you people. Like, they're just playing so bad.
They're playing poorly. They don't look like a playoff team.
I just am confused. I'm confused all the way around, man. I don't know what to do. Oh, J3 says, finally some Wizards talk. Let's go. No way. He's right on cue like that.
Oh, man. All right, second half about to get underway. This is probably our most boring half-game show, but, God, this game sucks. The offense is not even on the field to start things. It's going to be Trey Lance because Dallas elected to defer.
I think they're announcing that Jaden Daniels isn't playing the rest of the half. We'll see.
We will see. We should probably double-check before we say
Say
that.
I know.
We will get that answer when we get back. I have not seen a beat reporter tweet that.
I thought I was reading Dan Quinn's lips basically saying if we don't score, we're going to roll with him. Or if they score, we're going to roll with him.
All right, we will keep you updated on that. Don't go anywhere. It's Bernie Go Game Day with Denton Day, Leno Willingham, presented by Rude on the Team 980 106.7 The Fan. It's Burgundy Gold Game Day, Denton Day and Linnell Willingham on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. You were correct, Linnell. It seems like the announced team on television is alluding to potentially Jaden not playing in the second half, or at least not playing a ton in the second half. They keep showing him, and those that were tweeting said that was something they were hinting at. We know that he went to the medical tent, the blue medical tent, for a hip and knee situation. They were putting a heating pad on his thigh. So,
I don't. If he's, I'm sitting him at this point. But you also want him to get into a rhythm before the playoffs. Like that's why I'm like, I don't know, bro. I was all for them playing today.
Well, first we got to see the offense on the field because right now the Cowboys' offense is marching right down on Washington.
And it's our starting defense, by the way.
With
Trey Lance at quarterback.
Trey Lance, he's well over 150 yards.
Yo, is Louisville like selling? Is Louisville point shaving? What the hell was that, Frankie?
I don't know how he just missed him. I don't know how he missed him in the backfield. And Trey Lance just got a first down with his legs. This is abysmal.
I don't know what's going on, man. I'm going to be real with you.
They think they're going to win a playoff game, let alone playoff games plural. Here's that. I don't know how Frankie missed him.
He got the rushing yards, though, for Trey. He clearly has to. Oh, my God, Max.
Like, I don't understand how this defense, they're getting blown up by Trey Lance, who is not good. He has 167 passing yards.
Thank you, Frankie. Holy cow.
I'm not acknowledging him as a tribal chief until he makes a great
That's how I know you're pissed. I just don't even know, Dan. Like,
that was a good play, though.
It was a good, I mean.
But he missed a sack. Like, that sack puts them in a position of a field goal rather than potentially scoring a touchdown.
Why would potentially be down 13-3, dog? I don't know, man.
This is the worst that this team has played this entire year. And they're doing it against the third-string quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. Not Dak, not Cooper Rush. It's Trey Lance. He's thrown like 8 passes this year.
I'm embarrassed.
Like, this defense has made this defense all season has just given career days to everyone. They are an equal opportunity career day.
They're uninspired. They look flat. I just don't understand why they look so bad.
And even in the second half, I was thinking maybe the second half, maybe fire them up a little bit, get off the field, force a turnover, do something. We've had none of that. As bad as Trey Lance is missing, he's not missing at the Commanders. He's just missing wide open holes in green grass. He didn't just get sacked. Who's that? That's
John. Hey, John.
So John Allen just gets his second sack. Second sack for the team. That's going to make it a 4th and goal, which I guess is positive. So hooray for that. The field goal is going to come out here. We'll let you know if they kick that field goal, if they are good, and if they go up 9-3. Maybe Washington blocks a kick, Linnell. How about a little bit of momentum? But really all eyes are going to be on the quarterback when we return. The offense is going to be on the field to see, is it Jaden, is it Marcus Mariota? Don't go anywhere. It's Burgundy Gold Game Day Live. Marcus Mariota is in. I thought we would see Marcus. I did not think it was because Washington could not move the football. They have 3 points. Jaden is not benched, if that's what you're wondering. It is a coach's decision just because there's no need to have him in there. But Mariota is in. He just had a nice pass to Austin Eckler. On the broadcast, they said it was a coaching choice. It was also not injury related.
I don't buy that for a second. I don't buy it for a second. It's not injury related. Literally, we've watched Jaden Daniels. He was literally standing next to a trainer, mouthing, need to get it massaged and rolled out. He's got like a quad contusion.
Marcus Mariota just pulled on an RPO, and he got 10 yards.
We may lose him.
That boy think he back at Oregon.
We may lose him this fall.
I would expect that would be the case. You don't keep backup quarterbacks for forever.
Yeah. But I think they're not being totally honest about it not being injury related. Why everybody else out there?
That is a question that I was going to ask. If it's a coaching decision, but everybody else is out there,
why is the rest of the offense out there?
Like I would not have Terry in there. I'd have Luke. I wouldn't have Ertz in there. I'd have Sinnott.
Just a coach's decision. I don't know. I don't know. Hey, look, I'm not mad, but I don't know.
I'm not mad, but I am confused.
I don't.
It feels like we're being Jedi mind tricked. Like, hey, look over here.
They're trying to. They're spinning us for real. I know what they're doing. They're trying to not make it a big thing because they know how the media is. Oh my God!
Damn, Ryan Robinson is stiff on Micah Parsons.
Micah,
you say get out of here.
But like, why is the rest of the starting offense out there if it's not something injury related? Like, I just don't know why they're choosing to lie.
Again, like that.
It'd be a terrible look if he went out there and got. I know it makes sense. They're gonna lie about it. I think it's something minor. So I think it's a quad contusion. The way he's talking about it, massage and rolling out. That's trying to break down tissue and whatnot. I think they're embarrassed at the fact that he got hurt and that they're playing him.
No way. Oz just caught a crazy over-the-shoulder catch, but dropped a wide-open touchdown.
That's crazy.
He's trying to get his name back.
FanDuel better avoid my Jaden Daniels stuff.
They're not. That's not how that works.
I know. But I continue to believe that it's something minor from an injury standpoint, and they would not. They didn't want the optics. Oh, it was Zach Ertz touchdown, close to a touchdown. Oh, it is a touchdown.
No, it is a touchdown. So they just marched right down the field and scored.
Yeah. Now we're about to be winning because the Cowboys suck. But
is that a little alarming?
Because something's off with Jaden, bro. He's hurt. Something's off with him, bro.
Because I'm pretty sure Dallas's offensive starters are in, right? Like they didn't. Yeah, Micah Parsons was in. That's 6 is Deron Bland, right? Now it's Wilson. Can I just make sure their starters are still in? Because they just marched right down the field. They had not marched right down the field at all.
I don't know.
That was not that is a tad bit alarming. Maybe he is really banged up then, if that's the case. Anyway, they scored. That's probably about the most negative that I've scored.
I mean, awesome.
That they've scored.
But like, you ain't gonna sit there and tell me that everything is just fine and dandy.
I have a salad. That's why.
That's your salad smelling like that?
It is like a balsamic vinaigrette on there, and there's some chicken.
I smell like a cinnamon bun.
It's a sweetness of the vinaigrette.
Okay, I'm fat, so. But wow,
I
still don't.
I need a plastic knife. There's no plastic knives in our building.
There's literally one right in front of your face.
Oh, there's literally one right in front of my face. Max, don't go find one. There's 2.
But
I got one.
I'm worried about Jaden, bro. I'm worried about what all of that was like. I don't know, bro. They're not slick. You're not going. I do this lip reading stuff. I read between the lines. He don't look right. Why did he go in the medical tent? Why did they put a heat pack on him for nothing? They're trying. It's optics, bro. It's optics. They don't want to make it look. And they need to stop because nobody cares if he got hurt. Like, it's fine. I just think I think it's off, man.
We will continue to keep you posted on that. I mean, the team is up, so they're winning. I mean, it's 10-9 thanks to the touchdown.
So can we? I feel like this is the number one topic right now.
It is definitely the number one topic.
Why is he out the damn game, but everybody else is in?
So Nikki Javala tweeted, was told it was a coaching decision. You can probably read that as, I don't want the kid to get killed.
It's okay. And now people are all angry and telling me to shut up. People are stupid. Something. You don't just go into the blue tent for nothing, for fun. I'm going to be straight up with you. You don't get a heating pack put on you for nothing. Christina Pink doesn't get told by her producer to do the sideline hit about an injury for nothing, you morons. Like, what the hell is it's minor. It could be something minor, but it's something.
It's definitely something.
Nobody gonna sit there and say, how you gonna sit there and be that oblivious, man?
It's definitely
Not
something.
everything is a conspiracy.
We'll keep our eye on it. You can also give us a phone call. We're interactive. That's the plus of this show. We're the only interactive show in town during Commanders games. Did they pull Jaden because of an injury? 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It is a Burgundy and Gold game day with Washington up 10-9 over Dallas thanks to a Marcus Mariota touchdown. If Zach Ertz gets another touchdown, he gets another $250,000. I would like Marcus Mariota to throw to Luke McCaffrey. Don't go anywhere.
they're going tempo. For Ertz, and a touchdown, another one for the veteran, and this one ties the game at 9 apiece.
That was a touchdown catch for Zach Ertz. He needed 2 for $250,000. It also gave Washington the lead, but it was not Jaden Daniels that threw that. It was instead Marcus Mariota. Jaden out of the game for what is being described as a coach's decision. And that is it.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I'm not trying to be conspiracy Connor here. Sorry, Connor. Whoever Connors are out there in the world.
I do have a brother named Connor.
I'm sorry to your brother. We literally both in here. You saw what I saw when he mouthed the massaged rollout thing?
Yeah.
That was the conversation that he and DQ was having before half. Is that he wasn't going to come back out. He's got a thigh bruise or something. They're not slick.
No.
They're clearly there's something wrong. You don't go into the damn medical tent and get a heat pack put on you if nothing's wrong. Like, I'm not saying it's something major that's going to knock him out or that's going to cause him not to be able to play next week. But with these circumstances on the line, you have the postseason locked up. If there's any nick with him, you take him out. And that's what they're doing. So for them to call it non-injury related and a coach's decision, here's the benefit of that. You can maybe by the time next time you got to put out an injury report is Wednesday, right? Maybe by Wednesday, it's good to where you don't got to put him on the injury report. Because guess what? If he pops up on the injury report with an injury, guess what the other team is going to do? Oh, Jaden's hurt. We're about to try to whack his ass.
Yeah.
They're playing chess here. And they're using the rules, the NFL's injury rules to their advantage. Like, I think they got to report something. Because he went into the tent and they put on a heat pack. Like, you don't do that for fun as you're watching Kevontae Turpin.
Turpin just got a first down on a screen.
That defense is terrible,
a loss of 1. Noah I is having what's the opposite of a revenge game? Because whatever the opposite of a revenge game is what he's having. OZ torched Philly, he torched Atlanta. Noah I is just allowing Dallas to torch him. He has been a tough watch today.
I'm disappointed. My bigger thing is the run defense too, because like this is Dallas Cowboys weak ass offensive line blowing you off the football. Imagine when Big Mekhi Becton and Cam Jurgens are double teaming your ass because you're going to Philly at this rate.
No, the Packers are trailing right now by 1.
Okay, I'll relax on the Philly trip.
I would be willing to bet
it's almost like a punishment.
The Packers are going to win. I mean, there's no chance the Packers lose this one.
Yeah.
The Bears have 14 points, despite Caleb Williams being a whopping 12 of 17 for 70 yards. The Bears have 115 yards of total offense. Less than that, actually. 108 yards of total offense.
Yeah. I don't know, bro. It's frustrating because I don't care about the Jaden thing. I tweeted that, but that's really not what I care about. The defense.
The defense stinks.
They're going to be able to stop Baker? They're going to be able to stop Kyron Williams?
No, they just gave up a 3rd and 13 to Kevontae Turpin.
Like, come on, bro. But my whole thing is for them to come out this week with the messaging that they came out with, it clearly wasn't received by the players. Because this is terrible.
Awful.
In every phase of the football game, you've been sloppy.
Worst they have looked all year.
Yeah, the special teams turnover. Not turnover. Was that a penalty?
Turnover, yeah.
Oh, it was a turnover.
Yeah, it was a turnover that gave Dallas 3 points. This should be if you take that out, this is a 10-6 game. Now, if you add the misses that Trey Lance has had, which are wide open touchdowns, this is like a 21-10 game in favor of Dallas at the very least.
It's been all season long though with what's going on up front, and like everybody keeps baking in these excuses for guys. At the end of the year, the biggest disappointment to me is John and Duran, bro.
Yes.
All this time we've been talking about how our linebackers suck. We got good linebackers, and now our 2 quote-unquote most disruptive interior guys are no-shows week in and week out. And then we drafted a young pup to add to him.
Daron Payne right now has as many tackles as he does slaps of the Dallas Cowboys offensive linemen.
Yeah, like, come on, man. That's my whole thing with this. They're getting blown
like at least
off
John
the
Allen
ball.
has a sack. Johnny Newton is 3 tackles. Duran is 1 tackle. And then a 15-yard penalty.
Then I got to hear Joe Witt. I got to hear Joe Witt during the week talk about Duran. You've been covering up for Duran at the podium because they be asking questions about him, and he always covers him up like a good coach would. Last week, he called out everybody on defense. If you listen to Joe Witt,
as he should,
inconsistent up front on the D line, inconsistent up front in the secondary. I mean, in the back end in the secondary. You're seeing it today.
Deron Payne gave up on that Ferguson screen. Thankfully, Jeremy Chin lit him up, but Deron Payne just pushed him instead of tackling him. Like he touched the football. Bring him to the turf. And he said, I'm just going to give him a lovely push.
But dog.
I mean, we're in the fourth quarter, and Dallas just picked up like a 15-yard run. I don't know. Who was 42?
This is embarrassing.
That's Deuce Vaughn? That's the little short dude from Kansas State that just picked up like 15 yards rushing? Are you serious?
Yeah, this is crazy.
I mean, I get you can't see him at the line of scrimmage, but Lord have mercy. He goes for 12. Derek Forrest completely whiffs on him.
I can't believe what I'm watching, dog. This is the thing I've been saying all year long, though. Like, it's terrible, bro. Their inability.
Louvu is down. I hope that's just like a cramp or something. That didn't look crazy serious. But Louvu being down on the field is not good.
Dog, I'm beside myself right now, man. To get blown off the ball like this is astonishing. By Dallas, though. Like,
but I've been trying to tell you this whole year, like, this is not going to change. This doesn't change until the offseason. That's the unfortunate.
But is it a schematical? Is it a schematic change that needs to happen? Because you're not going to sit there and just tell me. It's something about this defense, because this was Dallas's problem last year. Did you like the Packers game in the wild card round? Like, they got gashed on the ground. That's why they lost that football game. Down the stretch, their run defense wasn't good.
I don't know if it's schematic or what, but it clearly is something. It could be both schematic and players. At least with Dallas, you had legit edge rushers. So you could pin your ears back and at least justify, hey, we got Micah Parsons, Dexter Lawrence, or DeMarcus Lawrence, Dorrance Armstrong, whoever. I mean, right now, Dorrance Armstrong is like DN number 2 behind Fowler. I don't think we've called Cleveland Farrell's name in 6 weeks. Yeah. Like, I don't know if he might be on the scorecard, but barely. These guys, they just don't have dudes, man. And what we have seen is that Jaden he has deflected everything and covered everything because he is so good. Well, you're not going to get to see that in the second half because he's not in. Not to say that Marcus Mariota can't have a game-winning drive, because at this point we're in the fourth quarter. It's a 10-9 in the fourth quarter, but Dallas has a first and goal from the 5 with 14:36 to go. So maybe Marcus has like a crazy drive in him. He did just lead a touchdown, and the only time he's touched the ball in the second half. I mean, Washington's only touched the ball once in the second half, Linnell, because of the way that they are running the football.
Getting gashed on defense.
Louisville walking off, by the way.
This is great.
To the medical tent, but walking off nonetheless.
I don't even know what's going on, bro. I'm like, the defense thing to me is like, I just don't know, bro. Today, I mean, that problem of the run defense is like, he's nicked. I'm getting like ravaged with text about the Jaden
about
thing.
The Jaden thing.
Anybody that's going to try to go back and forth about that is like, you just want to argue. He's nicked to some degree.
He definitely to some. Hey, they stopped a run for only 1 yard.
Love that.
Love that. It's against Deuce Vaughn,
but,
Darren Sproles 2.0.
But then, like, if you had to pick them right now in the playoff game, Tampa, you picking them?
Maybe Tampa, because Tampa's also getting kind of screwy today. Honestly, it might be Atlanta at this point. Right now, Carolina and Atlanta.
If they win them?
Right now, Carolina and Atlanta are tied 24-24. Tampa Bay is down 19-13 to the New Orleans Saints. Now, there's still a lot of game left in both of those. Trey Lance stinks. He is so bad.
Was he wide open and he like made it a contested thing?
He threw it too high. He wasn't wide open, but that was definitely not a catch. He's like I got my feet in bounds. Like,
bro, his numbers are pretty damn.
By the way, Green Bay trails Chicago by 1, 14-13. If Green Bay loses, it doesn't matter what happens here.
That's a touchdown. That's a tug.
That's going to be close. It depends about the second foot came down.
That's 6.
They're going to replay that. I mean, I'm sure Mike McCarthy's going to challenge that. So Ferguson catches a one-handed ball That might be a touchdown. Yeah. It's going to be about when he has possession because look at this. He doesn't have possession there when he gets his first foot. He has 1 foot. Then he looks like he has two, but it's where.
I think it looks like he got possession.
And he keeps possession to the ground.
Yeah, and like the feet came after the possession.
That probably should be a touchdown.
He did a great job. I thought he did a great job with the feet after he got the ball. After wow, I just rambled. Good job with the feet after he secured the ball.
Yes.
Darn it, I'm flustered right now, clearly.
We didn't expect this.
We didn't expect this, and I didn't expect the run defense. Like,
I did. I expected that. I don't know how you need to stop getting surprised by that. They suck.
I really need to just
they're not a good run defense, and there's nothing that's going to fix that. Nothing.
It hurts,
because the guys that they're paying all this damn money to can't do anything. They're getting destroyed. Deron Payne is literally giving up on plays. He's smacking dudes because he thinks they're trying to touch him inappropriately. John Allen's actually been pretty good, but we kind of gave up on him like weeks ago. Everyone was like, yeah, that was John Allen's last game. So the guy that we think is going to get traded is being pretty good. And the guy we think is not going to get traded, or maybe Deron does get traded, is playing horrible. Deron Payne has 1 tackle.
Yeah. Like, I'm just annoyed, bro. That's like, I can't.
And they can't force a pick off of Trey Lance.
I'm genuinely struggling to like put together my thoughts right now because I'm so like worked up. Like,
the score right now is 10-9, but it's going to be 10 to what will it be 15, potentially 16 with this point after attempt because Ferguson's going to get called for a touchdown. It's actually a pretty insane grab now that you think about it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. What do you think about?
I mean, on this game, we have potentially lost a 6 seed. We have lost an all-pro status for Terry McLaurin because he's not going to get all-pro after 2 back-to-back 1-catch, 5-yard games. That's not going to happen. Yeah. Zach Ertz ain't getting his money.
Shoulder for Luvu.
Dorrance Armstrong is not getting his money. Fowler's not getting his money. No one's getting paid. We're losing for Terry potentially a lot of money because you get an all-pro on your resume when your next contract extension comes up. That money's huge, right?
Yeah.
So everyone's losing money today. And Luke McCaffrey isn't getting thrown to, so I'm losing money today.
Yeah.
I don't like that. Yeah, Luvu's questionable to return according to the team's official Twitter with a shoulder. So allow me to break news, Leno. He's not coming back.
Yeah, that's
You're
fine.
not putting your starting linebacker back in this one. Pereira's on the field. I would assume he's saying this is a touchdown.
That old fart.
I mean, how is this? It feels like recently in the NFL, when you go to commercial, they call that not a touchdown. Whoa. Okay.
Time out Washington. Okay.
I'll take it. All right, so it's 10-9. We'll see if the defense can get off the field, and maybe Marcus Mariota leads another comeback. It's 10-9, 14 minutes to go in this one. It's Burgundy Gold Game Day Live presented by Rude with Denton Dale and Willingham. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
All right. We're back here on Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live. Leno Willingham, Denton Day. With you on the YouTube or with you on 106.7 The Fan. We are going through this together. It has been one of those afternoons that leave me with not much to say. And I know you all love when I make these inaudible noises when I don't know what to say, but that's just where I sit right now. I've never, I won't say I've never. This is one of the more confused moments for me of this season for a number of different reasons. In reality, right, Dallas has pretty much whooped Washington's tail up front on both sides of the football. They're averaging 4.3 yards a pop, running the football, doing whatever. This is the Cowboys minus CeeDee Lamb, minus Dak Prescott. And, like, your defense looks like a non-competitive bunch right now. Now, good news is Marcus Mariota's back. That's good. He's been cooking all game.
Dallas up 12-10 thanks to a field goal.
Led to a touchdown.
Trey Lance left touchdowns on the board again because he can't throw very well. So now you get Marcus in. Apparently, OZ can catch now. Yeah. He catches a big one over the middle. So we're getting a lot of Marcus. Marcus might lead a game-winning drive.
Somebody's hurt that's laying next to him.
Can the injuries just chill? Like, can they chill? Is that okay?
Who was hurt, though?
That's a pretty decent throw for Marcus, though.
Yeah, it's tough, though, man. I'm looking at the clock like, oh, my God, who is that?
Oh, my God. It's not Cosby.
Is that Brandon Coleman?
It might be Brandon Coleman.
Yeah, it's Brandon Coleman. Oh, my God. Oh, I don't want to see it. Didn't look.
He just gets rolled up on.
Yeah, rolled up on. Is it bad?
He probably twisted something.
They're working on his knee.
Yeah, it looked like he twisted something inside his knee.
Yeah, they're working on his knee. Damn, dog. I mean, this is about as bad as it wouldn't have gone. This is about as bad as it could go. I can't even talk right now.
It is, though.
Like,
there's been nothing good about this game. The offense stinks. The defense stinks. The starting quarterback's not in. You're losing linebackers in Frankie Louvu. He's questionable with a shoulder injury. Brandon Coleman is down to the point where they might bring out, I don't know if they're going to bring a card out, but they just went to commercial, which is never good when you're down and they go to commercial.
I mean, they thought
and you're losing to a Dallas Cowboy team quarterbacked by Trey Lance. And you think you're going to go to either Atlanta, to Philadelphia, or to Los Angeles or Tampa, depending on some other scores, which I'll share those with you in a second. It actually might look like you're going to Los Angeles. And you think you're going to go compete there? Like, I don't know how anybody could come away from this looking and feeling great. Right now, by the way, across the NFL, Carolina up 30-24 over Atlanta. Bryce Young is dealing. Tampa Bay is down 19-13 against New Orleans. That one's in the fourth quarter. Chicago is up 20-13 over Green Bay. Jordan Love got hurt in that one. Malik Willis is the guy that's playing quarterback for the Packers at the moment. Caleb Williams just had his first passing touchdown of the day to DJ Moore. If Chicago wins, it doesn't matter the results of this one. Washington will be a 6 seed. And then the question becomes, who do they play? If Atlanta wins and Tampa Bay loses, Washington plays they'll play Los Angeles no matter what, because Los Angeles will have more wins than Atlanta. Atlanta wins that division. If Tampa wins and then Los Angeles wins, they play Los Angeles. If Tampa wins and Los Angeles loses, they play Tampa on the road for all of those.
So confusing.
Yeah, so they're not going to play Atlanta. You won't see the Falcons. It's just a question of Tampa, Los Angeles, Philadelphia.
All of which I would chalk up right now as a loss.
Yeah, I mean, I would not push back on that because this offense and this defense has not looked good today. I mean, Terry has been a non-factor again. He's been targeted 4 times, all of them in the first quarter. He has 1 catch for 5 yards.
But why? That's my whole thing with this. It's like their lulls
are low.
They're random. And they're random. Like, I need, first of all, Dan Quinn's presser tonight.
He better have a good answer for what is going on with Jaden Daniels and the decision to take him out. Is that Luke? That's Luke.
No, it was John Bates.
See, if you throw to Luke McCaffrey catches.
Mariota threw that one so awkwardly. If you saw the way
he kind of did the Diami jump.
Yeah, so maybe he also didn't have a strong arm. But there's so many things that have gone wrong today that, like, I don't know how to feel about the group. And I understand when you look at it from the context of, oh, it's week 18, it doesn't matter. You can't say that after you came out this week and literally unprompted told us how important this game was, told us how you were going for it, told us how your starters were going to go all the way. And for you nitwits out there that are trying to believe that Jaden Daniels is A-OK and there's no nick up or anything, you're crazy. Every other starter's playing. Why would he not be playing if everything was fine? And everything very well probably is fine, but to act as if it's just the coach's decision and there's maybe it's a thigh contusion, it's something. It ain't nothing, is my thing. And, like, I'm just curious to know what it is.
All right, so if you're listening on 980, you're getting Terps basketball coming up in about 10 seconds. So keep it locked here to 106.7 to get the remainder of this one. Washington trails Dallas 12-10 with 12:50 to go, but they're across midfield. Marcus looking to give them the lead back. Don't go anywhere. It's Burgundy Gold Game Day Live.
That's right. Here's Mariota, slips the tackle, and he dives. He's in. He got away from the rookie Marshawn Neely.
That was the Fox broadcast call. Marcus Mariota running in for a touchdown, breaking a tackle, sliding into the end zone. Washington currently leads this thing 16-12, 11-14 left to go in the final frame here. Trey Lance is horrible. Just missed a wide open Jake Ferguson in the flat.
Did they leave too much time for Trey Lance?
They may have. Here goes Rico.
I mean, let me rephrase that. Did they leave too much time for Rico Dowdle?
Yeah, they may have. Burgundy and Gold Game Day live right here on 106.7 The Fan. We're also on the YouTube on 106.7 The Fan. Linnell Willingham, Denton Day. Denton, I continue to be miffed at what is going on defensively. Dallas down 4 with a 3rd and 5 needs a touchdown to take the lead in this football game.
Blitz that goofy dude back there.
And Frankie Louvu was back in, by the way.
I would have kept him out. They did not.
Oh, my
blitz him.
gosh.
He steps up and throws
He's so bad at football.
There's a flag. I hope that flag is holding. If Benjamin St. Just got called on a pass interference,
It looks
I lose
confused.
my mind.
But
He always looks confused. But he definitely just got called on a pass interference for a ball that Trey Lance nearly threw a cheerleader.
then where are you at right now with this? What's your number one? Where's your attention at right now? Where's your attention focused towards?
Well, right now it's that Benjamin St. Just gets called for holding.
Yes.
Whack. Yuck. Guy, what?
Oh my
Guy,
God.
what are you doing? He held him 4 different times
Yeah,
on
come
one
on,
play.
dude.
He
And then
nearly unstrapped his chin
And
strap.
then you have the nerve to look confused, brother.
So right now, that's where I'm at. Because regardless of whether Jaden is healthy or not, if you got to see Mike Evans or A.J. Brown or whoever with that guy potentially on him, you're in for a lot of trouble.
Oh my God! And a wide open. Look at how little pass rush there was on that play.
And they were blitzing, weren't they?
They were blitzing.
There was 5 dudes blitzing, and they can't get past Dallas's offensive line.
This is a bad effort, man. This is a bad effort. No pass rush. None.
Oh, my
Zilch.
gosh.
Holy hell.
I mean, they got a tackle out there that doesn't know what to do.
Because there's no one to block.
There's where is everybody? I thought they were trying to rush.
Yeah, this is insanity. Jalen Tolbert, once again, cooking us.
I don't love how they constantly.
But I have 100 yards from Jalen Tolbert, dog.
I mean, Washington's defense is like the Make-A-Wish defense. You go play them to have a really good performance, and that's what's happening here. Everybody's having a really good performance.
This is a gotta have it, gotta get a stop drive, and Trey Lance is looking like
this is one of his best drives
ever. This is his best game ever. I'm stunned, bro.
Low bar for Trey Lance, but you are correct.
I don't even want to talk about how bad he is because he just has some inaccuracy issues. Other than that, he can play, bro.
I mean, the inaccuracy thing is pretty important.
It is, but he's a really good athlete. You can teach and coach him up to be. Well, if he throws for 300,
it jumped.
If he throws for 300 yards in this game, after I was hesitant to bet him to throw for 150,
he currently has 244.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
The Cowboys still commit dumb penalties. So they are the real Cowboys.
I think the issue that we are seeing with Washington right now is they have 2 touchdown drives, which is great. But they're 6.5 minutes. They're too quick. Where your defense can't stop anybody. So if Mariota gets his football back, he got to take his time. You know what I mean?
Pretty much.
He has to take it slow. Just a score update across the NFL, the Bears are up 21-13 over the Packers. If the Packers lose, Washington is the 6th seed no matter what.
They're lucky. Better be lucky than good.
Better to be lucky than good. That is correct.
I'm just...
Because they certainly haven't been good today. Nobody will accuse them of that.
I don't know what to do. I don't know how to think. I just am sad to see this team look like this before a playoff game. That's if I can compartmentalize everything that's happened today and really give you a good articulate thought, it would be that. The fact that we look like this before a playoff game.
I don't like that penalty. I actually thought that Benjamin St. Just did a decent job there. He's going to get called on a pass interference.
Juice. And I'm at the point now I can't keep defending, bro.
I think that's a bad call. I need to see a replay of that. I think that's a bad call. I actually thought he did a pretty decent job there.
He's in phase. Turn your head around. He did.
He did. Yeah, like that. That's not a DPI.
That's not DPI.
That's not a DPI.
Yeah, it's not DPI. Maybe the arm.
That's not a DPI. Their DB's been doing that all day. That's
Poor
not
Juice.
a DPI.
They took him out. Oh, he's spazzing on a coach too.
He should be. That's not a penalty.
Here goes his fullback.
They stopped the fullback. Dorrance Armstrong showing more fight than he did against Schoonmeyer when he was blocking.
John Allen ended up with the football. Was that a fumble?
Oh, yeah, give us the football. Come on, ref, do the right thing.
John Allen has the football. That's got to be a
that-
fumble. Second down.
Hold on, let's see this one. All right, so they hand it to the white dude. Okay, yeah,
he's
good
not
luck
knowing
trying
himself.
to figure out if he fumbled in there.
But then, like,
Although John Allen is at the bottom.
I don't care what happened and if he fumbled or not. Like, look at this drive, young. To take the lead. 6 plays, 59 yards.
Well, apparently inside the 2-yard line, Washington's defense holds up. I dare them to try and throw it with Trey Lance on 3rd down. Oh, this is obviously 2-down territory. I mean,
Yeah.
like, well, you're not
Well,
going
you're
for
not going to
it.
let the Heisman Trophy winner come out there again. Talk about Marcus Mariota.
Yeah, let's say Washington has a couple of those. So,
You know? Damn, Cleveland Farrell played that really well.
Man, I should have talked bad about him earlier.
I don't know, bro. I don't even care what happens the rest of the way. It's the fact that they look like this in all 3 phases before a playoff game.
Oh, I thought Trey Lance kept it. All right, that's a touchdown. Yuck. Yuck.
And if I'm Tampa and I get matched up with Washington, I'm putting Baker in the read option. Just so Washington's got to defend it. Anything you can do to complicate their run defense, do it. Trey Lance, bro.
Terrible.
I don't even know. Because I said it last week, and, like, I don't know. I meant it, but, like, I didn't want to be, you're overreacting. You're looking at, you're doing too much. Bro, Michael Penix should have lit our ass up last week defensively. He missed throw after throw after throw. Kenny Pickett the week before missed throw after throw after throw after throw. And Trey Lance today has missed throw after throw, and they're still winning. That's my thing. Every phase, it's not just the run defense either, Denton. I'm done saying it's just the run defense. It's another false start from Dallas. It's the pass defense. It's the lack of pass rush.
They just can't do anything.
I'm stunned that the defense is, like, looking like this in a gotta-have-it spot. I guess it's different, though. I'm trying to, like, put myself – Jalen McMillan just scored again, by the way. It's like 4 straight games with a touchdown for him.
Does he put them in the lead? Yeah, he did.
Potential playoff matchup for Washington. But, like, for this group to be playing like this in a gotta-have-it situation, I almost want to stop referring to it as gotta-have-it. Because if we enter the psyche of a football player, what you going to be more jazzed up for? A Week 18 game or a playoff game?
Playoff game.
This is a reflection of the coaching staff to me, because you got to get them to buy in and play every game the same way.
But this isn't
hard.
a gotta have it, though. This is a want.
Yeah, but you had this messaging all week. That was your messaging.
That was to us. Like, I don't look at this as a gotta have it because you know that you're in.
When I say gotta have it,
it's poor.
I mean, you're trying.
You're trying to win, and you're not winning
against Dallas. You know?
Yeah, it's very poor, but I wouldn't say gotta have it.
Mike Penix out there dropping dimes.
So it's 19-16 with 7 minutes to go. Really, what you got to do here, if you're Marcus or Marky M, is take it slow. He's like what, 9 of 10?
Yeah.
9 of 10, 111 yards and a touchdown. He's played nearly perfect. He has a touchdown with his legs as well. His 3 carries for 22 yards. I actually thought he would have had a touchdown earlier if he didn't get tripped up on a run. but he's played really well. You just got to make sure you take time off the clock.
Yeah.
Because you've had the ball for a combined 6.5 minutes.
I like it, yeah.
You've got to take some time off the clock here. I know we're joking, Trey Lance is not very good, but clearly Dallas's offense has no issue marching down the field on this Washington defense.
And that a week before the playoffs.
A week before the playoffs. So the offense back on the field. We'll let you know what Mariota does when we get. Oh my God Almighty, he sacked himself.
Oh, Brandon Coleman's back in. That's good.
All right, so second down and 18 when we get back because Marcus Mariota tripped and fell. Don't go anywhere. It's Burning Gold Game Day Live. The Cowboys up 19-16 over the Commanders. We are presented by Rude on the Team 980 at 106.7 The Fan. So a little bit of news outside of our game. Marcus Mariota got sacked a bunch on that last drive.
He
sacked himself, and then he got sacked for a loss of like 15. It was not a good drive. That was like the real Marcus Mariota. Washington just held on a third down. I guess Dallas is probably going to go for it. It's 4th and 1.
Yeah.
It's 4th and 1, and Washington can't stop the rush defense. So I will give you a rush offense, rather. I will give you the update that I was going to give you that you just gave me after we get this play out, because this is going to impact Washington and where they end up playing, if that's the case.
We'll have a little bit of time.
So they're going to let that thing drain all the way down. Classic Mike McCarthy. He has no idea whether he wants to go for it or not. just completely, completely flabbergasted.
Yeah, just has no type of strong.
And they took the delay of game.
Yeah, they're gonna punt it. But
all right, so they're gonna punt it. The news that I was gonna give: Jordan Love is apparently warming up in Green Bay. Now I don't know. Is that because? It's not because Malik Willis is hurt.
No, they just want to win.
It's because they want to win, and right now the score is 21-19. Chicago leads Green Bay by 2, but at a 2-minute warning, the Bears have a 1st and 10 at the Green Bay 43.
Somebody's scoreboard watching then.
So I'm scoreboard watching.
Somebody, I'm talking about in that Lambeau Field arena.
They're like, wait a second. If Washington's losing, we can come back and we can win this football game.
Yeah.
But now Mariota's going to get the ball again. Jamison Crowder took a fair catch at the 8-yard line.
Man, I'm dumbfounded by all of it.
I mean, I don't know. I guess I'll trust Marcus here.
Yeah.
He doesn't have anywhere near the same trust that Jaden has.
No.
Not at all, especially after the last drive.
Marcus been playing well, though. I have nothing bad to say about him. They should have went for it, first of all.
Yeah, I don't know.
Dallas doesn't want to win this game.
I don't know what they were thinking. They clearly don't. They want draft positioning.
Yeah, so I get it.
To be 7 and 10.
Oh my God, something bad just happened. I just read a WTF tweet from JP Finley, who's in the stadium, getting in real time. So let's see what the WTF is. Is this a Mike Dieter high snap? My money's on a Mike Dieter high snap. No way B-Rob fumbles again.
No, he might have been talking about them taking the delay game.
Okay, maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, they're not that. This is real cable, not YouTube TV. If it was YouTube TV, I would be sweating. I'd be panicking, like, no. Yeah, I think that's in reference. Plus, all these guys, honestly.
Oh my God.
Oh no, you didn't. That was a quote tweet from JP.
Oh, it was.
Okay. Yeah, he was in relation to Mariota sacking himself.
Oh, okay.
Where he his leg just went. One of his legs just stopped working.
Well,
so it's a 2nd and 4 now. There's under 3 minutes to go. So this is God.
What do they just call?
That's
face
gonna
mask?
Be a face mask. Yeah, it's going to be a face mask, so that's actually going to benefit Washington. The offensive line is a disaster.
Well, Trent Scott's at left tackle right now.
Your boy. Is it him? I thought it was Paul.
No, Paul warmed up.
But Trent Scott in? Why'd you do that? Yeah, I mean, he gets him inside the helmet. It's not technically a face mask.
Face mask needs to be a rule that is it has to be clearly intentional. They got to change that.
They got a face mask.
They got to change the rule, bro.
I'll take it.
I'll take it too. But like,
I'm not gonna.
A face mask penalty should only be an infraction when it's clearly and obviously intentional.
They thought they got him inside the helmet. He didn't. He actually just palmed like the forehead.
You hear the conviction I said that with? I just knew that was a rule that was going to get inserted. Oh, my God.
All right, so Mariota with 2:30 is now attempting
he passed the line of scrimmage.
Terry. Why are they throwing like Terry is 6'5"? He's literally 6 feet tall. Please bring the ball down.
Yeah, I know.
They're throwing like he's T. Higgins.
Micah whoops Wiley, but B-Rob saves him.
Yeah, great help there by B-Rob.
Yeah.
And like this throw, Terry's
Moonball.
open. He just oversails it. Again, like Terry, he's a pretty athletic dude, but the guy's like 6 foot on a good day. He's probably more in the direction of 5'11". That makes it 2nd and 10 for Washington. They're down 3.
Yeah.
They're getting Terry the football, which I appreciate. I would.
You know what? If I was Terry, would I be ticked that Marcus Mariota ran for that touchdown? They should have been throwing end zone shots to him to try to get him the damn record.
And for my parlay.
Yeah, and for your parlay.
I'm the one talking about a parlay today. That's how we know things are going sideways.
Damn, I trust Marcus
This better
Mariota
be
to
the
go get
2-minute
it.
warning.
This game does not deserve overtime, so they better
Please,
settle
no,
this.
this is a win or a lose. I don't need to see more of this. I just want to get we don't
Look
need.
was in and they called timeout.
We don't need more of this. All right, so that's a 2-minute warning. Dallas up 19 to 16, but Washington is driving the football. You get a 3rd and 4 at their own 36 when we return. Hopefully, Marcus leads a game-winning touchdown. We don't want overtime.
Yeah, no one.
We do not want overtime. Just end this thing in regulation. Update on the score real quick. 21-19. The Bears lead the Packers. They just got called for a holding, though, which is not great.
Not good.
Which means Jordan Love is going to have an opportunity at some point. I don't know how many timeouts. The Packers got all 3. They got all 3 timeouts. So Jordan Love's going to get an opportunity to win that football.
So he did come back in, right? Confirmed.
Okay. If Jordan Love does come back in.
Well, he was warming up.
He was warming up. They just haven't touched the ball on offense.
Okay.
So we don't know for sure.
So he's probably.
We will keep an eye on that game, though, but we're at the 2-minute warning in ours. It's 19-16. Dallas leads, but Mariota has a chance to win the game. Find out if he does when we get back. Don't go anywhere. It's Burning Gold Game Day live with Denton Day and Linnell Willingham. So the 2-minute warning on the other side of it, 1:15 to go on a 1st and 15. They give it to Eckler, who gets no gain. They had a nice first down play on a 3rd and 4, slant to Terry McLaurin, and then Alec Reddy backs him up 5 on a false start. So now you got 2nd and 15. You're down 3. And by the way, Chicago is now trailing.
Good God.
They fumbled the football around midfield. The Packers then kick a 55-yard field goal with who, Linnell? Brandon McManus. The former Commanders kicker.
That is life.
I mean, that is
coming at you fast.
That is irony in the worst sense for the Commanders. But there's still plenty of time for Marcus Mariota. He's throwing to Terry McLaurin, which is usually a pretty good idea.
He's going to make me delete this.
It's 19-16. They're now just at about midfield. Yeah. It's a good catch. I mean, at least you're getting Terry back into rhythm in some capacity.
Yeah.
You're in 4-down territory. Obviously, it's a 3rd and 2 at your own 49. You got to get a little past the 40 for Zane Gonzalez's green line. I just prefer a touchdown, one, because I don't really want overtime. I also don't want to, if Marcus Mariota takes a sack here. All right, just run it. Yeet. There you go. Oh, he got cracked. That's a first down, though. Oh, that official spotted that horribly. Oh, that spot stinks. They spotted Mariota short of the first down. I thought for sure he had that. Dan Quinn's like, yo, why is that not a first down? They got to replay that. They got to check that. I don't know. Give me why are they showing the angle where we can't see the football? I don't really care about what his back is. That looks to me like a first down.
Yeah, I'm a little confused.
They don't have another angle? In the National Football League, this billion-dollar corporation, we can't get a camera on the other side of the field?
Oh, they just changed the personnel grouping at the last minute. Washington scrambling, getting dudes off the field.
So this is a 4th and 1 with 33 seconds. This is the game. This really depends. This is going to be, do you want to play Philly? Do you not want to play Philly?
I can't believe they came in here and screwed this up.
I cannot believe it either. Then we turn our attention to Chicago at that point.
Why is Austin Eckler back right here?
Why is Austin
Why is he playing? That's how you know they was going for it, and they wanted to win. They put
Eckler in.
Like, what?
That guy was legitimately knocked out on the field.
Yeah. McManus, like, no way.
Chicago, by the way, has a 1st and 10 at the 50. So they might get in contention for a game-winning field goal.
This is nerve-wracking. All this to avoid the Eagles. I don't even care if we have to go to Philly at this point. Like, football gods want to send us to Philly, then send us to Philly.
I'd prefer not to go to Philadelphia if I had my choice.
I know. So would every other American.
Yeah. So. I mean, that's the most talented team in the NFL right now. Yeah. They got 14 wins. I'm good. Like, I don't need to see them again.
Why is B-Rob on the sideline in this situation?
Yeah, if they got the big boy personnel, but now that looks like they're spreading because they got Luke in there. Oh, Dak came down from the press box.
News.
He was sitting there. They're spreading this thing out.
I can't believe.
Oh, God. This makes me nervous. Oh, Marcus! Marcus! Marcus!
No way. We're getting to overtime. This is insane.
Marcus kept it.
Wow.
And he went for 30. He kept it and gone.
Wow.
That's a huge play from Marcus.
What if he scores a touchdown?
Oh, my God. I would have lost my mind.
Yeah, so the Donovan Wilson, this is on you, my boy. It's a good job by Ertz. Yeah, it was.
They better, if they don't throw to the end zone.
It's a good meet. That's a good
swear
meet
to God.
by Marcus. But damn, I blame the wrong guy. I blame Donovan Wilson. Whoever 35 is.
That's a great play by Mariota. 33 yards or 16 yards. No, 33 yards to the Dallas 16. That's a great play by Mariota. Now, you better take at least one end zone shot. So help me God.
Yeah, you have to. They have zero timeouts. They have no timeouts. Though.
They have no. That's why I just get to the end zone. I got to stand up.
I'm scared.
Am I still on camera? I don't care. I'll crouch. I can't sit down. I get too nervous. I like that Jaden's also cheering Marcus Mariota on. That makes me happy.
Yeah, because
that's real friendship.
So Brandon Coleman's come out and gone back to.
Hey, I see Luke. Marcus, throw it to Luke. Oh, they got Zach Ertz. Oh, you gotta get to the football fast as hell, bro. You gotta get to the football fast as hell. Snap this thing. Spike it. You're gonna get one shot to get this to the end zone. They are taking their sweet-ass time, bro. All right, you got –
What happened at the end? Like, why did the ball get moved?
Yeah, how was the ball not placed?
We've gotten just completely.
What was the officiating there? That took another 2-3 seconds off the clock. You should have at least 9.
All because they didn't initially spot the ball correctly, is what it looked like.
Horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible. They're still looking like they're going to go for the win.
They should.
If Luke McCaffrey gets the game-winning touchdown to stop us from going to Philly and I get rich, life is going to be good in the studio. Life is going to be good. So it's a 2nd and goal. 16-19 Washington trails. It's at the 5-yard line. Looks like he got Terry one-on-one at the top. They called a timeout.
That's nerve-wracking.
Are you going to Terry here, or are you going with someone else?
You're darn right I'm going to Terry. Either Terry or probably the guy that's really going to get to Zach Ertz. He's been a monster in this area. Didn't he need 2 touchdowns today for
if Zach Ertz gets another touchdown, it's another $250,000.
That's insane.
That is insane.
Oh, man. What's up with Chicago? You were just about to say that?
I was just about to give you an update there. On a 3rd and 6, Caleb Williams found DJ Moore for 11 yards, and it's called back because of an illegal shift.
Yes. Wait, no.
No. So now they have a 3rd and 11 at their own 49-yard line with no timeouts in 14 seconds.
Oh, so it's over. Okay.
That game is over. So you have to win this game if you don't want to play Philly. You have to win this game. Chicago is such an inept franchise. Terry is
Look
still
at Ertz.
one-on-one.
Ertz is about to get a free release, dog.
This
is going to Zach Ertz.
They're dropping that guy back to Terry, 100%.
They're bracketed Ertz.
Terry!
Wow, that's
touchdown!
That's the franchise record.
Touchdown, Terry!
That is the franchise record, too.
Bang! Oh, we love to see it.
Did you just spank off of that?
We love to see it. Chicago won, too.
Oh, wow, and Chicago won.
Chicago won at the buzzer. Washington is not going to Philadelphia. Ah!
That was so dramatic.
Oh, that was fantastic. Did that get Terry over 60 yards? Please get that over 60 yards.
Did it? It had to have.
I think it did. This ESPN is taking forever to load.
What a catch.
That's a hell of a catch. They knew they were going to Terry the whole way. Now, where's the mic? Where's the camera? I need you to zoom in on me. If Dan
Cliff is turned on the sideline right now.
If Dan Quinn kicks this ball to Kevontae Turbin, God help me. Do not do it.
You're crazy.
Do not do it. We saw what happened last time. Just squib that jaunt.
Wow. So hold on. I'm going and checking for you.
Parlay. It did, yes, 62 yards.
62 yards. Okay.
62 and a tutty. That is Terry McLaurin's 13th touchdown. So that makes him in the most receiving touchdowns in franchise history in a single season.
For him to walk it off like that and get the record is amazing. And he got interfered with. Deron Bland.
Terry's back. He's back.
So I can delete
Look at Jaden getting lit. Yeah, I love that. He was jumping around too. Looks like his quad's okay. Cliff is turned up too. Peekaboo. Man, I really thought I was about to freaking do Snow Angels shirtless. Oh, I really.
So Packers now go to the Eagles,
and then Washington. I haven't checked the Bucks score. The Bucks are up. They're up 27-19. So the 38-38 tie with the Panthers Falcons doesn't mean much.
Insanity to me. I can't believe.
And then it really just becomes the Seahawks and the Rams. My expectation is that it's going to be Tampa Bay. If they win this one, they're kicking it to Turpin. But it's so far back in the end zone. This idiot. Is he serious? What was he doing? I mean, I'll take it. Turpin takes it 9 yards deep in the end zone to the 20-yard line. The Commanders get their 12th win of the season. They're not going to Philadelphia. Marcus Mariota leads a game-winning touchdown, and now we're all going to pester Dan Quinn about why the hell he took Jaden Daniels out of the football game. Line the phones, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. We officially start the post-game show when we get back. You get DOC, and I believe you get Toby. Yeah, Toby. You get DOC, you get Toby. They're taking your phone calls about Washington's 12th win of the season when we get back.
Oh,
It
how
is the
good
Burgundy
this?
and Gold post-game show on a Burgundy and Gold game day presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. The Commanders win, Doc. It didn't feel like it for most of the game, but they get the win 23-19 over Dallas. So at least they got the dub.
Youngest in charge, it is an honor and a pleasure to share a microphone with you. And with you, it had to be a victorious start. And I don't care how it happens in between, but we've got a couple of awards, the hardest working player of the game that we'll give out, and we let the people get involved with that. I got an idea who I think it ought to be, but, I think it's for the people. And also the Commanders' window of opportunity, the pivotal moment that propelled them to victory. And again, we'll let them handle that. And presented by the Window Man since 1989. The Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free, no-pressure in-home estimate or at thewindowman.com's Fairfax showroom. My friend, I can't go a second without saying that Adam Peters deserves a Fun Bunch high five. Because a lot of these games, they're won off the field. And we've been so weak in the past in those areas. Now we're like Hercules upstairs. Strong ownership, strong leadership in the football part of selecting the talent. And when your backup quarterback can come in like that impromptu, and let's face it, they were better, in my opinion, today with Mariota.
They were. There's no question. I mean, they didn't score a touchdown with Jaden in there. If you just look at the stat line, we'll do that real quick.
Okay.
Jaden was 6 of 12, 38 yards, and he ran the ball 4 times for 27. Mariota was 15 of 18, 161 yards, 2 touchdowns on the ground, 5 carries, 56 yards, and a touchdown. So there's no question that they were better with Mariota out there. You can freak out if you want about that. I'm not going to for this week. It's a little bit odd to say the least.
It's facts.
No, and I 100%. Like, I know some fans are going to look at it and say that there's some concern going into the week. I'm not worried about that. I'm not. But it is a little bit odd that Mariota came in, the offense started to look better, but I don't quite understand what happened here, Doc. This is a team that talked all week about the importance of this game. And, looks like they got help either way. Chicago beats Green Bay on a walk-off field goal, so they weren't going to have to go to Philly regardless. But it's a little bit disappointing that they're telling us how important this game is, and this is the kind of effort you got. The second time against the Dallas team, there's no CeeDee Lamb, and the defense, Trey Lance was having his way. I think Linnell brought up a great point on the game day broadcast. You look at what they faced the last couple of weeks. Jalen Hurts goes out early. Kenny Pickett steps in. You have Michael Penix last week, and you have Trey Lance this week. They win those ball games, so it's a credit to Washington for doing their job. You're not going to take anything away from that. At the same point, you can't pretend that Pickett didn't miss a few throws. You can't pretend that Penix didn't miss a few, and Trey Lance sure as heck missed a lot today. So, Washington going into next week, regardless of who they faced, even if it had to be Philly, if it has to be the Buccaneers, which they got the job done today, so it depends upon what happens with the Rams game, who they're going to face. It doesn't matter who you face. Any of those quarterbacks are going to dice you up next week unless you make some serious changes.
Yeah, and again, what we can't predict, and it's a week-to-week league, as we all know. Effort was there. Execution was not. The mystery with Terry, clearly there was a disconnect between, JD5 and Scary, but that was solved. There was times where our pass rush was non-existent. And all those things I want to say, well, maybe it gets fixed in a week. I don't believe that. But what I do know is that the second season puts a spark in all of us. And it's something that I played 5 years before I ever got in the playoffs. And it is a magical feeling. These guys have heart. And Toby, you know it. X's and O's are one thing. But when those players decide to make up their mind to go out and make plays And today is so weird because it literally sounded and felt like an NIL kind of game. All these bonuses that guys were getting, that's what made today interesting for me. All the guys that went to the bank off performance, and yeah, you make money, but this is special when you can go get incentive money. And guys were doing it. Ertz is playing his best football. Our middle linebacker, he was a madman again today. When your oldest players are playing the best, it makes you look around the locker room and say to some of them young bucks, hey, you got to crank your game up. If not, we'll be one and done. I mean, I'm not going to take anything away from the victory. I'm all about the win. But realistically right now, we got some guys that got to look in the mirror and say, let's get ready.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I thought one dude that I thought really stepped up today defensively, because there weren't many, frankly, with the performance they put out there today. I thought Mikey Sanders still played really well. Thought you saw some plays from him. But there's a lot of concern going into the playoffs, Doc. And, credit to them. They find a way to win. It seemed to be their MO. You don't want to get too – I don't want to do the bit where a lot of fans are going to look at going into the playoffs thinking, let's take the big approach and look from the outside and the 10,000-foot view and say they shouldn't have been here. No. We'll do that in February. We'll do that in March. We'll do that when the season's over. Right now, they're in the thick of it. They're in the playoffs. They're going to take on either the Rams or the Buccaneers. Screw that. Right now, they need to find a way to win their next game by any means possible. And a credit to this team, their last three, it's been ugly. It hasn't been pretty, but they found ways to win. So at least they're doing that. Because, Doc, how many teams have we seen in the past, teams that were more talented than this one even, maybe not the quarterback position, but teams overall that were more talented than this one here in D.C. that would get into these spots, and they didn't find ways to win, they found ways to lose, right? This team is at least finding a way to come out on top.
We're lucky because we've got two guys you can win with now. And that's important. Not everybody in the league can. Most people don't have one. We've got two guys I'm very comfortable with. You couldn't say that at the beginning of the season. Now I do, but it's all about the interior. And we won without Badass. When Tyler Badass does not play, it's usually not a good outcome. So that's another plus. Then who you get back. But if they cut this film on, and they look at it as men, which they'll do on Tell the Truth Monday, then we'll see a different performance next week. If not, then we'll be talking about the offseason. Because there's no way in the world you advance going against the quality of quarterbacks that you're going to be facing. You had your pass. That's the end of the backups. Now the guys you're going to play now, they'll slit your throat. If you bust coverages and have powder puff pressure like they've had now, you're done.
Yeah, absolutely. 800-636-1067. If you want to hop in on the MGM National Harbor listener lines, we'll get to some of your phone calls in just a little bit. I want to start with this, though, Doc. This is kind of the big story coming out of this one. Marcus Mariota steps into the game at halftime. They say it's a coach's decision. It looked like he was maybe a little banged up with a thigh. I don't think it was anything. If this were the playoffs, I think Jaden's back out there. I think this truly was a coach's decision. Maybe he's slightly banged up. But what did you make of that decision to go with Mariota in the second half? I wasn't thrilled with it because I want to see, one, the offense getting a rhythm with Jaden going into the playoffs. But, it felt like maybe giving in a little bit. Maybe he's a little banged up, but, felt like you're not fully going after it this week. But like you said earlier, the offense looked better when Mariota was in there. What'd you make of that decision to pull Jaden at half?
I was all for it. Yeah, because if we've seen him not 100%, and it's just frightening. And now you're setting him back for the game, single elimination. So I want two options. I wish Mariota had played against Philly early on. I thought it was great to get him. There was a lot of controversy. The whale didn't like it, and he had reasons based on what had happened in the past. That's why people have to be given a right to change. And Mariota's experience was comforting. There's no competition about the position other than they both want to help the team win. They're both team guys, great pedigree, both try. So there's no ego involved in it. Jaden is a great teammate. And it's not fake. And everybody knows it. And so that's the beauty about this. And with Badass not in the game, the communication on the offensive line, we've seen it. It's not the same. They're not as good. He's that important. Other than JD5, your next MVP to me is Badass. And so that's a fact. So if we can get healthy, But it's so comforting. We had receivers step up. Terry came back and proved why he's all pro. And getting Ertz to play like he's 25 again and getting our middle linebacker to play like he's 25 again, you have no idea, because you need those Warriors next week. That's where the experience comes in. Age is fine. No, we need your expertise on the field. That's important.
James Taylor had a comment here on the stream we put up on YouTube. If you want to watch on 106.7, the fan said, blood pressure medicine is involved. It definitely was today. It was all over the spectrum. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. Let's start with our guy Bones in Southeast. Bones, what's going on, dude?
K9.
Hey, what's up, Toby? Shout out to my main man, Doc. Hey, man, y'all know my blood pressure was up high. You know, I'm kind of like in here fussing with myself and everybody else about this play calling, you know what I mean? At some point in time, we got to establish a run. Well, we keep getting away from the run. But we got to establish the run. Somebody, C-Rod or the other guys, or somebody got to start running this ball. You know, Benjamin St. Juice, I'm not going to get off. He has to play aggressive. He has to play aggressive. The referees, man, got to stop making them little fancy calls, man. You know, it's the wrong time of the season to be making them calls. I'm saying we got the win. I'm satisfied with the win. But that play calling, we got to switch that play calling up, man. I love you guys, man. Thanks for taking my call, man. Peace.
Toby, I don't
Appreciate
know about
the
you,
phone
but
call.
is it the play calling or the execution of the play that's called?
I think it's execution, Doc, because
Yeah,
how can you be committed to the run if you never get any yardage? Like,
Right.
the last couple of games, that didn't happen this game because Jaden got pulled at halftime. We didn't get to see if he
Right.
could pull out another vintage, second half performance. But
I agree.
this is something where last two games, they haven't had a run game, and they were better off when they just said, screw the run game and let Jaden go do it. So I agree, I get his point. They need a run game because if you're going to face L.A. or you're going to face Tampa, you don't want to have to get into a scoring contest where each team is getting max amount of drives and you're going to have to put up not just 30 but potentially 40 to win. But at the same point, if you can't run the football, if you can't block, you can't get a hold of B-Rob, then what are you supposed to do?
Well, Toby, you know the game. At this time of the year, everybody, for the most part, has passed the test. We can run it and we can stop the run. Or you're not in it. Our quarterback can make plays or we're not in it. That's the beauty of the second season. Equals. So if you've got flaws, that's your problem if you can't fix it. You'll be out. That's why I love the playoffs. We don't have to stop making excuses for everybody. Either put up or you'll probably be gone next year. Because this exposes you. This is what you need to get to the championship round. So now we can stop all the filibustering. Seeing is believing. If you got it, put up. Because everybody's going to have a pass rusher that's probably better than your best pass rusher. That's the way it goes. Somebody's going to have a corner that's a, quote, shutdown corner. In this tournament now, most people have at least one. If you don't, you better go rent one or figure out something. Otherwise, you're one and done.
Well, and what you're seeing right now, Doc, is this team has the trump card. They didn't have it today, specifically with Jaden, but you talked about being able to run the football and stop the run. You know what this team does neither of? Run the football and stop the run. But they have the ultimate trump card of the quarterback.
Right.
And when the quarterback plays well and he turns into Superman, you got a chance against anybody. So, I was frustrated about potentially losing and having to go to Philadelphia, but you want to know what the saving grace was, Doc? 5. Jaden Daniels gives you a chance against anybody, against L.A., against Tampa. If they move on to another round and they face one of these top teams in the NFC, it doesn't matter. You're going to feel good with your chances regardless of who you play because you have faith in your quarterback. So, they're going to need Jaden to play much better than he did today and get back to more of what you saw in the second half against Philly and the second half against Atlanta. But regardless, you at least feel like you've got a shot with this guy because, frankly, the way that this team has played, like you were saying, running and stopping the run has not been playoff worthy. It just has not been.
They won't admit it, Toby, but in my mind, if you could put true serum to the Philadelphia people, they didn't want to see you either. I wasn't afraid because they're in our division. We know more about them than other people. You're more comfortable going against your cousin because you know your cousin. And the way they defended us and the way Baltimore defends us and the way Pittsburgh, it's a philosophy defensively. But we didn't get crushed against none of them because of this freak we have. So believe me, it's a sigh of relief. I didn't mind going against them because they've got the worst quarterback of our other options. Because it's the quarterback that ultimately puts you to sleep. I go up against theirs. Everybody's acting, oh, give me the Rams. Are you serious? Really? Okay, be careful. Because they've got a guy that has kissed the Lombardi. And
That's
see, this
true.
is what I'm saying. Be careful. We so used to people missing people. That guy today, he couldn't hit a bullseye at a carnival if you were getting him $10 million. He was awful. And we were in a death match with him. So we enjoy the celebration of victory, but let's keep this real. This next tournament we're going in, if the film doesn't tell you all you need to know, you won't be around long enough. Next week when we do this, yeah, we'll be walking slowly and singing next year. Because all the jokes are over now. This is serious business. Starting tomorrow, Victory Monday, got to hit the junks, do their thing. Got to go through they deserve that. This wasn't easy, but they got it done. How many times have we been in the similar situation over the past several years and lost? This team has a resilience. They got dog in them.
Well, and that's the beauty of this time of year, like you were talking about, Doc. It doesn't matter what it looks like. It doesn't matter what your stats look like. It doesn't matter if you put up 50 fantasy points. It doesn't matter any of that. Just find a way to walk out with more points than the other team. It's all that matters. And they did that today. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on the MGM National Harbor listener lines? Let's get out to Little. Little, what's going on?
What's going on, youngest in charge?
How's it going, man?
Shout out to Max. Hey, look, man, I was telling Max, we got to get us a dog, Toby. That 95, that freak up there in Cleveland, he ain't staying for no rebuilding. So we need us a dog on the defensive line, Doc. Also, let me help Bones out.
And again, I'm violating rule number 675.
Right, we got to go get us a dog.
Enjoy the victory. Enjoy the victory. But he would be little because you family. I'm sharing with you. That's the only person that I covet. I'm telling you what, if we got cash and we got assets and we got everything,
yeah.
If there's a way, and again, and Adam and all them boys I trust.
Yeah, man.
I know most of our listeners, especially the young folks,
I trust them too,
like Well, they'll be talking about the receiver in Cincinnati. Receiver.
Yeah,
95 in Cleveland. If you ask me what do I want for Christmas, that's it.
Well, I tell you what, Doc. I mean, it'd be nice to get a receiver. It'd be nice to upgrade on the O-line. The offense ain't the problem. I can tell you that much.
That's right.
The offense has not been the problem this year. The issue has been you've played Dallas twice, and Cooper Rush and Trey Lance could have both set up a sofa back there and taken a nap because there was no pass rush whatsoever.
No, I'm with Little. 95.
You're right, Little.
That's it in Cleveland.
They need to get a game record, 100%. Appreciate the phone call, though. You want to hop in on the Burgundy and Gold post-game show with Doc and Toby? You feel free, 800-636-1067.
You're the youngest in charge, man. Accept that mantle. You have earned that. That is who you are. Who is he? That's he.
By the way, if they would have lost today, I'm blaming Linnell for changing up his wardrobe. He wasn't wearing the usual garb today. He was wearing something else. I think he's going over to Cap One to watch The Wiz.
I know.
I blamed him if they would have lost today.
I couldn't believe it, but he did it because, like I say, that's why we don't have to worry about him anymore because he's no longer the youngest in charge. That's the beauty of it.
Absolutely. Let's get out to Steve in Columbia. Steve, what's going on?
Hey, guys, what's up? Look,
Steve.
A win is a win. It's good, but it didn't look good. Doc, a couple questions real quick. On the defense, what is up with the linebackers and the defensive line, the tackles? They were running right up the gut, play after play after play, and it's been consistent. So is it the scheme or is it the players? I don't get that. at all.
You could vary on every play. Could be something different. Guys are not disengaging, getting off blocks, and you have to be specific about a play. But overall, we're catching blocks, which means the offense has an advantage because this momentum is moving forward. We want people to be stood up, so they're stymied, and we're not getting that done. And so our linebackers, I mean, basically, if they got trash in front of them, which is a big body that blocks their vision, they can't see. We're just not getting the job done. And I don't know, they may have games called. I don't want to be general without a specific play. But there's been too many of them that we get our ass kicked.
Right.
At
and
the
on the
point of
offense,
attack.
okay, that's a good point. On the offensive side, is it I don't see enough push from the offensive lineman, and I don't see enough burst from B-Rob, but when Rodriguez is in, which he did not play today, I see more of a burst. So what's up with that? Is it the lines or is it the running back?
Again, you have to be specific about a play. I don't like the generalizing. What I'm telling you is that sometimes you get your ass kicked up front. The other guy's just better. No, I'm with you. I'm a Rodriguez guy. But they got him in the witness protection program. So he gets several plays a game. I don't know why, and I really don't care. If they're willing to lose a game with their substitution, that's on them. Who would know? Your eyes aren't lying. You see what I see. I don't know why the guy don't get the ball and why he don't play.
And as far as the Rams, if we play the Rams, they're going to bootleg us to death. And another thing, we don't have any kind of pass rusher, no kind of dominant pressure pass rusher, period. And if you play the Rams, it's going to be tough because not only do they got that running back, but we know what the kind of receivers they have. So they got to fix that somehow. I just don't.
Well, and appreciate the phone call, Steve, because the other thing, too, is even if they don't play the Rams, Doc, if they were to lose today to Seattle, Washington would face Tampa. I think people would be surprised how well Baker's playing. Baker's going to carve you up, too, if you don't get some pressure. So regardless of what happens, they're going to need to show up. And you're right, though, Doc. Like they're not getting the pressure up front. I don't know if it's personnel. I don't know if it's scheme. It's probably a combo of both because you go back to Dallas last year with Dan Quinn and that defense. What the heck happened in the playoff game against Green Bay? You know, they just got dominated up front by the Packers. So, you know, they had the guys, and that didn't show up well last year. This year, it's kind of the same sort of story, but with different guys. But also, you're paying how much for John Allen and Deron Payne? I know Allen's coming back from an injury, but some dudes got to play better, and they've got to figure out a way to stop it. At some point, you know, you're going to run into a wall, and unfortunately, it seems like the ceiling for this defense, Doc, isn't very high. It seems like the defense, if they can hold a team under 25 points, you feel good, which doesn't bode well for your playoff chances.
Now, I love their effort. They're not lazy. We've got some lunatics over there. There's not enough of them. And the problem is when you don't have shutdown corners, guys that buy you more time. So really, we're not great at anything over there. If we could hang our hat on one thing, you know, we had just one thing we can hang our hat on, then you got something. But with Standstill was our best. He's learning. They're all babies. Yeah. And then Latimer, the boy, nice, but he's in sick bay. So saying all that we just said, and they've won how many games?
12 games for the first time since 1991, Doc. I mean,
so what you have to say is that individually you break them down, there's not a lot you can smile about. Put them together, they're hard out. So they got that 100%. Intangible. They're just a hell of a group together. And they fight, man, like bandits. And when you put JD5 and Mariota, because to me now, I know that Lowell may not. I think he's come around. I think he's come around to even appreciate it. You can't make up what Marcus has done in a short sample size. You can't make it up. There's too many bums playing that position. He's not one of them. He's showing
Well, and one thing, Doc, I think it's funny. After the Atlanta game last week, I was driving home listening to you, and then I called a buddy who's a Rams fan to talk a little smack in anticipation that we might meet them in the playoffs, right? And he's like, I'm not intimidated by your team. Who do you have outside of Jaden and Terry? And I'm like, I'm with you. I don't know. I have no idea. And you know what that is, Doc? That's a credit to the coaching staff. Because if you look at the roster, it's not great. It's not a top 5 unit. It's not a team that should go 12-5. But Dan Quinn, Cliff Kingsbury, Joe Witt Jr. have organized the team to get the most out of it. I mean, there's no way you could get more out of this roster than they have gotten out of them this year. And yes, there are shortcomings. There's frustrations. But at the same point, this team's only going to get better next year. Like you talked about, Adam Peters is going to get this thing beefed up. And this team's a playoff team this year with a chance to go on the road and potentially win against whoever they play because you've got the quarterback right. It's
and
a
I know a
special
lot
time
of
to be a
people may
fan of
not
this
like
team.
this, but the way St. Juice fights, under all circumstance, that was not PI in my opinion at the end. He got robbed, but you can't break him. I urge people that call themselves members of the Burgundy and Gold family, he's one of ours. He never quits. He keeps fighting. And then but you can win with him. And I keep telling you, don't you nitwits understand what's behind him? If you love the staff and respect them and they keep putting him out there, they're telling you, hello, he's the best we have. Would you send your son to school and call him dumb if he brings home a C or D in a class? No, you wouldn't. You get him a tutor and you keep encouraging him. And I believe this Benjamin St. Juice is going to help you win a game. He never stops. He never quits. He keeps his head above. That's why together, if it was a one-on-one contest, well, he may not win that one. But part of a unit, I want him on my team. He's long. You can't break him. If he just keeps his spirit high and we back him, he's the best you got. And we go to war. And if the past people up front, hell, there was one time the quarterback for Dallas, I didn't think it was an actual play. I thought they had blown whistles. Nobody was rushing. And the guy still didn't hit anybody. But that's why Dallas will be home watching the playoffs. It's almost embarrassing that we were in a death match against a group that bad. But it is what it is. But we won.
Got the job done, Doc. That's all that matters. You're listening to Burgundy and Gold Postgame Show with Doc Walker and Toby Altize. We got to get a break. If you want to hop in, feel free. 800-636-1067. The phone lines are full. When someone hops off, you can hop in. Again, 800-636-1067 on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. More to come next here on The Fan.
It's 2nd and goal. End zone shot for the lead. It's McLaurin. He's got it. Washington is in front.
I don't know about you,
What'd you think,
Doc,
Toby?
but
What'd you think?
I've been told that Terry isn't a number one receiver. I've been told all these things. I don't know, man.
Who
Dude
told
just
you?
set the franchise record for
Check
most
the
touchdown
source,
catches
Toby.
in a year.
Check the source.
You're listening to a Burgundy and Gold post-game
Well, I
show.
always say
Toby
check the
Altizer
source.
alongside Doc Walker.
I always
And
say
we're
check the
presented by
source.
Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate this season with unmatched cooling power and visit ruud.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Real quick, I do want to get to some callers in just a second, but also wanted to shout out our guy. We're thinking of him today, Pete Medhurst, as he's rehabbing from brain cancer. He's had to have some surgeries. Today's his birthday, so we want to wish Pete Medhurst a happy birthday. And if you want to help out in any way, we put up a GoFundMe on our 1067 The Fan Twitter page. You want to help out him and his family as he's going through this difficult time. We're praying for Pete, and hopefully he can make the best of it and make it a quick recovery, and hopefully we can have him back soon. We want to wish him a happy birthday today as we think of him.
Absolutely, man. As Coach Thompson would say, simply one of the best, and throughout the bowl games and the victories, the Navy, it's just Pete, and I just hear, I never do not hear his voice during this time of the year, and it's a spirit, and the dude is strong as an ox, and so he will be back with us. He'll be on there. Yeah, he's built for this.
Absolutely. Thought of him last couple of weeks ago with the Army-Navy game. I know that was tough not to have him on the call for that, right? I mean, so we're praying for you, Pete, and we wish you a happy birthday and the best, and hopefully a quick and speedy recovery there.
Amen.
Toby Altizer alongside Doc Walker. If you want to hop in on the MGM National Harbor listener lines, 800-636-1067, as the Commanders finish up their season with a win over the Dallas Cowboys, 23-19. They finished the year 12-5, Doc. 12 wins, the most they've had since 1991. What a season for the Commanders. We'll have plenty of time to reflect on that, but right now we're talking about today's game. We're also talking about potential playoff opponents. If the Rams win, then they would face the Rams in the wild card round next week. If the Rams lose today, then they'll be going to Tampa to take on their Week 1 opponent, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But right now we're taking some of your phone calls. Let's get out to LeVar in D.C. on line 4. LeVar, what's going on?
Hey, how y'all doing?
What's up, LeVar?
How's it going, man?
All right, listen. Thrilling game, and I got to say, like I said, I wasn't really worried because fourth quarter is when we play our best football right now. I don't think Dallas really did any scouting for Mariota, which is a good thing because he looked awesome. And one thing I can say is a good sign that we have a competent, reliable backup quarterback who can step in there and get us a W.
Yeah, and that's the job of every backup
quarterback. It shows you how important it is, right, Doc? I mean, having a guy out there that can step in and, obviously this is a little different circumstance being the final week of the season, but he stepped in earlier in the year with an injury, and he let him – people forget that Jaden didn't play in that game because you still look and there's 40 points on the board, right? Like, Mariota's done a heck of a job this year.
Well, I refer to him as a stunt man, and not everybody can be a stunt man for an incredible starter. So he's actually emulating a freak. He was a former freak. He's just older now.
Yeah.
But he still had it in his bag. So where Adam Peters deserves so much credit is that, and also bringing over his OC from the Eagles, he has been through whatever he's been through, he survived it. And Jaden being a guy with a great attitude and a great dude as a star, and this guy, they don't clash, they blend. And you could see him cheering. There was speculation. You heard Lowell talking about it during the postgame show with DD. Heaton pack on the leg. Is he hurt? Did he look hurt while he was cheering? You know what I'm saying? He was so into it.
Yeah.
And that's not fake. It's real. There's a brotherhood there. That's what DQ has done. He has instilled something that is priceless. Same thing's happening in Detroit. And the same thing's happening in Green Bay, and it happens in Tampa. You can tell the teams Frisco had, the teams that are not only coached by offensive wizards, but also guys that understand team dynamics. 49ers had all-pro future Hall of Famers playing. They're out of it. And they're playing their hearts out in it because they believe in the brand. And when you get people doing that, that's what this team does. Separate the parts, they'd be on a used car lot. Nobody would buy them. Put them together, you have a luxury car. That's the thing about these guys. When they're together, they're tough to beat. Separated, well, okay, they're not going to be high picks. That's what they got going for them. They have to be together and in lockstep, or it won't work. Because individually, it's not going to work.
Yeah, and I thought last week, I don't know if you got to watch the video or not, Doc, of the 14, 15-minute video they put out of Jaden Daniels mic'd up last week for the Sunday Night Football game. And the last drive in overtime there when they're driving it down to go win, and Jaden's taking a couple hits. He's down there, crouched down, trying to get his air. And Mariota comes over. Hey, man, stand up. Get your air. Go win us this game. Use your God-given abilities. Go win this thing. I was skeptical of Mariota, same reasons Linnell was. But seeing the leadership he has added to this quarterback room, on top of the fact that he stepped in and played incredibly well when he's been on the field, it's been remarkable. And to see him, there's not many people, Doc, that have done what these guys have done. And somehow you found a guy that was a Heisman Trophy winner, the number 2 overall pick, and tasked with turning around a franchise. It looks like Jaden's going to be successful at it. Unfortunately for Marcus, he wasn't fully successful at it. But you brought in a guy that's gone through nearly everything that Jaden has gone through. There's not many dudes that have. So bringing in someone like Marcus to help him through that, it's a credit to Adam Peters. Like you were saying, there were probably more talented people at certain spots, whether it was free agency, whether it was to draft. But you know what you're not hearing? You're not hearing internal turmoil. You're not hearing bickering and complaining. You're not hearing any issues. Matter of fact, it seems like everybody's on the same page, and that's how you get a 12-5 record out of a roster that does not look like 12-5 on paper at all.
It's the first year when you're building something like Coach Gibbs' first year here. It is amazing. We lose our first 5 games. You're 0-5, and you ended up 8-8. When you've seen how it's done, it is done by people that never, ever question what they're doing. And when we lost, the practices were never longer. They don't panic because they know they're on the right path. They don't run a lot of people out, and they don't go after a whole bunch of big names. Like this program, they go after people that fit what they're doing. Because you bring in one jerk just because he's got a lot of stats, and you ruin it. And they were very, very precise in the right veterans they brought in. They brought in guys that treat rookies with compassion. They don't bully them. And everybody that's a borderline, they got rid of them. And I can tell you guys, it's all very basic things about judging them, not by their 40 times, but about their manners. Do they have manners? Do they show up on time? God tells you a whole lot about him if you don't show up on time. If his priorities aren't in order, he's telling you all about who he is. He's not organized. And if he's not organized enough to put his priorities in perspective, I don't want him because he's going to end up letting me down. So for them to come back, and where are they at their best? In the fourth quarter. Yeah. They're at their best in the fourth quarter. They're not show ponies. They're at their best in the first quarter. So these are the things about a team and traits. If you want to be a champion, they've got championship traits. Now, if they got guys to play up to it, and we'll just wait when they get a couple. Now, you got to get up freaks. Nobody wins without them. But as they collect more, and they've got draft capital, they've got all these things in common, it could get frightening. And not for just a season. Sustained. They're building Fort Knox. It's important.
Yeah, and I think that's what's so encouraging, Doc, is 12-5 in the first year of the new regime, and it doesn't seem like something that you're going to lose all that steam going into year 2. It seems like something that you can build off of. Not saying that they're going to suddenly win 14 games next year, but it feels like something that you can continue to keep building, where you add in an edge rusher here, you add in a corner, you add in maybe another receiver, you get a better running back, you improve the O-line, just
now
little
there you
things
go. I
here
was
or
waiting.
there.
I was thinking, oh my God, are you about to do a whale on me? When are you going to get to the most valuable asset? You could no.
Hey, listen, if they went the whole offseason and all they did was improve the O-line and D-line, sign me up.
Done. You're done. The rest of that stuff, we can find it. Trust me. We can go get it at a yard sale. We can go get it at swap meet. We can do all that. What you can't get at the yard sale and the swap meet is the interior dudes. They're priceless. And isn't it amazing how little pub they get? Why is Detroit where they are? Yeah, they got a great OC, a great D. They got all that. They Fab Five. Philly's Fab Five.
Oh, yeah.
It's the boys with that wall. You know how good Minnesota is? They lost one of the best left tackles in the league 6 weeks ago. And Sam Darnold's having a record year. I thought the left tackle was so important. It is. Which tells you that their backup might be better than your starter. That's how you build teams.
Well,
guys, we don't even know.
Look at KC. That interior three,
best.
incredible.
That's the best example.
They're 15-1. They're 15-1 and not playing Patrick Mahomes today because it doesn't matter.
I can't name 8 players on their team.
But it's true.
That's the beauty about it. It's not glamorous, and that's why I go. The Jackrabbit, or whatever he calls himself, is one of the dumbest moves in the history of the NFL to me, was when he left to go to Miami. You can buy an island that'll be sunshiny and bright for the rest of your life. Coach Thompson taught me this. I used to say, John, he go, why is everybody trying to go somewhere where it's hot? You know, if you're a millionaire, you can buy an island somewhere and make it tropic for the rest of your life. This dude left Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid to go to Miami, and you'll never see him again in the playoffs.
Hey, he can enjoy his extra cash. They'll enjoy their extra rings. Right, Doc? You're listening to the Burgundy and Gold postgame show. Toby Altizer in with the DOC Doc Walker. More to come after the break.
Best fourth down teams in the NFL this year has Mariota taken off and sprinting into the red zone. Down by 3, less than 30 seconds left.
Marcus Mariota doing his thing. He was big in the second half for Washington. They get the win today, 23-19 over the Dallas Cowboys to finish their season 12-5, their best season since 1991. Toby Altizer in with Doc Walker on the Burgundy and Gold post-game show presented by Ruud. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Ruud and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Ruud, it ain't right. 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in on the MGM National Harbor listener line. Doc, you mentioned the matchup. Do you have a preference, Tampa or L.A.? It's tough because Baker is cooking. I know some people feel they'd rather face Tampa. I felt like I'd rather face L.A. with Stafford, but you were right earlier. Stafford's one of the few dudes in the NFL at this point, with some of the dudes retiring, that he's actually won a Lombardi, so you feel like he could do it again. Is there a preference, or is it just whoever you face, and you go out there and see if you can beat them?
Yeah, I don't have a preference, because at this point, everybody's there for a reason. I wouldn't want to face us and face JD5. A quarterback that can run, a mobile quarterback, bothers me. So a lot of people don't respect Baker. Baker makes people miss. I know where the Ram quarterback's going to be. So for our group, even though he's deadly, that gives me a little bit more comfort that I don't have to worry about his legs. And so they've got a young defensive line. They replaced the best defensive player in the world. And they replaced him with 3 guys. They're young, they're active. They're the best team never discussed, in my opinion, are the Rams. And they're just solid. So that's just me personally. I don't want the dual threat guy. I want to know where he's at with our limited pass rush team. That's the guy I want. And because Baker is, I'm not listening to the public. He's frightening because he's so damn competitive, and he can run and will run. They know that they've already defeated us. They probably don't want to see us either. I don't think either team wants to see us either.
No.
That's the other thing. And now with Mariota playing the way he's playing, I really believe there are people hoping somebody knocks us out. But to answer your question, L.A.
Yeah, and right now, if you're looking at it, the Rams, where they stand right now, 7-3 early in the second quarter, the Seahawks leading that one. If the Rams lose, Washington goes to Tampa. If the Rams find a way to win, then they'll go to L.A. as Washington's locked in as the 6th seed. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. Let's get out to Dave and Chantilly on line 5. Dave, what's going on?
I am in a state of ecstasy right now. That's all I can say. I haven't felt good since 1991. You know? I mean, we have a community of football fans back again. Whether we won or lost today, there's a football community, the hope, the culture, the fact that we all are, like, buying into this beautiful thing that's happening in front of our eyes. I can't even put into words.
Well,
yeah, it's been a while, Doc. It's been a while since there's been a team here that you feel like gets the benefit of the doubt, right? Like, if things aren't going well, you're like, well, they'll figure it out. I think the coaching staff can get it right. This year, you feel
it's from the owner to the GM to everybody. It's the organization again. I haven't felt like this since I was a kid, and we were watching the team that, like, it's not just the team that I cheer for. This is my hometown. This is like everything I root for. This is my life when it comes to football. Like, you know, I love football in general, but like the Redskins, the Commanders, they're my team. Washington's my team. we haven't had this kind of, like when I go around it, I see Redskins apparels, I see Commanders apparels. I see everyone in this area bought into what we are doing, and there's a belief and a hope again. Like, going into this game, I was like, look, we're already in the playoffs. I hope we win. I believe we can win. Marcus came in. Marcus, he sealed the second half. There is a vibe with this team right now that I haven't felt since before Snyder took over. That's all I can say, and I'm so proud of it.
Appreciate the phone call, Dave. Yeah, I mean, to his point, Doc.
I hope it can continue.
To his point, I was born in 1998. I'm 26 years old. This is the most wins this team's ever had in my lifetime. They'd never eclipsed the 10-win mark. They're at 12. If there's one thing in my life before I started working here that you could say was like the number one thing about me, it was I was a diehard fan of this team, and I feel the same thing that he's feeling. I've never felt this way in my life, where you feel good about the team, you feel confident, and they have a playoff game next Sunday or Saturday, whatever day it's going to be, and you feel like they've got a legit shot, Doc. Like, it's not like it was in 2020 where they get in and it's like, well, this will be a fun ride because we know they're going to lose, but we'll see how close they make it against Tom Brady. No, it feels like you could actually go on and win this thing. And then you look at your quarterback compared to the other quarterbacks in the NFC. To your point, I don't know that anybody wants to face this team, because if JD5 starts cooking, you don't want to face a hot quarterback like that. When's the last time Washington's had that? I mean, they haven't had this many wins since 91, one of the greatest teams of all time. I didn't experience that. This is the greatest team of my life.
Yeah, this is when you live through the championship era. I always go back to the 72 team, one of my favorite teams, because George Allen instilled that spirit. That's the last time I feel like it feels now. When the spirit and that 72 team, Brig Owens is from my hometown, and so I'm kind of linked to them because of Brig. And then they in the Super Bowl out at the Coliseum, and they stayed in our hometown in Santa Ana, California, at the Saddleback Inn. So now they're into town, but Sonny was hurt prior to that. Billy's starting, and they're playing the undefeated Dolphins. I mean, it wasn't no bigger arena than that. And they get a kick block, but it's not like it's competitive. And then they come back the following year, and Sonny's there, and they beat them. I mean, but this team, and so when you get on this team and you meet these guys and they're in this town, you're just in awe of them. And they had a presence about it in this community because everything was together. There was no division. We weren't bitching over name, colors, scheme. It was all one. And the fan base was like the night of the living dead. I mean, it was so incredibly powerful, Kobe, that I want you to experience it. The same thing I say about the big kid that works in there as well. I want you to experience it because it's life-changing, because how the community embraces it. We're in a town that nobody agrees about anything. It's a political atmosphere, but they all believed in this. It's the only thing that united us. And it was just nonpartisan, and people were, because it wasn't so restricted at RFK, the luxury boxes conflicted. They caged people out. That was an open forum deal. It's like tailgating. Tailgating is inclusive because they don't check your credit score at a tailgate. Everybody does. Once you start getting the levels and check your credit score, then it becomes benign. This was for the people. That's why I love the parking lot. It was just something I have a hard time explaining. But it's coming back like that. And for those of us that had a taste of it, you just dying for you to get a taste of it. Dying for you to live through it. So you don't have to just imagine it, live it on YouTube. No, live it in real time. And then you'll understand why the people call us sound nuts, and they're in their 60s and 70s. But they've taught their kids so well that these people have become young lunatics, and they're just doing it on faith. But what is faith? It's believing in something you may not have seen or touched, but you believe in it. And that's what Burgundy and Gold pride and spirit is all about. And now we're close. And I just think that what would be better for us than to get a win? It'd just be mind-boggling. But don't take it for granted. That's what we're going into right now. It's a different atmosphere.
It is 100%. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. Let's get out to Toothpick on line 6. Pick, what's going on?
Hey, Doc. Chief on 3.
Oh, hey, Chief.
What's good, Doc?
Hey, Chief. That voice you heard, that's Kansas City Chief fanatic, okay, who is taking over Toothpick's whole being right now. He is a surrogate right now. And
No, Doc, that's not true.
Well, I believe it is.
That's not true.
That's okay. All right.
That's not true, Doc. Listen, I'm going to tell you something. It was a couple at the beginning of the season. Toby, you said this a little bit, but at the beginning of the season, everybody was saying Terry's not a number one wide receiver. Well, you can put them questions to bed. He's a number one wide receiver. The problem has been he's not had a quarterback. And even though, JD5 didn't do his thing today, Marcus Mariota came in, stepped in, and then in the clutch time, he hit 17 with a dagger in the corner, right? And if for some reason that stadium was so sleepy today, like the Cowboys fans, I'm sitting next to a couple of them, they really didn't do anything. They weren't excited about their team, and there was no energy in the building. But the defense did their job. They held them to field goals all day, so we can roll into the postseason knowing that our defense can hold you out of the end zone. And if you give 5 time, he's going to make some things happen when it comes clutch time. So there's some things we got to clean up, yes. But are we on the right path? Absolutely. So I'm looking forward to what's coming next week. They got some film they can look at and know that they have to go to work on that field. It's not all wrapped up, right, Chief? That's right. Right. See, we're not sitting everybody, Doc. We're not sitting everybody.
Hey, it's like Dan Campbell and the Lions. You practice all week to play, and you're striving for something that we're in unknown territory. We won. And part of me is glad that it wasn't perfect because I want them to get after their behinds this week because you get one more shot. Now it's win or die. Now you're playing for life or death. And that's the atmosphere. The veterans told me about it when I was a puppy, and I didn't understand what they meant. What do you mean a second season? They said it's different. Like preseason, for a rookie, you're more excited than you were in your college bowl game. Well, hell, mine was a Rose Bowl. Played in Liverpool, played Alabama. We played Liberty. And the first preseason game, you couldn't breathe. But to the vets, they didn't even want to go. But for you, you're so excited you can't breathe. Then you get your first regular season game. And you're going out in these stadiums that you've watched as a kid, and you're going, I'm in Soldier Field. You can't believe it. And then it may take you 3 or 4 years to get in a playoff game. You're in a playoff game, and you're going, you cannot calm yourself. That's the whole thing about it. Well, a young team, you can get overwhelmed. And if you're playing somebody, like you say, you want the Rams, okay, you want the Super Bowl champion then. You want a guy who's played in the ultimate game. Be careful. You can't give him a chance. So that's what we're going into now. And then they've got a solid running game. Because now everybody here can run it, and most of them can stop you from doing it. Well, we know we're kind of inconsistent in both of those categories. How are we going to clean it up? Are we going to say we're going to play harder? Well, we always play hard. That's the scary part. If we were lazy, I could say, well, no, we're not lazy. So that means we're getting beat on either techniques or our guys just aren't good enough. I hope it was techniques. Because if they're just not good enough, then they're going to get 200 yards run right down their throats.
And regardless of who you face, you're going to face a heck of a football team.
Everybody's got it back.
You got to go out. You got to go out there and find a way. And that's the beauty of the playoffs, right, Doc? Like we were talking about to start the show. It doesn't matter if it's pretty. It doesn't matter if it's the ugliest win ever. You just got to find a way to win.
You know what scared me today?
Go out there and make plays.
We had to play Eckler. We had to play him. They didn't put him out there to get. Eckler's a lifer. He's one of the best players in the world. And coming off protocol, they felt the need. They had to play him. And he played. Because we needed to win. And that was like, wow, really? So that was, go for it, blood and guts. We went all in today to get that W. I'm proud of them.
Coming up next, our final segment before we turn it over to Wizards basketball. If you're on the line, stay there. We'll try to run through these phone calls to get your reaction as the Commanders wrap up their season with a win, 23-19 over the Dallas Cowboys.
You got 2 awards to give out, too.
Absolutely. We got to give out the awards as well, and we'll figure out who those are going to. We'll do that next here on the Burgundy and Gold postgame show brought to you by Rude. If it ain't rude, it ain't right.
It's second and goal. End zone shot for the lead. It's McLaurin. He's got it. Washington is in front.
What a call.
The Burgundy Gold postgame show. Toby Altizer, Washington legend Doc Walker. We're presented by Ruud. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Ruud and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If ain't Ruud, it ain't right. That catch by Terry McLaurin gives the Commanders the win 23-19 over the Dallas Cowboys. We got some awards to give out, DOC.
And that call also goes to Scary as the recipient of the Window of Opportunity Award, which provided the pivotal moment that propelled the Burgundy and Gold to victory. Presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free, no-pressure in-home estimate or at thewindowman.com's Fairfax showroom. And what a pleasure it is to give that to Scary Terry. He wins another award, got back into the receivers game, and he went up and snatched that bad boy out the air, man. And the dude is a freak.
And Doc, with that touchdown, his 13th of the year, he also set the franchise record for most receiving touchdowns in a season. How about it? How about it?
You know, he has never bitched about, having the circus of quarterbacks that have been here. He just kept his head down. He blocks. He won it over for me, man, playing against the Steelers when he came down and tried his best to block their ends. Wide receiver, coming in, chipping like a tight end. The guy is a freak. And that's why it was also easy for us to award him the hardest working player of the game. He's incredible. He comes out, he makes the play on the opportunity, and then Mariota, the other tag team partner. How do we not give it to him? Hardest working player. Comes in, like out the phone booth, makes play after play with his arm, and just like JD5, with his legs. The guy looked like a spring chicken out there, and can't be easy when you're not in game flow week after week. Just trying to keep yourself ready. It's like if you haven't done the shift in a week or so. It's just, it takes you, he do just on demand. He came out there. How old is he now? He's got to be 33-ish.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, it's like, Doc, it's like you calling someone off the bench in Game 4 of the finals or something like that hadn't gotten in game action and throwing them the ball and expecting them to knock down a three.
Threes, yeah.
It's not
a
easy.
layup. Threes.
No. And expecting him, and what he did right away to jumpstart the offense, 15-18, 161 yards through the air, 2 touchdowns, 5 carries, 56 yards, and a touchdown on the ground. He was impressive. I mean, he did exactly what you asked.
So he's really a toddler. In today's football, that's easily 5 more productive years, easily, in his sleep, the way he keeps his body right and handles his business. So, hardest working player of the game, presented by Miss Utility. Remember to contact Miss Utility before you dig. Every dig is the law. Visit missutility.net or call 811. So, winning's fun. It's fun. I mean, hosting these things, I always say this is like having the worst gig in America when you have to follow most of the crap we've had been dished out by this club. That's no longer the case.
Well, and speaking of that, 2 things I wanted to clear up. Number one, after the game, they said that Jaden Daniels was dealing with some leg soreness, so part of the reason that he was pulled at halftime. The other thing, how funny is this, Doc? There were 3 quarterbacks taken, right? 1, 2, 3. You had Caleb Williams go 1, Jaden Daniels go 2, Drake May go 3. They fired Matt Eberflus in the middle of the season for the Chicago Bears as the head coach of the Bears. The 3rd pick was Drake May. The Patriots, after the game, fired their head coach, Gerard Mayo. The 2nd pick was Jaden Daniels. They're 12-5 going to the playoffs. How about that? I mean, a lot of these quarterbacks look awesome, but when's the last time that you've had sandwiched around you failures of organizations where they've made some bad decisions and it's shown up right away? And Washington not only made the right decision, but has come out on top to a point of 12-5 for the first time since 1991. Absolutely incredible.
And I sympathize with the Bears and the Patriots because we've been there.
Been there most of my life, Doc.
Yeah, we know what that's like, you know.
Oh,
and
yeah.
you get conned, and you get sold a bill of goods. But our players, and what's so significant about this group is that we know it'll get better because of the people selecting. If this is where we start, if this is our basement at 12-5, look out. And we won't have any more of our tickets sold to the other team. This place is going to be unbelievable starting in the play. If we get a home playoff game and all the 2025 now, if you don't have a ticket now, as the young folks say, you better go ask somebody because you ain't going to get a chance at it. It's going to be off the table. It's going to be good, man, to get back to the good old feeling.
Doc, we've gotten so used to Sunday at 1 o'clock. That's what we got used to. Sunday at 1 o'clock. It ain't going to be that way next year.
I love 1 o'clock. I love 1 o'clock.
I do too. It's a nice rhythm to get in. It ain't going to be that way from now on. This team's going to be going to Europe. This team's going to be playing Thursday night, Monday night, Sunday night, every single spot except for Sunday at 1.
If you're a network, how do you not want to see this guy? JD5.
Yeah.
Mahomes, I thought the league did Kansas City justice, and I give it out to the Chiefs. They played 3 games in 11 days, and this is the same league that's talking about safety? 3 NFL unreal. Games in 11 days. That's the price for being really good? It's it.
Yeah, well,
we see the Steelers and the Ravens so much, I know their whole rosters.
Well, and frankly, Doc, we see the Cowboys so much.
but they're on all the time. And usually they do deliver to their, and all kidding aside, you couldn't tell that team's record today by their play.
No, they fought hard.
They fight.
To their credit, they fought so hard, Doc, that if you would have asked us about, a month and a half ago, Mike McCarthy's not back. You ask us right now, Mike McCarthy might be back. I don't know how Commanders fans feel. I think some people think he's a joke. Some people, he's still a Super Bowl champion head coach. So regardless, it's been a heck of a job by Dallas to do what they've done, but Washington comes out victorious today, which thankfully they needed that win today.
One thing about Dallas, it won't be a football move. You won't know. It could be Deion. They'll do whatever, even though they don't need the pub, because they control the pub anyway, but it won't be a football-related move. That's the problem. That's the problem. They don't need a hype, but it'll be a hype move.
Couple more minutes before we turn it over to the Wizards right here on the Fan. Let's get some more phone calls before we have to turn it over to Dave Johnson and the Wiz. Let's get out to JD and Bowie on line 6. JD, what's going on?
Listening to Doc talk about the Super Bowl in 71, Doc, you made me feel old because I remember Kilmer hitting the goalpost, so I know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
Okay. So after watching that, I was a young kid, and I decided I wanted to go into the media. So I was working for a guy named Frank Herzog. Most of these young people don't know who that is. And I used to go and cover the Redskins games, and one of my go-to people to interview was this tight end from UCLA. He was so articulate, man. He was smart. He was my go-to guy. He was my go-to guy. And then when they won the Super Bowl, he was still my go-to guy. And I'm going to him right now. So, Doc Walker, thank you for helping me have a wonderful career and enjoying what I did. And I will tell you that having gone through this whole mess that we went through, watching this, whatever that it is, you can't use those words on radio.
Don't do it.
Yeah, but my son, who's 27, never got a chance to see any of this. And at the beginning of the season, I got season tickets when the new owners came in. And I was talking to him and said, son, I'm telling you, this team's going to be special. He said, Dad, no, man, that's all right, man. I ain't feeling it. That's all right. And then first couple games, I kept telling him, you don't want to miss JV5 now. You better listen to the old man. And thank you, love. Appreciate it. And take care. And I just got my championship steak, Doc. So I'm ready to get home and eat. He was so locked into this, and I'm so happy for him that he got a chance to experience something that there's so many young people have never gotten a chance to experience. But the best is yet to come, Doc. And last thing, and I'll back off. One of the things I've been saying since the new ownership came. You ready for this? It's a new day. Yes, it is.
JD, appreciate it, man. Let's get to Byron in San Antonio. Byron, got about 30 seconds. What's up, Byron?
Hey, gentlemen, I suggest the D-tackles go and watch film of Dave Butt, how to clog up the middle. Other than that, you can only smack somebody when your hand is open. But together, when we ball up a fist, we punch the hell out of the Cowboys. Hey, y'all enjoy this victory? Let's go into the playoffs. Hail to the Commanders.
Hail to the
Appreciate the phone call, Byron. Yeah, Doc, I've been a fan of this team my whole life. Last year was my first time having the privilege to be back out here working with a fan and cover this team. By the end of last season, football was a pain. It was frustrating, and I was spent. This year, I've never felt better about football in my life. I've never loved it so much. It's so much fun covering this team. And next week, Doc, the beauty of this, we'll be doing the same thing after a playoff game.
Well,
after a playoff
I can't. I'm numb. I'm numb to it. I'm so glad that we're in it because I didn't think this was possible with the train wreck that was left. I didn't think it was possible to clean up the mess. It just shows you how bad they were, that they were able to come in and fix it this quickly with limited amounts of parts. So let's just do it, man. Let's be excited about it. This week, hopefully we get some more good news on the health front, and let's go for it.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to need Tyler Biadasz back out there, Marshawn Lattimore, and all these guys. But, I mean, when you look at how much of a chance that they've got going in as a 12-win football team, who would have thought? Who would have thought? Doc, it's been a pleasure. We'll be back next week, man, and after a playoff game, can't wait till then.
Hey, it was a thrill. Youngest in charge, man. Let's roll.
Yes, sir. Wizards coming up next here on The Fan.
K9 for life.